No politic here. Why you no love Israel? Oh, you hate it?
I'm Israel high. 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 I'm Israel high.
You have forgotten to say I'm Israel high? Do you love Israel? You must love Hamas. You are Hamas.
I'm Israel high. 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 I'm Israel high.
Oh, Israel not number one for you. Oh, anti-Semitism. Israel, small nation. Israel, tiny nation surrounded by scary Muslims. Ah, you are anti-Semitism. You are Hamas. You are Hamas. No politics here. Say Israel number one. Tweet Israel number one.
No politics here. 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 No politics here.
Say you condemn Hamas. Say I'm Israel high.
Pete Tong, BBC, Radio 1, Radio 1.
You are Hamas.
We're bringing you the song of the summer. Absolute fucking mental. Banger after banger. What's going on, lads? It's Pete Tong coming to you live from Glastonbury, the fucking UK. We're live, we're alive, and there's no politic here. That's right. What's going on, everybody? I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is a Wednesday. That's right. It's hump day. Today's hump day. Wednesday, July 2nd, 2025. I cannot believe it. I'm going to turn 34 soon. That's crazy. The white beard is coming in. White hairs are coming in. I'm an old man. Anyway, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about all my personal news, which over the course of the past couple of years has basically turned into me complaining about different kind of issues that I have. Hip issues, ass issues, leg issues, lower back, upper back, shoulder pain. You know how it is. And that's precisely what we're going to be talking about. Old man, you know? Old plus fell off. This is true. One day I will fall on, I hope. But for the time being, for the duration, I have fallen off. As always. Folks, personal news-wise, what has happened in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I pressed the stop streaming button and pressed the start streaming button, so help me God. What has taken place? What has taken place? So you were friends with Austin when he was a minor? Don't you consider that to be problematic? Yeah. Austin, my podcast co-host, actually, I mean, he's still a minor. He's I don't know if you guys know this, but he's 17. Streamer talking about his knees, more about his knees than gaming. Speaking of gaming, I keep seeing Death Stranding 2 clips on the timeline, and it looks so amazing. And I have the dumbest reason. Someone sent me I think the HasanAbi Gaming, the HasanAbi Gaming team sent me a actual copy, like not the copy, sorry, but like the actual code for the game. Like I have it, okay, and I have yet to download it. And the reason why I have yet to download it is because I have the dumbest reason for not downloading it. Are you ready for it? I don't know how to turn the PlayStation on. I feel like I haven't turned it on in so long. What the fuck? You just do your hair? What the fuck you just do to your hair? What? Nothing. It's wet still. I just got out of the shower. This is what I do every day. I let it sit. Hold the controller PS button. I tried. It didn't work. In any case, it's incredible. Please play it, dog. Just plug in your controller and press the PlayStation button. Anyway, even if I play it, I probably won't play it on. I probably won't be playing it on stream regardless. But skill issue PS5. Yeah. Okay, you just lie like Nick lied about the stream start button not being on his OBS. Bro, do you use anything in your hair after getting it wet, like a leave-in conditioner? No, I don't do anything. All right, so where was I? What was I talking about? Oh, personal news-wise. Lots of TikToks were consumed. I've been watching this new Fire show. It's pretty good. Fire Watch or whatever. I think it's called Fire Watch. Why do people keep saying hair? What's wrong with the hair? It's fine. It was very cute with the curls though. That's what the chatter was saying, I think. Okay. This is not a Labubu. This is a OG Labubu. This is a, what is it called? Like an egg, right? I got to Japan a long ass time ago. And I was like, why don't I put some cute shit on the microphone, you know? A Gudetama. Gudetama. PC Master Race guys shitting on PS5 as they sit on the cuck chair looking at a game that never performs properly because of enshittification. Yeah, I mean, I love Hideo. Hideo is my goat. Hideo is my king. Hideo is my truth. I will forever love him. I will forever love that quirky socialist man who absolutely loves feet and also meeting celebrities and basically has used his like auteur status in the realm of gaming to hang out with all of his favorite celebrities. I will never be one of his favorite celebrities. I will never be known by Hideo Kojima in a positive way. It makes me very sad, but it's fine. I just, you know, I just keep pushing. I just keep it pushing. It's all good. I will never be scanned by Hideo Kojima. Hideo Kojima will never scan my feet. Is it Fire Force that you mean you're watching? Yeah, Fire Force. Yeah. Based anti-Zionist grandma in Hong Kong. Nice. Harry Anton talks about how the Dem opinion on Israel has changed and how it affected Zoran's primary win. I know, we're going to get into that. But yeah, other than that, personal news-wise, woke up this morning. What did I do? You already know what I did. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm hitting the weights, okay? I'm hitting the big boy weights. The big boy weights specifically. Take a look at this. 335 pounds, folks. I just uploaded this. Now, I will say, not bad depth. Like, this is my top set. Right before this, I ripped the 310 for nothing. Like, I ripped the 310 like it was nothing for 6. And I was like, you know what? I'm not going to do the same mistake. I'm not going to make that same mistake I made last week with the deadlifts and go all the way up to 445. So I just said, you know, it's better to go up a little bit, jump from 310 to 335. Ankle's doing great, as you can tell. Yes, I'm wearing Vans. On the third one, notice that the knees start buckling in a little bit, which is precisely the reason why I was like, you know what, I'm going to go for a fourth because I did 335 for 3 2 weeks ago before I fucked up my ankle. So I was like, you know what, let's do it. I do 385, motherfucker. Get your money up, not your funny up. All right, calm down. But this is not going to have a good depth, this last one. This one did not get the accurate depth. We didn't hit parallel on this because I bailed. I didn't want to go further down and risk like actually having to bail. So last one doesn't count, obviously, because it didn't hit the depth. It didn't hit parallel. But, you know, you live to lift another day. Exactly. There's a video on the 9,000 Microsoft layoffs. What the hell? On the Xbox division? That's crazy. I didn't know. What's the shirt you're wearing? Oh, great question. This is the new merch. New merch incoming. The Xbox layoffs are crazy. What is this? The BDS boycott on Xbox is working? No, that's not the reason why they fucking laid off 9,100 people. I think the reason why they laid off 9,100 people is because they probably are restructuring to make more money somehow. Companies don't actually do that. I mean, or boycotts have a tendency to work, but it's probably like AI related shit. You know what I mean? It's like AI related restructuring or something like that. I assume some games will be scrapped as well. Microsoft said AI is mandatory internally now. I hate this country. I hate this world that we live in. It is so disgusting. Oh my Lord, that is so ass, dude. That is so fucking ass. Oh God, gross. Oh, everything is gonna suck even further as the dumbasses, as the absolute dummies will keep going, this is not capitalism. It's because women are in the fucking games. That's why. It's because they made a black woman play the major role in a game, and that's what it is. Thank you for the playlist. Themasius, dude, we don't understand the full impact of this like AI evisceration of the job market. Okay, I don't think we fully comprehend how bad things are getting, and I don't think we fully comprehend how much worse they're going to get. A lot of like the last laptop jobs that were available were basically in the tech sector, and now the tech sector is just like gutting its labor force by trying to cut corners and turn everything into AI. God, I hate this. The social contract is already wearing thin. I can't imagine AI takes over everything in 5 years. Scary shit. What are HasanAbi heads up to? What is this? Educating the world about Hasan one deer at a time. This is beautiful and the correct thing to do, I think. Thank you for doing this. I think the deer is responsive also. Like, have you noticed? Have you noticed that the deer seemingly is responsive? Like the deer feels more enlightened. Am I crazy? Maya would disapprove. I don't think so. I don't think she would. I think it's cool. You might need a mod. What do you mean? Why? For what? Auntie is out farming you, Unc. That's crazy. I can't do that. I mean, I'm also a Jokera truther, but like, you know, the extent of which I'm a Jokera truther is, you know. Can you grab the camera for a Lamar Jackson edit? Yeah, okay, guy, I'm 33, okay? And I don't even know which hand it's supposed to be. Is it the right hand? Is it the left hand? I'm on TikTok. I know what these memes are, okay? I know. You go like that. I know. And then you put all the Lamar Jackson, the fucking other hand. I mean, it's my right hand. There. It's not the wrong hand. Unironic, ironic, boomer, camera grab. Shut up. I did both. There you go. Now you have both. All right. Let's get into it. Let's blast off. There's not much else going on. I'm on TikTok. I have Facebook circa 2009 type energy. I mean, I am on TikTok. It's embarrassing, but I am. Okay. I'm on TikTok an embarrassing amount. It's true. And it's really funny because, like, sometimes I like to dive into other political spheres. And on TikTok, politics is very different. Half of the politics is just like Dean, Parker, and all these like white boys that are still debating like Trump supporters and like dunking on them. And then the other half of TikTok is always on fire. The left talk is always on fire. They're always yelling at one another. Okay, talking about some Zoran is a asset of Zionism. And then other people are dunking on the person that says Zoran is an asset of Zionism, or you shouldn't be hopeful about Zoran. It's like two sides of the same coin with Trump. And then like there's like so much fucking drama happening apparently on that side of on the TikTok sphere. Like it's crazy. It's craziness. I don't really care about any of this stuff. I don't think there's a lot of motion here. I think it's just like busybody drama to get people involved in silliness. And I see it as a transparent distraction. I see it as a mechanism of distraction, and I don't like it. Federal court just ruled that President Trump's invasion proclamation banning asylum at the border is unlawful. Judge Moss vacates agency guidance implementation of the proclamation, issues declaratory relief that the order is unlawful. Holy moly. Okay, that's some good news. All right, we'll do that. We'll do that. All right. Big booty cheeks. Bill in going through the House. Will Freedom Caucus stop it? Madeline Pendleton, Center of Universe Drama. I don't understand why people are always yelling at one another on TikTok like that. I mean, I guess I do, because I guess like drama and stuff like that drives clicks for people, but I feel like most of these issues would be solved if people just like got together in the real world, you know, and talk to one another in the real world instead of constantly fucking chirping at one another, especially because like these are people who are ideologically on the same side, and they are so far from the norm anyway. Like in the normie sphere of politics, like they are so out there that like the minor disagreements that they have is so negligible, is so inconsequential, it's so insignificant. So I never, you know, do what I do. Just don't fucking talk about it, you know? Don't talk about one another. Talk about eyes on the prize, you know? Lock in. Talk about fucking... talk about Republicans. Or even Democrats that are also a problem. Okay, I fixed it. Mystery. I put the T in Auschwitz. Don't worry. I fixed it. You know? Big Booty Cheeks bill going through the House. Will Freedom Caucus stop it? What is your take on bears? What do you mean by that? I don't know. Federal court, Fed court stops invasion narrative. Diddy acquitted of RICO, still guilty of heinous crimes, and more. Get in now. Called it. Diddy would survive, for what it's worth. I mean, it seems like they went real heavy with the RICO shit. Like he went they went a little heavy-handed maybe with the RICO stuff, and it just didn't work. But it's like kind of surprising that it didn't work. It does feel like the prosecution fumbled a little bit, because I didn't keep up with everything. I didn't keep up with everything super close, but from what I understand, there was certainly enough there. There was certainly enough there for a litany of different charges. Like, it's not like he was an innocent person. You know what I mean? He was not like this infallible innocent person. There were a bunch of people that came out with fairly solid firsthand testimony about what Diddy had done to them, all the way from like his former ex-girlfriends and partners down to like Kid Cudi, you know? And it's actually kind of shocking that in spite of all of that, like the RICO stuff is so heavy-handed that it still was not, like, they weren't able to stick it. This is the second time a RICO charge has basically failed now. Did you see Deborah Messing said that Zohran Mamdani cheered for and celebrated 9/11 when he was 9? I mean, that's what they say about me too. They're fucking nuts. Like, people are so stupid. Anyway, this is what happens when the DOJ is too worried about immigrants to give a damn about real criminals. Is your leg better? It's fine. The defense attorney destroyed their case. Luigi Sam attorneys not making a value judgment. Yeah, I got the Hakeem Jeffries baseball pick. Don't worry. He's looking so hard body on it. He's looking so hard body. They interviewed a HasanAbi head on the New York Times. Wait, really? Rij Card. What is this? Many of Mr. Mamdani's supporters seem ready to support him again in November. Rishkard Alexis, 31, a Haitian immigrant who lives in East Flatbush in Brooklyn, moved to the city as a child and recently became a citizen. He was excited to vote for Mr. Mamdani in his first mayoral primary and liked his proposal to freeze rents on rate and stabilize apartments. I watched my mother cry when Obama got elected, he said. That hope people had, I fully understand it now. Oh, damn! I was about to say, how do you know? How do you know? Oh, damn! HasanAbi heads, rise up. Rise up. Mr. Alexis said he planned to volunteer to canvas. Dude, stud. Stud. Also, dope name. I don't know. Is it, how do you say it? Is it Ricard? Ricard? That's a, bro has a name of a Final Fantasy character. Look at this stud. God damn. Ricard Alexis, 31, a Haitian immigrant, said he planned to canvass for Mr. Mamdani during the general election campaign. Stud! HasanAbi heads, rise up. Rise up, rise up, rise up, rise up. Weakest HasanAbi head. Weakest HasanAbi head. Crazy. That's sick. I grew a size larger and can't wear that shirt no more. Yeah, well, don't worry. There's always new merch coming out. You can also always cut the sleeves off and turn it into like a gym shirt. That's what I do usually. You actually convinced me to start lifting. Thank you. Dude, this is what I love seeing. I love seeing community members out in the wild doing the fucking work, looking brolic as hell. Okay? That's it. It's the best. But did you see Kaya Halud? What do you mean? This is literally my blast off meme. Yes, I saw Kaya Halud. I use it as the blast off meme, chatters. Here it is. There it is. Kai Halud. I wore the Hasan Chicken Tendy shirt to the gym the other day. Hell yeah. You convinced me to live too, and now I'm too big for my union merch tee. You convinced me to stop gaming. Thank you. Okay. All right. You can't help others until you help yourself. Okay. You got to improve yourself every day diligently. Work hard on that. And then you can serve your community while serving looks. This is what it's all about. In any case, let's get started. Breaking, mixed reaction, mixed verdict reached in Sean Diddy Combs sex trafficking trial. The feds took a big L on the RICO stuff. Let's take a look.
We're getting the verdict coming in right now. This is coming in real time, and we have count 1 here. This is the racketeering charge. We have the count here of not guilty on racketeering. This is coming in real time. We have count 2 also coming in here, not guilty. That is the sex trafficking of Cassie Ventura. Count 3, we have guilty. Count 3 is guilty for the transportation of Cassie Ventura. That is guilty. Count 4, this is the sex trafficking of Jane. That's a pseudonym. Not guilty. Count 5, we have guilty. That is 5 counts. We have a mixed verdict here. Again, count 1, as it relates to racketeering, not guilty. Count 2, as it relates to sex trafficking, not guilty. Count 3.
Is this the OJ situation again? No, dude. No, this is not the OJ situation. This is a dramatically different situation than the OJ one. First of all, there is no like prevailing narrative in the environment. There is nothing like, no, this is not, what the fuck? No.
Guilty. Count 4, not guilty. Count 5, guilty. Now, we should bring up here, Misty, all of these counts have a range of different sentences, a range of different evidentiary burdens, a range of different outcomes we could have had here. But it is a mixed verdict, if you will.
It's a mixed verdict, but it is a stunning victory for the defense. The Mann Act, these charges, these were the easiest for prosecutors to prove, the lowest hanging fruit, merely required showing that state lines were crossed for the purpose to engage in prostitution. We saw a lot of evidence on these charges, did not have that element, Laura, of force, fraud, or coercion. And this carries the lightest sentence of these charges. It is a maximum of 10 years. And keep in mind, when you're talking about maximums aren't the rule. They are the exception. They're for the most exceptional and severe cases. So now you're talking about a sentence that's potentially in the lower range with time served because he's been behind bars. The fact that these sex trafficking charges, specifically with respect to Cassie Ventura, means that the jury was convinced by the defense, at least with respect to reasonable doubt, that the commercial sex, i.e. the freak-offs, were not connected to some of this violence, that there was not that force, fraud, or coercion element. That is by far, from a penalty perspective, the most serious. It carried a 15-year minimum. So that is a huge distinction. This is the best case scenario, in my view, for the defense. A lot of us opined yesterday that when the jury asked for a readback of Cassie Ventura and Daniel Phillips, one of the escorts' testimony, that read perhaps negatively for the defense. The jury was digging in to see if there was that force, fraud, or coercion. Clearly, it went the other way.
And, it's interesting because the prosecutors had told them you don't have to find force, fraud, or coercion on every single instance that he did this, right? You only have to find one. It doesn't have to be that this happened every time. But for the racketeering, you really did need to find a pattern of behavior. You needed to find a criminal enterprise that he engaged in with other people, right? When people think of racketeering, they think of the mob. They think of running drugs. They think of running guns. Now,
I mean, they also think of rappers as well, considering that this is what they tried to do to Young Thug too.
Federal prosecutors have used a far more expansive view of racketeering, especially in recent years in SDNY, right? Because they want to bring in all of the worst evidence. They want to stretch back the material decades ago. And so you've talked about how it allows them to tell a full story. Well, it turns out doing that in this case did not fulfill what the prosecutors had hoped, because obviously they have now cleared him. They have acquitted him of that top charge of racketeering. They have acquitted him of 2 other charges of using force and fraud, despite having that video, right, Misty? We talked about that video being so damning for him, where you see him on tape pulling Cassie Ventura by the hair. You see him stomping on her. The jury heard evidence that he actually paid money to a security guard to bury that video. Paid him.
Wait, is this Hun pro Diddy? No. Why the fuck would I be pro Diddy, dude? What the hell? Who the fuck even is pro Diddy? Like, I guess maybe the misogyny tourists, they'll probably reach out and be like, oh yeah. But even then, the fact that he's like bisexual kind of cuts off a big chunk of the people that would be like pro Diddy in general. The only person I know who's pro Diddy is the motherfucking president, you know? Like, the manosphere guys, even before we all found out, like, the extent of the cruelty, the extent of, like, the insanity, a lot of people immediately were, like, launching. A lot of people were immediately attacking Diddy because, like, before we found out more of the very clear disregard for human safety, they were already like, oh, he's gay. Like, that was, it felt like that was almost seen as like a bigger crime than the actual fucking harm that he was doing to like women and men, right? And it's just like, DJ Academics maybe DJ Academics is pro Diddy. I can see that. How do you explain he got almost scot-free? I think the prosecutors fucked up, I guess. I don't know. Maybe they overextended with the RICO stuff. I mean, he clearly has a lot of money and had a fantastic defense team, you know? I'm surprised. I'm just as surprised as you are. But then again, I wasn't paying super close attention, so maybe I might have missed something, you know what I mean?
And yet it wasn't enough.
It was not enough. So when it comes to the sex trafficking, yesterday, those questions that the jury asked for the readback with respect to the testimony aligned perfectly to what prosecutors in their closing argument said were 3 very obvious instances of sex trafficking, because they did not have to find that it was the hundreds of times that Cassie Ventura had testified that she engaged in these freak-offs. So prosecutors pointed to these 3, that testimony.
He's on video dragging a woman back to the hotel room. Yeah, except the problem with stuff like that is number one, the criminal justice system very clearly doesn't successfully prosecute people often, people that harm women often, even if it's on camera. Number 2, okay, I think that there is a difference in the charges potentially. As opposed to like simple domestic abuse or domestic violence. Like, that's a much easier thing. That's a much easier thing to get across, especially because it happened on camera. But this is not about that. This is a larger this is a case that is much, much broader than simply what he was caught doing on camera. Yeah, they couldn't prove a connection between the on-tape violence and the sex trafficking.
Aligned exactly to that, what the jury wanted to hear. So here's where the defense clearly broke that chain, because what needed to happen was that the jury believes that the commercial sex acts, so those freak-offs, that Cassie Ventura engaged in them because of that violence, because of the force that Combs was exerting, because of extortion about releasing these.
Yeah, the prosecution was not, I guess, able to convincingly explain that the extortion and the violence played a formative role. And they literally hit again, this is why I said misogyny plays a role in this. They hit no, she was actually enjoying it and she was actually asking for it defense. It's I guess, a very hard argument to make to begin with. In the simplest terms, that's what it is. They were able to at least convince enough members of the jury that there was reasonable doubt that the victims were involved in this in a way that they were in a way where they were consenting to it rather than being extorted.
Videos. But what the defense argued was there were lots of other reasons. There was jealousy in the relationship. Yes, there was violence, but it related to these personal romantic relationships that he had with both Cassie and Jane.
As opposed to being part of this masterminding of an enterprise.
And you know what's interesting, Laura? So now we opined about why the jury was not on the same page when it came to RICO. We said, was it because they couldn't agree on a predicate crime, or was it because they just couldn't get there with respect to the idea of this criminal enterprise, which has been very amorphous?
Are we going to see Tory Lanez as defenders? Yes, but the manosphere, I think, is like of two different minds here, because on the one hand, the manosphere loves when like men who get accused of sexual deviancy, sexual assault, sexual harassment get off. They love that shit, and they will join in on the pylon regardless. But also, a lot of those dudes are homophobic. So Diddy being bisexual puts a little bit of a fucking stopgap on it. Like because they've been using, that's the reason why people have been using like, no Diddy or Diddy freak offs as a way to say like no homo, as a way to point to like queer behavior in general. So while they hate women enough to like kind of use this as a celebration, I think it would give a lot of people pause to fully come on board, especially because like Diddy's reputation has been permanently tarnished as a direct consequence of you know, being out and about, openly bisexual.
During the course of this case from
So
prosecutors
who knows,
hasn't really defined what it is or its purpose. And the answer is it's that. It's either they didn't believe there was a conspiracy or the enterprise existed. And I say that because the Mann Act, these two charges.
Like if he was just straight and also a you know, mass rapist or whatever, they would totally fucking defend him, I think. That's it.
Are predicates for RICO. So if they believed that there had been a criminal enterprise,
that would have been enough.
This would have satisfied the
so
predicate
that means
crimes.
they didn't satisfy.
The text did a lot of heavy lifting. The defense used them to make it seem like she was into it, because you can't necessarily read emotions through text. New York Times did an article on them and shows the text here. A jury began deliberation on Monday over the fate of Sean Diddy Combs, who was facing charges of sex trafficking and racketeering conspiracy. The jury will have access to hundreds, if not thousands of pages of evidence presented during the trial, including a year's worth of text messages that chronicle Combs' relationship with the two women at the center of the case. The trove of text the jurors have seen provided intimate glimpses into the dynamics of the two tumultuous relationships. The first with Cassandra Ventura, the singer known as Cassie. The second with a woman who testified under the pseudonym Jane. Swipe to read the selection of messages the prosecution and defense have used in court to make their case. The words sent between Sean Diddy Combs and his girlfriends have been cited as crucial evidence by both sides of the case that hinges on whether sex marathons he directed were coercive. When do you want to freak off? Lol. Lol, I'm just going up to change and put my ring in. I just picked it up. I'm always ready to freak off. Lol, lol. You tell me the day you choose. It can be whenever, question mark, says Cassie. Diddy says, name the night. The defense referred to this August 5th, 2009 exchange to try and convince jurors that Cassandra Ventura, the singer known as Cassie, was a willing participant in the freak-offs. In 2016, Sean Combs says, call me, the cops are here. You gonna abandon me all alone? Call me, please. Cassie says, I have a premiere Monday for the biggest thing I've ever done in my life. I have a black eye and a fat lip. It was time for me to go. You are sick for thinking it's okay to do what you've done. Please stay far away from me. 2016. Call me. Help. I'm about to be arrested, says Diddy. The prosecution pointed to this March 5th, 2016 exchange, which occurred after Ventura was assaulted by Combs in the hallway of a Los Angeles hotel after a freak-off as a part of his effort to manipulate her. The police never arrived at the hotel. Like, he did some demon shit, dude. He really did. He really did do some demon shit. It is kind of wild. It's not just like gross, ew, icky, oh, gay, whatever the fuck people think. Like, he was straightforwardly beating women and making them participate in these like sex parties. Like, at some point, they might have actually enjoyed the sex party initially. That doesn't change the fucking dynamic, you know? There's no like, oh, you consented once, so it's over. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't work that way. You don't get forever consent. You know? Which, you know, good luck explaining that to a jury that is, of course, majority men. I wish we could jog this back to when we first started dating and just getting to know each other. Ever since I opened Pandora's box, I've never been able to close it. One night of fun turned into the entirety of our relationship. And now it's all I'm expected to do and get called for. It's hurting me because I'm so much more than being loved in the dark in hotel rooms, doing things that make me feel disgusted with myself. I'm confusing your lust for me as real love. My heart is really in this and it's breaking. I don't want to play this role in your life anymore. It's dark, sleazy, and makes me feel disgusted with myself. This is September 17th from Jane, the other the other person that came out. My heart is really in this and it's breaking. I don't want to play this role in your life anymore. It's dark, sleazy. It makes me feel disgusted with myself. I feel it's the only reason you have me around and why you pay me for the house. I don't want to feel obligated to perform these nights with you in fear of losing the roof over my head. I mean, this is literally coercion, right? I don't want to keep feeling like that anymore. I'm crying as I type this. We just need to talk like adults and figure out where we'll go from here. He says, girl, stop. Prosecutors used this September 17, 2023 exchange with a second woman who testified under the pseudonym Jane to show her increasing disinterest in hotel nights. September 24, 2023. I can't even look. It will drive me crazy. Laughed at above message, Jane laughs at. You might blow up, daddy, like a locomotive muy caliente. In its closing argument, the defense pointed to this exchange as evidence that even shortly after an episode the government identified as a time when Jane was sex trafficked, she appeared to describe video footage of a hotel night as exciting. So they made short work. They made light work of the evidence that the prosecutors had laid out by basically hitting the classic, oh no, you don't understand, she was asking for it defense. Straight up. She was the third and was subpoenaed, not voluntary as far as I know. What the defense used to discredit her is that Diddy still pays her rent and paid for her attorneys. Law tip. It's a complicated case to prove from just a logistical perspective. You need really skilled prosecutors who know what they're doing. Tons of evidence means a jury could get bored or confused easily. Typically, federal prosecutors are on top of it. Looks like they dropped the ball here, and the defense capitalized. It is a shocking it is a shocking display, especially considering that federal cases like this are what, like they have a 98% success rating or something. Like federal prosecution's pretty fucking on it. Like it is the one group that is incredibly successful in terms of identifying exactly what they can get out of people, exactly what kind of charges they can bring up so they don't over prosecute and then end up losing. They also are pretty good. Usually they're notoriously very good. So I don't know how the fuck they did that. Not if you're rich. No, even if you're rich, what do you mean? The feds. I'm about to be a criminal defense attorney, and the common notion throughout the criminal defense community is when the feds got you, they really got you. Exactly. Which is why it's like a little surprising. Maybe in shitification, who knows? But even the dynamic of like misogyny being weaponized for the client here by the defense is supposed to be inconsequential considering how much evidence the prosecutors are supposed to present. But yeah, DIDDY's defense team was pretty goated from what I understand. And I think it was literally, I think it's also Luigi Mangioni's defense team too. Now, there is no underlying overarching societal expectation between men and women in the Luigi Mangione one, so that's not going to work in his favor. But yeah, he was Young Thug's lawyer. The Young Thug case is even harder, in my opinion, to beat than this one. Like, given the evidence that we looked at with the Young Thug one, and also on top of that, the dynamic of a black person engaging in a criminal enterprise as a rapper, that is one where the societal attitude does not favor Young Thug. It actually works against him, as opposed to Diddy, the dynamic between female victims of sexual coercion and sexual assault, that dynamic does work in favor of Diddy, as we saw. But who knows? Who knows what happens with a Lil Durk too in the future? I mean, the feds clearly are no longer as the feds clearly don't have the same motion that they once did. That's what I'm seeing.
Okay, I want to go to Chloe Malas, who's standing by outside of court right now. Chloe, obviously a very emotional scene playing out in court. We don't have cameras in the courtroom. Yeah,
that's also true. The Young Thug case was a state case, worst prosecutors. There was a fuck ton of corruption surrounding the case that got the eventual reason for the state offering Young Thug the insane plea deal that he got. Fair. That's also true. It was super high profile in the worst possible ways. The ambitious DA also was like going after Trump, and then there was a little bit of kismet going on there as well, because like the DA was already under a tremendous amount of pressure from trying to do a racketeering charge against Trump, which I was very excited for. She should have just fucking focused on that, you know, instead of getting her boyfriend involved in some of these cases. But it is what it is. All right, that wasn't even that shitty, but that did work in that did certainly work in Young Thug's favor for definitely. You are in a video about mason jars. Wait, what? All right, let's
but we do have a team fanned out all over that building that you're looking at right now. Bring us inside the courtroom, if you will, Chloe, about what is happening in there. What is the reaction as this is still playing out and the judge thanking the jury now?
Even though there are 2 guilty counts for the Mann Act, Laura, the transportation to engage in prostitution, this is a massive victory for Combs's 8-person defense team. Tenny Garagos, the daughter of celebrity attorney Mark Garagos, who is one of the lead attorneys for this criminal case of Combs, she's wiping tears. This is a massive moment because, like you said, sex trafficking had a mandatory 15-year minimum. I mean, the prosecutors, they painted Combs as somebody that was beating women, which they owned up to, but running a criminal enterprise, and that he sex trafficked two of his former girlfriends, Cassie Ventura and also Jane, who testified under a pseudonym. This is undoubtedly a massive blow to the prosecution, who brought 34 witnesses. They talked a lot about these co-conspirators that they say carried out this illegal activity on Combs's behalf. I mean, you have 6 of his children in there. His mother, Janice, who has been inside the courtroom every single day. Diddy is praying. He is doing a prayer show of his prayer hands to the jury right now. I mean, I sat there in that courtroom almost every single day, and I watched the faces of those jurors, and you could tell that there were several of them that were not buying what the prosecution was putting forth in their arguments. I saw some roll their eyes. I saw some even fall asleep, some clearly not buying what the prosecution was saying in their closing arguments. On the other hand, during Mark Agnifalo's theatrical closing arguments, there was even laughter from some of the jurors. It was a very clear, Misty Maris and I have talked about this at length, that there was dissent when it came to the racketeering. And I think that it is incredibly powerful that this jury, some were unpersuadable, that overnight they were able, within just an hour, to come to a unanimous verdict on the racketeering conspiracy. I mean, again, Combs, who does not have a lengthy criminal record, this is somebody that Mann Act, it's a 10-year mandatory maximum. It's unlikely that he would get that full 10 years. So this is a man that could see a few years behind bars. Again, this is a very emotional day. We are expecting the attorneys to give.
Yeah, I saw CNN reporting people outside the courthouse pouring baby oil on each other. We are a deeply unserious society, man. It's like, brother, even if like there wasn't enough evidence, let's say, to convict someone beyond reasonable doubt that like they did racketeering or they were basically the head honcho of a criminal enterprise that was like sex trafficking women and setting up these like sex parties and extorting women to participate in them. Okay, he's still on video fucking like beating the shit out of his girlfriend. Like, he's still like a sex predator. You know what I mean? Like, what are you doing? Like, oh, baby oil. Like, oh, sick. I don't understand that. Like, I don't understand. Like, even in the lightest version of events, like, there's still a tremendous amount of awfulness. And then there was a judge coercing a witness to testify in his chambers without the defense being present. Insane constitutional violation of a crime. You forgot the most insane part of the YSL case. Oh, yeah, that's right. I think people just have a fundamentally poor understanding of consent. Once the jurors saw the text of the women agreeing it's over, they don't understand coercion and manipulation. The victims are predominantly black women. This is a major factor. I think that definitely also plays a role in it as well. You got 8 men involved in it. But yeah, I've talked about this since the Me Too era, that like we just don't have well-defined boundaries in terms of like interpersonal relationships between men and women, and as a consequence of that, and as also a direct consequence of like really bad education surrounding consent and surrounding how to deal, how men should treat women in general because of patriarchal constructs. There is still a shit ton of dudes that don't maybe even look back at their previous interactions and look at this kind of backlash that has taken place, and instead of recognizing that like they should change the way they carry themselves, they have basically created a backlash against this wave of women demanding justice. So that's why you see so much like celebration of this kind of thing. That's why you see all the misogyny tourists as well, where people are just like, well, I could be in that situation. I have been in a situation similar, maybe not like directly similar to Diddy, right? Obviously not. That's a fucking unique case. But I think a lot of dudes just basically see this situation and go like, well, they're going to come after me too. They're going to come after me as well. What the fuck? I don't know. That's what it feels like. Can you define misogyny, Taurus, for us? Yeah. It's something that I noticed in the Tory Lanez case, which was, especially when you look at the details without any sort of bias whatsoever, when you just like look at the details of what took place and what the criminal justice system decided to take on as an issue, given Megan Thee Stallion's like initial lack of interest in like prosecuting Tory Lanez, despite the fact that he literally shot her, like shot in her direction, shot at her, right? People, regardless of people's interest in Tory Lanez directly, because like there were a lot of people who didn't give a fuck about Tory Lanez, but they did care about like a woman that was victimized in the negative direction, right? Like people jumped on board in this case and defended Tory Lanez unconditionally because they were like, oh yeah, no, this guy's innocent. He like shot a woman. Who gives a fuck? Like this is yet again another instance where like a man is in the crosshairs. A man is under attack. Yeah, the individual were not attacked, but their perceived social caste was attacked. Yeah, it wasn't even like Megan Thee Stallion pressing charges against Tory Lanez anyway. It was a fucking state. It was a criminal case. And I feel like this dynamic plays itself out over and over again in so many circumstances where, like, this isn't to say that there is no instance where like a man has been falsely maligned. I'm sure it happens. But the overwhelming majority of times is like men not being prosecuted for things that they've done that is prosecutable, or men getting away with doing heinous shit to women. That is like, it's entirely slanted in one direction. And I think the only reason why a lot of people basically fucking unconditionally support men in every single one of these cases is because they fear that they have found themselves in this tricky space of navigating interpersonal relationships with women, and they think they have also done things similar, and possibly some have done things that are similar, right? Harmed women in this circumstance as well. So this is like, this is what it is. Chances are, if you're worried that they'll go after you, then that's probably pretty likely you did some sleazy shit. Like there is a I think an exaggeration on their end as well. Like there isn't, because they're not fucking random dudes that are defending fucking Diddy, are not defending Diddy because they also have done racketeering and potentially extorted women to do sex trafficking over fucking state boundaries. Okay, that is a hyper specific 1%er style crime. Okay, it is the energy involved and the battle lines that have been drawn that people see themselves on one side of this versus the other. No, it's not even aspirational. These people are not thinking about it like that. They're thinking about it as this, okay? I've been in a situation where I wanted to have sex with a girl and she said no to me, but maybe I was a little pushy and maybe I was a little rude, maybe I was a little creepy. What if I would go to jail for that similar thing? That's what they're thinking, okay? They're not clipped. Guys, stop. You know what I'm explaining here, okay? That is just like the mentality that drives so many of these people. It's nasty as fuck to say clip it off of this. Do you understand? I think that is where that is where a lot of people's that is where a lot of people come from. That's their starting point, especially considering that, like I said, there is a lot of like people will say, "Oh, dude, consent is consent." Like, yes, this is true, but there is also still like interpersonal relationships are difficult to navigate, especially for heterosexual people, especially between men and women. Okay, when you're young, even when you're older, there's a lot of there is a lot of social conditioning that factors into the way that people react to one another as well. It makes things much worse, right? It's already difficult to begin with, but then on top of that, you slam on the societal expectations, the societal dynamic of like how women are supposed to present themselves and how men are supposed to present themselves and how what societal expectations are and what women should and shouldn't do and how women should conceive of bad experiences that they might have gone through. Like how should they reflect on that? All of this stuff factors into the dynamic of silence that revolves around these kinds of issues. Like on the one hand, the societal expectation is that women are supposed to be quiet in these situations, right? Like they're supposed to be the ones, societal expectation is that women are supposed to be the ones that are not making the first step, right? They're the ones who are supposed to be receiving the flirtatious advances. And then women are also supposed to, women are taught to be reserved and not actually explain their demands clearly in a definitive way, because if you do that, then you're seen as a bitch, right? And this is a part of every facet of existence where women in the workplace also run into similar issues as well, right? So then on top of that, like men are also taught to chase and be pushy, and all of that is all of that factors into it. And then like there is the expectation that like women are supposed to maintain some kind of like chastity, right? So even if they have a sexual desire, they're taught not to express that sexual desire in a forward fashion, because then there's the slut shaming dynamic beyond it. So then at that point, even if someone were to consent or were to be invested in pursuing a relationship further, they're not clearly defining that they want that, and in which case that's the male on that on the other side of that is like the pursuer, and they're thinking, oh, she's just saying maybe she's being more reserved because she's worried, right? She's worried about how this looks. So then, you know, she's just playing hard to get. Like all of this stuff exists already as a direct consequence of the well-established gender dynamics that play a formative role in every aspect of society. So then when you fucking slam all of that together, this is the outcome. And I'm not talking about Diddy being victim to societal expectations. I'm saying why he was able to get away with doing heinous shit, and why some men see themselves in a similar vein and will literally go out to bat and will defend these heinous perverts. Okay? And for younger boys, it's just a joke for them. It really bothers me how the takeaway from this case is that he's bad and gross because he's bisexual, not a sex trafficker. Gen Alpha and young Gen Z literally say no Diddy instead of no homo. I know. That's why I said like it's a unique predicament, because like on the one hand, I don't think anyone's gonna be like pro Diddy. Also, thank you for the 100 gifted subs, open presents. But not because of the gender wars issue, because the gender wars issue demands that young men defend. The gender wars dynamic demands that young men unconditionally defend and vociferously defend Diddy. But the fact that he's also the fact that he's gay causes people to not do that unconditionally and vociferously, if that makes sense.
A press conference, the prosecutors have said that they will be giving a written statement. They will not be speaking today. We also know that the
Fawning can also appear as compliance to prevent harm. For example, if an individual knows their attacker will harm them physically if they fight back, they may comply in order to protect themselves. This does not mean that they consented to abuse or assault. It just means that they were trying to prevent the situation from escalating. Yeah.
family plans to address, his children, they plan to address the public. And we do think that there could be a statement from Combs himself later today. But in a very emotional scene in the courtroom. And I just want to remind everyone that over the last 7 weeks, although there were 34 witnesses that took the stand, Combs' team not calling a single witness and resting their case in just 30 minutes. I want to describe the scene behind me now. You have what I like to call citizen journalists. These are live bloggers, Instagrammers, TikTokers, filming every single day, live streaming what's happening here. There is a massive crowd gathering. There's about 100 people here right now. Some people are wearing free puffy shirts. You've seen that over the last several weeks. And again, Laura, a stunning victory, if you can call it that. But it is, considering that he was facing up to life in prison for Combs and his legal team this morning.
Yeah, no question. The federal prosecutors are going to be massively disappointed with this verdict, even with those 2 guilty counts, Chloe.
We thank you for watching. And remember, stay up.
What are we looking at now with regard to years? Of course, we should point out there will be an appeal. He's got plenty of money to do that. But let's take it from where it stands right now.
I think I saw recently is a cop explaining how he has to teach coercion to young men, using them getting mugged as an example. Like, you have your wallet because he threatened to stab you. It was still against your will. And that's the only way he can get them to understand coercion sexually. It's actually kind of good. That's a decent way to explain that dynamic. You might even, in an effort to not, whether because you're a victim of shock and trauma in that moment, you might even try to like make jokes with the person who is pursuing you, right? Yeah, you might even try to like have a normal back and forth conversation. So to the onlooker, if that was like documented, they could just as easily say, well, you gave your fucking wallet to this guy. You gave your wallet to this guy and you joked around with him. Okay, but what you don't see is that he had a fucking gun, you know? Yeah, you might even try and use humor to de-escalate the situation. That doesn't mean that there isn't coercion in that circumstance. There's certainly coercion in that circumstance. Consent was explored by the psychological expert that the prosecution called. Defense picked apart her credibility by showing that she only testifies for the state and is highly paid. An effective cross can heavily discredit a witness like this, especially if the witness is saying stuff about consent the jury doesn't already know, like we do. Juries are normies. Exactly. And you gotta factor in the demographic profile of the jury as well. Jury selection is a massive part of this. Obviously, that's like legal teams usually have an entire legal teams have a specific group of people dedicated to doing the perfect jury selection. And I think that this is one that heavily favored, as far as I understand, the jury, as its demographic profile, the jury heavily was slanted in the direction of defense, male majority. I think in this circumstance, like even women have the capacity to exhibit misogynistic tendencies, misogynistic opinions, as we've talked about before, because that's how patriarchy works. There are plenty of women, as we saw with like the Cuomo stuff. There are plenty of women who like automatically assume that like guys do this kind of thing. It's normal, right? Not like the oil and the extortion and the sex trafficking, but like, you know, this is a rich, famous guy. This is a rich, famous guy who's paying unimaginable amounts of money to all of these women. They should be grateful. Like, you know what I mean? Like that could be the attitude of an even older lady, for example. And then that certainly is the attitude of a lot of the men in the jury. It's way, way, way more likely that the men in the jury are going to feel that way. Okay? They also brought up how much expensive stuff Diddy bought for them to say, oh, but he was giving them so much money. Exactly.
Kira, I'm still trying to wrap my mind around this. I'm not even sure if I would say there would be an appeal, because for Sean Combs and his defense team, this is a massive win. 3 of the counts that had a life sentence possibility are gone. When it comes to transportation to engage in prostitution,
from what I heard, and it's likely his defense team employed a rarely used tactic called "This Is Real," the Chewbacca defense, which is literally named after a South Park joke. This tactic is basically used to repeatedly ask questions that would be permissible under the rules of evidence, but are only being asked to confuse the jury and make them overthink things. That all being said, there are ways to get through the hostile jurors. It just takes skill and preparation, and the prosecutors fucked up. I'm just shocked because it's like the feds. That's it. Nah, for real, too many people have a "what did you think would happen" going to that party mentality. It's bogus, and the collective society is fried for so many countries. Yeah, this is one of the most prescient, long-standing parts of every country. Like most countries' culture war issues is like the gender war dynamic. It kind of goes away every couple of years. And because the state is woefully inept at prosecuting these kinds of things, then there is like a decentralized effort to take matters into their own hands, like out of an understandable, genuine desire for justice. Women will sometimes take matters in their own hands. That's how the Me Too movement happened. And when that takes place, there's also like a pendulum swinging in the opposite direction as well. There's also opportunists like the Time's Up movement, people that literally work with Andrew Cuomo that like basically tried to use this real, genuine concern as a means of like career advancement. But then the pendulum swings in the opposite direction. There's also people who are getting articles written about them that is seen as like a career death sentence, I guess, quote unquote. And then that is, and it's not over like any sort of serious violation, but instead is treated with the same severity. And then the cultural pendulum swings in the opposite direction. And then you have the Amber Heard, Johnny Depp stuff. And now we're officially in the post Me Too era, where the pendulum is officially swung in the opposite direction, and people are getting incredibly vicious, like with the Andrew Tates of the world, with the Manosphere. People are getting incredibly vicious for perceived slights, and are actively defending men across the board. Unconditionally, without even like looking into it, without even addressing any of it. And it's like it's swung back into the previous standard that was in place already before the Me Too movement. Do you know what I mean? Do you think they intentionally flubbed this so that any potential blackmail shit will stay hidden? No, I don't think P. Diddy's level of like sex party shit was actually being done in a similar fashion to Jeffrey Epstein. So no, I don't think that. Like I don't think P. Diddy or Andrew Tate are like Jeffrey Epstein style sex traffickers. I don't think that they're playing the same fucking role. Like I don't think that that's what's going on. It was, mate. Okay. Like, it's similar as far as like crimes being committed. It's not similar as far as like what the goals were here. Okay. You can't compare. Jeffrey Epstein is like truly a unique figure. as an asset for intelligence, for numerous intelligence communities, especially Mossad and the CIA. That I believe that Jeffrey Epstein was a sexual blackmail operation and a fixer of sorts as well. But a person that was like the glue for a lot of the societal elites down to like fucking royalty. Okay, that is an entirely different standard that I don't even know if we'll ever. I don't even know if we'll ever find another version of that. No reason to think Diddy wasn't the same for Hollywood. No, I think there is what? I feel like you have a little sampling bias. Your job is mostly looking at reactionaries doing things like essay or worse apologists. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think normie discourse ain't tainted to that degree. No, I think normies have a really slanted opinion on this kind of stuff where they're just like, I don't really get it. Yeah, a rich guy was doing sex parties. It's weird. It's gross. But like these women were probably asking for it is probably the most common normie attitude on this stuff. Like most normies, when you look at it, are grossed out more so by Diddy doing these freak-offs, but also not only doing freak-offs, but also like doing them in a way where, I mean, he was doing gay shit too. Cassie is opposing Sean Diddy Combs' release from federal custody. Miss Ventura believes that Mr. Combs is likely to pose a danger to the victims who testified in the case, including herself, as well as to the community.
The minimum is nothing. There's a theoretical possibility that he walks out on probation. Now, do I think that's going to happen? No, but the max is 10 years. Even if you were to take both sentences, and he's not going to get 10 years, they're going to look at his criminal history, mitigating circumstances, aggravating circumstances, and I would assume that he gets somewhere in the middle ground, maybe like 3 to 5 years, 3 to 6 years, possible through that sentencing range for each count. Sean Combs going to trial where he was facing life and being able to walk out with something under 10 years, well under 10 years possibly, that is a victory. Will he appeal? Sure, that's his right to do so, but I don't see an appeal here. I think you take this as a win, you serve the few years that you may get, and you be happy that you didn't get life. I'm somewhat shocked as to the trafficking for Cassie. I thought that might have been a stronger case for the government. I didn't think that they had the RICO, and I definitely didn't think they had the Jane trafficking. But this is, I think in only so many words, and I keep saying it, I think this is a positive result for Sean Combs and his team.
Knowing what we know about what happened and how he treated these women, and now looking at this outcome,
they're
how
saying
he's been
it's a victory for the defense, which is true, Chatter. He's not saying it's a victory for women. It's clearly not. What? Extortion doesn't need to be geopolitical to yield power. Mock it all you want, but think it through. Dude, I'm not saying he wasn't doing extortion and no, you're misunderstanding me. I'm simply stating that the Jeffrey Epstein sexual blackmail operation was infinitely more sophisticated than a rapist, perverted Hollywood sex trafficker. Okay, that's like the scope of what Jeffrey Epstein was doing is like far different than what Diddy was doing. They are on an entirely different plane of existence, and I was only saying this as a direct response to a chatter speculating that maybe they did a piss poor job of prosecuting him because he's an asset or something. And I'm saying I don't think that's the case. Like Harvey Weinstein would be more of an equivalent or closer equivalent in terms of power and magnitude, but that even then it's not. even then, I don't think it's like a blackmail operation. You're so bad at explaining your points. Wait, what? What did I? How? What? I don't know. I feel like chat gets it. Maybe you didn't, but I can try and explain it again.
Acquitted on the most serious charges. Your overall thoughts moving forward about what this says about the Me Too movement, the power of a music mogul when he has money, when he has fame. Your thoughts?
So my thoughts, I think, I try to go beyond just being an attorney, and I'll try to sidestep them and just talk as a man, as an adult. I think there can be no mixing of words as to what Sean Combs is when it comes to the treatment of women. Full stop, period. There's no question as to what we saw in terms of the strength of the women who took the stand and testified about the abuse that happened to them. There's no question about the photos we saw of Cassie in terms of the bruising of her body, the bruising of her face, and the violence in that Intercontinental Hotel. Full stop. There's no justification of that. There's no explanation of that. And I think in terms of the Me Too movement, there should be strength in the fact that those women were believed in terms of what they said. Putting my attorney hat back on for a moment, I think the difficulty of this and what may be perceived, and I hope it's a perception and not a reality, of the Me Too movement taking a step back based on this verdict, I think it comes from the overreaching of the government in this case, of trying to fit the allegations of this case into a RICO conspiracy, made it that much less palatable for the jury to take what they were saying to be true. And I think that might have also affected, in some way, shape, or form, the trafficking as well. I'll be honest, I'm somewhat shocked that they did not find Sean Combs guilty of trafficking Cassie because of the violence there. But I think that they made a mistake of not understanding the difference between a brutal domestic violence relationship in which Sean Combs participated in and was in many regards an aggressor of, if not the absolute aggressor of, and trafficking. And I think the overreach and misapplication of what 12 people in the Southern District of New York, or what society would believe to be trafficking in RICO, that misstep and misperception is what led the SDNY here. The SDNY has phenomenal prosecutors, has a phenomenal office, and their record speaks for itself. But I think in this case, they overestimated the strength of their case, and this is what happens when a jury speaks.
A rapper filmed and photographed in the public eye for decades, now for the past few weeks, only seen through the eyes of a courtroom artist. It took 28 days of testimony and 3 days of deliberation for a jury to decide the fate of Sean Diddy Combs. A man who 2 years ago...
Yeah, Southern District in New York is one of the fucking best prosecutorial teams in the country, if not the best. Like, they take out financial criminals. Like, they have an incredible track record. So this is also a major stain on that reputation as well.
Was given a golden key to the city, where he's now been locked up for prostitution-related offences. But he was cleared of the most serious charges.
Like a free black man American.
That decision was seen as a victory by Combs' supporters outside the courtroom.
Forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us.
Dude, what the fuck, bro? Yo, when I see stuff like this, I just want to fucking defend him. Come on, Ben, let him. Okay. I just like when I see stuff like this, I truly, I'm like, I want to just like reset. I want to just like tap the fuck out. I don't want to be a part of society anymore. Like, I want to live like a goddamn hermit. I don't know if I'm the only one who feels this way, but when I see motherfuckers like behaving like this and not feeling a sense of shame
And also on top of that, feeling a sense of justice and purpose in their completely distorted view of the world. Like, we have let the crackheads become the main fucking figures of society. And every day it gets worse. Every day. Every fucking day. I don't get it. I don't understand it. Like, it makes me feel like I don't know if I want to be a part of this this journey any longer. It almost causes me to feel this like deep sense of nihilism that wants me to just like pull in and protect my immediate friends and family members and just like move out of this space and stop participating in this shit. Obviously, I don't lean into this tendency. It's an inherently reactionary one as well. It's like what conservatism is all about. But like, goddamn, dude, what the fuck is this? How is this any different than the Supreme Court order on an injunction? Hammer of justice is sometimes stupid, my man. No, I know, but it's not simply the stupidity or the lack of justice in this circumstance for the victims, but it's also like the shameless ways in which people go out and defend it for totally separate, self-involved reasons. Do you not understand? Like, when you see this kind of thing, like, you should be embarrassed to want to fucking cheer it on, dude. Like, what the hell? Like, motherfuckers putting on a Sean John t-shirt to be like, dude, I fucking love P. Diddy, dude. Yo, let me go to your sex parties, king, please. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? What is that? I mean, what actually is that? Who does that? No one is cheering it on, but instead they're hitting record. What?
As well as his family, their smiles evident. But the reaction was also heated.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Do we want to hear from the audience?
One of the key witnesses in this case was Combs' former girlfriend, the singer Cassie Ventura, who accused him of more than a decade of abuse.
Like, that's crazy, man. He's on camera. He's on fucking camera beating her. Like, this is a person who was closely associated with this individual. Like, how is that? I don't understand how you look at this and you go, nah, I don't think she's got. I think she has a secondary cynical purpose for this. It's like, I don't get it.
This shocking video from 2016 showed him beating her as she fled a hotel. She testified that she was escaping from one of his sex parties. The prosecution's case centered on those parties, what Combs called freak-offs, and Miss Ventura said she was plied with drink and drugs, as seen in government evidence. She also said he would then force her to have sex with male escorts in events that often lasted days. She alleged he would often masturbate or film the events, later using the videos to threaten and control her. Raids on Combs' homes in Florida and California last year found evidence of these freak-offs, with federal agents finding drugs, weapons, and copious amounts of baby oil. Miss Ventura brought a separate civil case against Combs for the abuse 2 years ago, but her story was not unique. Another ex-girlfriend read about Miss Ventura's story at the time and sent a text to Combs saying, "I feel like I'm reading my own sexual trauma." She became the other key witness in this federal case, known to the court as Jane, having asked for anonymity, and her and Ventura's testimony were key to the prosecution. But the case was not strong enough to convict Combs on all counts.
Count 1, not guilty. Sex trafficking, not guilty. Transportation.
So the
sex trafficking. Like, using terms like grape, unaliving people, sex trafficking. I'm done. Dude, we're fucked. State of disrepair is done.
The verdict from the jury has just filtered through to the street outside the courtroom, and you can feel the buzz, because this is what the jury decided. On 2 of the charges of transportation to engage in prostitution, guilty on those 2 charges for Sean Diddy Combs. But on the 3 other charges, 2 of sex trafficking and 1 of racketeering conspiracy, the one which the jury really struggled with yesterday, not guilty on those 3 charges.
Yeah, unless you're like an actual family member, even in which case, like, you should probably not be celebrating. You should feel a sense of shame, a deep sense of shame. But unless you're like an immediate family member of Sean Diddy Combs, like, what the fuck are you doing celebrating this shit? Like, I don't get it. I don't understand the team sports mentality on this stuff. Like, are we as a society so fucking broken that, like, we need a sense of community over, like, defending people who are doing sex crimes? Like how is that? Like, how? What the fuck? How does this happen? How does this happen? How do you find yourself in a situation where you're like, I fucking love this shit, dog? Yo, this guy, like, people who don't care about the music, people who don't care about the art, people who don't care about, like, who have no personal emotional involvement in, like, Sean P. Diddy Combs' life, that are simply joining the team sports mentality on the basis of the harm being done to women, blow my fucking mind.
We're pleased that he's finally been held responsible for 2 federal crimes.
Black community feeling like only black men are targeted. I mean, there's a truth to this, except you also have to just stick to your politics. This isn't your style. One person cannot be convicted of RICO.
I think that he's never.
Y'all are so judgmental and smart, but don't know the law. You should speak. You think this is not politics? Like, I'm confused. I'm talking about the political aspect, the gender dynamic. I'm talking about misogyny. I'm talking about patriarchy and how it played a formative role in the defense being able to actively pick apart the testimonies of numerous victims. Like, what do you mean? And as far as, like, the black community feeling like only black men are targeted, I don't even think the black community overall, there's, like, some, from what I've seen, there are some elements that said that, like, there's a classic take that sometimes happens where people will be like, oh, this black celebrity wanted to buy a predominantly white asset, right? Like an NFL team, or he went after the Rock Nation, like, and Jay-Z is like the Illuminati, and that's the reason why he's being targeted. Or he wanted to buy a record label, and then that's the reason why he was targeted like this. Like, this happens as well. I would go so far as to say that this was incredibly, this kind of, like, reaction was incredibly limited. Yeah, because he wanted to make his own liquor brand outside of the big brands or whatever. But, like, that kind of reaction was, like, fairly limited in this circumstance. I think the reason why it was fairly limited is because Diddy also is, like, broadly seen as a pervert for some understandable and good reasons, because he is one, but also seen as a pervert because he's queer. He does gay shit. So that kind of cut away at some of the defenses that he would, under normal circumstances, experience.
Faced in his life. He still faces substantial jail time. Of course.
Yeah, there's also he doesn't get that that's also true. He doesn't get that cover from the black community because we've always heard shady shit about him, and some of us think that he got Tupac and Biggie killed. That's also the other side of it too. Like, Diddy's been seen as, like, a demon for quite a long time as well. There's also the other side of the story where people think that, like, he actively grooms children, like child celebrities. Like, there's the Justin Bieber stuff as well. So there's been a lot of anti Diddy sentiment all over, and especially in the black community as well. for that reason. Usher, that's another. Yeah, Usher is the other example that people use. And it's been going on for decades. So I don't think you'll see as much overwhelming support for P. Diddy in this situation, even though the gender war dynamic still exists.
We would have liked to have seen a conviction on the sex crimes in RICO, but we understand beyond a reasonable doubt is a high standard.
That Combs was found not guilty on 3 of the more serious charges, one of which would have carried a life sentence, meant that when he heard the jury's decision, Combs sank to his knees. The defense had painted a picture of a loving family man. And Combs' mother and children were in the court throughout the trial. He had always pleaded his innocence, and the defense rested on the issue of consent. They said that multiple texts from the 2 women, Cassie and Jane, showed that they enjoyed the freak-offs, and that while Combs' sex life may appear unseemly, it wasn't criminal.
In the future, can't wait to see if you open up the gates.
Combs' private life is now as much in the public eye as his music, the man who became famous in the mid-1990s under the name Puff Daddy. A music titan who would become a businessman and role model. His star power brought even a young senator from Illinois into his orbit.
Listen, you're a motivating force for young people all across the country. Your music moves people.
He surrounded himself with A-listers, but when it came to this trial, the only major celebrity attending court in solidarity with Combs was the controversial rapper.
That's all you need to know, man. That's all you need to know, dog. I'm sorry. That's all you gotta know if someone is on the right side of history or the wrong side, okay? Like, the only person that was coming out in defense of Diddy actively was fucking Ye, okay? What? Sorry if you mentioned it already. Just joined Channel 4 UK, 10 p.m. UK time. What does that mean? Yeah, they were apparently Combs supporters were spraying baby oil on themselves, on each other outside the courthouse. Bro, I'm telling you, it's like we are so truly fucked as a society. Like, this is so busted, brother. This is so messed up. This is insane, dude. It's like, this is the Boondocks episode playing itself out in real life. Like, this is the Boondocks R. Kelly episode in real time, dude. What the fuck? And it's like, it's partially, it's not because like they fucking are big fans of DiDdy. I think it's just clout too. It's like part insanity, part clout, part misogyny tourists, you know? Chill, Hasan, but yes. I mean, that's what it is. Why the fuck would you do that? Why would you publicly do this? Why would you publicly do this? Especially a case such as this one. Why would you do this? Because you're fucking mentally ill. You want clout. You're clout obsessed. And you probably don't give a shit about women in general, okay? That's the only reason why you would do this. You have no sense of shame, like no sense of self-preservation, what this looks like. I think people were always this crazy and this fucking stupid. It's just now there is an incentive for people to be this crazy and this stupid in broad daylight because they get attention out of it. Do you understand? There is a very distorted incentive structure that exists now for people to behave in this like shameless capacity. There are movements that you can get behind. There is a lot of momentum in this direction, gender wars being one of them. And that's how you arrive at this insanity.
I don't know what she's gonna do, y'all.
Yeah, I mean,
maybe R. Kelly did urinate on this woman.
but America urinated on R. Kelly.
Okay. Anyway, I'm not gonna do that right now because I feel like it's too jokey on a very serious situation.
Ye, formerly Kanye West.
Is Sean P. Diddy Combs forever.
And that star power is why he also had so many supporters outside court today.
Because I am an avid supporter. I loved him since the 90s, like we all did. His music and everything he stands for.
And the fact that he was still found guilty on 2 charges, does that change your opinion of him?
Of course not. Will never change my view on him in any type of way.
You were found guilty, 2 charges. That's not a success. That's maybe a C+, maybe.
A case that attracted the world's attention with a dramatic ending. The judge will decide Combs' sentence at a later date. He's been spared life in prison, some solace for him. But he will still face justice for 2 charges, and that is some solace for his victims.
Well, Sean Diddy Combs was one of the most powerful figures in hip-hop and the media industry, who still faces dozens of civil lawsuits accusing him of sexual assault, all of which he denies. So how did he become so influential? Our culture correspondent Minnie Stevenson reports, and just to warn you, the report does contain flash photography from the start.
A mogul, a myth, a mirror of the times. Tonight at the centre of a stunning fall from grace. From Harlem to stardom, Puff Daddy, P. Diddy, Just Diddy, the rapper in his many incarnations. One thing's for certain, Sean Combs had cultural capital and he flaunted it to control and abuse.
Seems like yesterday we used to rock the show.
But just how power is used and protected in the music industry is now laid bare.
I've gone from Harlem to Hollywood.
Diddy's status cemented in Hollywood's Walk of Fame, embedded in every corner of the entertainment industry. Music exec, fashion entrepreneur, business icon, now convicted criminal.
Yeah. We sending this one out to all the ladies.
For decades, Diddy seemed untouchable, a symbol of hip-hop's rise from the margins to the mainstream. Sean Combs got his break as an intern at Uptown Records, but it didn't take long for him to shape the future of music.
If you don't have a strong mind and you're not mature, then you're gonna come and go in this game real quick.
In 1993, he founded Bad Boy Records. His first breakout artist, the notorious B.I.G.
It was all a dream. I used to read Word Up magazine.
A collaboration that changed the sound of East Coast hip-hop. Diddy wasn't just a producer, he was a curator of cool.
We call it urban high fashion.
He knew how to brand success, glamour and aspiration, especially for young black America.
Anybody could wear it, any race, religion, creed.
From Sean John clothing to a lucrative vodka deal, Diddy expanded far beyond music, creating an empire built on image and influence.
Y'all have heard about the world famous party.
But fame came with controversy. In 1999, while dating Jennifer Lopez, Combs was charged and ultimately acquitted in a nightclub shooting in New York. That trial marked the beginning of a shadow that would follow him for decades. Fast forward to 2023, when Cassie Ventura, Combs' former girlfriend, filed a lawsuit alleging a decade of abuse, including sexual assault and human trafficking.
It's so difficult to reflect on the darkest times in your life. But sometimes you got to do that. I was up. I mean, I hit rock bottom, but I make no excuses. My behavior on that video is inexcusable.
Though the case was settled within 24 hours, it opened the floodgates. While Diddy now faces a hefty prison sentence and the prospect of having to settle dozens of civil lawsuits, allegations of rape and drugging, which he's always denied.
You're even bored of this coverage? I'm not. I'm not at all. Is there a way to consume art from vile people without supporting them in some way? What art are you going to be consuming from fucking P. Diddy anyway? What do you mean? Like, don't worry. This is one of those unique instances where, like, what are you, a fucking big Sean John fan or a big Ciroc fan? Is that what it is? You're like, I have to get my Ciroc on, dude. I have to wear my Sean Johns, you know? Didn't this guy have like an industrial supply of baby oil in his house? Like, I feel like that alone is sus enough. Is he still looking at several years in prison? Yes, but like, if all the charges kicked in, he was spending the rest of his life in jail. Now it's like, I think it's like 10 years, but the defense will go for 5. During the red carpet clip, specifically, Cassie is alleged to have covered multiple bruises on her face and body with makeup, and people can see the bruises peeking out in those close-up pics. Yeah, 10 years max. So 20 years maximum sentence. And we don't even know if it's like going to be added on to one another. So it's 20 years or even 10 max. So it's like side-by-side sentencing. And then you can try and lower that with a decent defense team down to 5, and then you get out in 2 on good behavior. That is also, if you don't factor in, and I mean this with all sincerity, a fucking Trump pardon. Like, that's not even a joke. Like, there is also a possibility of a Trump pardon. I could totally see that. He will be like, Diddy has been a great friend. He's been prosecuted unjustifiably by woke DAs that are also coming after me in the Southern District of New York. They came after me too, just like they came after Diddy. They came after Diddy because he's a good friend of mine. I can see that. Trump also does love dropping these like little fucking bombs. These little like distraction bombs, as I like to call it. Like, I don't think he strikes Iran as a distraction, but this is exactly the type of shit that he would do as a distraction. I could totally see him doing some shit like this as a distraction. You know? That is the type of shit. That is the type of shit that he would use as a distraction, for sure. He's very good at that sort of stuff. Will Trump pardon Diddy after the guilty verdict, and can he? The answer is yes. Like I was asking exactly, did I support people like this? I also stopped listening to a certain band. So I found they're fucking racist. I don't know, man. I just, exercise your own discretion, I guess. I don't know how to answer you. All right. Let's move on from this because you might be wondering what the distraction could be about. And this is definitely something that is an ongoing incident, an ongoing back and forth. Here it is. Ladies and gentlemen, the Big Booty Cheeks bill. A massive wealth distribution for the wealthiest in society in the form of making the tax cuts that Donald Trump actually implemented in 2017 permanent. While also simultaneously increasing the budget for Trump's immigration detention and immigration enforcement by $175 billion, that is with a B, $billion. Okay. Luckily, as I said yesterday, there is some discontent coming from the Freedom Caucus, the Tea Party psychos. They are pushing back on this, it seems. So there is some hurdles here. Obviously, if they push back and they write a new bill, that has to go back to the Senate. And therefore, it will move past the July 4th deadline that Donald Trump had put on this. So there's that. They do more for us than the Dems. I mean, they have historically done more than the Democratic Party, even when the Democratic Party itself has actually unironically tried to lower Social Security payouts. When Barack Obama tried to do this conciliatory COLA the cost of living adjustment thing to Social Security that would lower the Social Security payments. The Freedom Caucus said it was not a significant enough cut and it would increase the deficit, and therefore they nuked it. In the process of this bill, in an effort to make these extra pay schemes work, they have to cut a lot. And the way they are cutting a lot is by adding unnecessary paperwork and hurdles to people who are recipients of Medicare. New work requirements and new check-in requirements for people who are Medicaid recipients. Some of the poorest people in society. 2/3 of Medicaid recipients are already working, by the way. This doesn't actually improve the number of people that are actually going out and working while receiving Medicaid. This is a way to cut them out of Medicaid. I was listening to firsthand accounts of some people that basically likened this to trying to file a tax return every month. Okay? 2/3 of Medicaid recipients are already in the workforce. They have a job already. Okay? They already have a job. Adding additional paperwork to keep track of the work that you are doing in an effort to continue getting Medicaid is only done so you can kick people off of coverage. Some estimates state that 17 million Americans that are on Medicaid will no longer be eligible to continue their Medicaid coverage. There's also a work requirement for SNAP benefits as well. SNAP benefits that are basically $2 a meal, $2 extra a meal that some people are receiving, they won't be able to get unless they continue filing this unnecessary paperwork. The entire purpose of this is to create new hurdles in front of these sorts of welfare structures that people already rely on to survive. And as a direct consequence of this, new paperwork scheme that they're designing, they are intending to basically gut Medicaid expenditures and SNAP benefits. Okay? They will then turn around and use this as a massive W, as many Democratic and Republican administrations have done in the past. This is always how it works. They do welfare reforms. They make it harder for people to receive welfare. Then they turn around and say, see, less people are taking advantage of welfare now. That means the economy is improving. No, dude, it's not improving. You just kicked them off of fucking welfare. They still need it, but now they can't even receive it. And remember, these are some of the poorest people on the fucking planet. SNAP works out to $9 per day for food for a single person. It's not even that much to begin with. Exactly. And they're doing this while greatly expanding Trump's immigrant enforcement agenda, offering an endless faucet of funds to creating new alligator Auschwitz-style facilities in every state. So you can hire more Gestapo officers, pay them better, and more expeditiously deport or issue deportation orders to every single immigrant that's working right now. So on the other hand, we are quite literally, not only are we fucking over working class Americans, the working poor that already have jobs that still are not getting paid enough from said jobs and therefore have to rely on government health care, have to rely on government benefits for food, to eat food, to feed their children and their families, okay? But also, on top of that, we are literally deporting people who don't even take advantage of those or can't even take advantage of those benefits and are basically working for pennies on the fucking dollar. We are deporting them. We're ripping them away from their families instead of like giving them the opportunity to get the paperwork necessary for, continuing to live on U.S. soil. Yeah, we're not talking enough about how the Republicans are set to spend tens of billions of dollars building a vast network of new concentration camps. If you think ICE cruelty is bad now, wait until they have billions more dollars, tens of thousands more staff, and mega prisons. Okay? I tweeted about this yesterday as well, where I said $175 billion to immigration enforcement in this bill that just passed the Senate. Americans are oblivious to what's going to happen with Trump's secret police. Americans are oblivious to what's going to happen with Trump's secret police, ICE, CBP, using immigration enforcement to put people into concentration/death camps like Alligator, Auschwitz. That is the future. I'm a farmer. Conservative farmers fucked around and are about to find out losing SNAP is a death sentence for programs like crop insurance. There's that side of it as well. Rural areas get double fucked. If you're a Trump supporter living in a rural area, you already don't have adequate medical coverage, okay? You don't have a hospital in an immediate vicinity. And the ones that are close enough to you rely heavily on Medicaid. In poorer areas, in rural areas, a lot of these rural hospitals rely heavily on Medicaid. Medicaid is how these hospitals get paid. So when you take Medicaid away, these hospitals are already underwater. They're already in a state of disrepair. They're cooked. Now, no more hospitals. If you had one hospital in a fucking 100-mile vicinity, now you're going to have only a functioning hospital in a big city. Okay? Same with nursing homes. 65% of nursing homes rely on Medicaid expenditure because long-term coverage is not covered under Medicare. So old people that already have Medicare need to also get Medicaid on top of that to pay for long-term care. So all of these nursing homes are going to be left underfunded as well. Bro thinks the left is the answer, noob. Your grandmother is probably going to die, and you're over here thinking like, you know what the real problem in American society is? The notion that like we could do better by our working class Americans. We could do better by every single other person by basically moving a regular American existence to a comparable state that already happens in every other OECD nation. That's the real issue here. You fucking dialed in, dude. Thank you. And then there is a snowball effect that cripples bigger hospitals and cities as well, because now they have additional fucking they have to take over the healthcare responsibility for a larger population size. Same thing goes for SNAP. SNAP pays rural farmers more money. SNAP is part of the process in which like SNAP benefits is how SNAP benefits is Hasan is a DIDDY blood. What the fuck are people saying? SNAP benefits is how companies like Walmart are able to continue operating. The additional additional state the additional state funding allows these people to survive. It also allows these people to literally turn around and be able to purchase stuff at Walmart while they're working at Walmart. Okay? 172,200 people in Maine are on SNAP, 76,000 being children. SNAP benefits generated nearly $610 million in economic activity. SNAP lifted an average of 33,000 people out of poverty in Maine. It's so incredibly cooked. It is so unimaginably cooked. The situation is so busted. Oof. And here's what our opposition party is doing. Hakeem Jeffries posts pic of him holding a baseball bat with the caption, House Democrats will keep the pressure on Trump's one big ugly bill. Yeah, let me get an aide to take this photo. No one who's taller than me. No, even tall. No one who's taller than me. No, even taller. This is what we're doing. Chuck Schumer also earnestly changed the name of the Big Beautiful Bill, or at least struck the name Big Beautiful Bill out of the bill. So there was that as well. Just go on television and talk about what I'm saying every day, please. Please, I'm begging the Democrats to go on TV every single day and bring up farmers with you, bring up nursing home patients with you that are on Medicaid, and just humanize, like put a fucking face to the victims of this bill, please. Please do something. You have the capacity. You're a fucking representative. You are a fucking senator. Do something. Communicate how fucked up this is. What is going on? Republicans do such a great job of making a mountain out of a molehill by greatly overemphasizing crimes committed by immigrants that are marginal and ultimately statistically irrelevant, okay? That is how little heinous crimes are committed in the hands of undocumented migrants in this country as opposed to natural-born U.S. citizens, okay? Tens of thousands of murders every fucking year. America is a uniquely violent country, and the undocumented migrants are responsible for a tiny sliver of that. So every time there is a murder that is committed by an undocumented migrant, you hear about it endlessly. Why? Because Republicans will cynically, in an effort to make it seem like all the murders that are being committed are happening in the hands of undocumented migrants, will literally plaster the victims in the most vicious way possible in an effort to drive home this narrative. Okay? They will literally fucking go on every news outlet they possibly can, and it works. It's an effective way to propagandize. That is precisely how you arrive at 60% of Americans being in favor of mass deportations. Okay? Why are the Democrats not doing this in the opposite direction? Especially because the truth is on their side. Republicans are able to create hysteria around a non-issue. Okay? Republicans are able to create hysteria around a non-issue and make it a real issue by driving this narrative into the fucking ground. But Democrats can't even turn around and take advantage of a real issue that is going on in defense of this dramatic reduction in social safety nets that will lead to people dying.
Washington and more drama over President Trump's spending bill. The Senate approved it yesterday despite concerns about cuts to Medicaid for millions of Americans who rely on it for health care. The House takes it up today, but the path may not be an easy one. Caitlin Huey-Burns has the story for us from Capitol Hill.
The bill as amended is passed.
Vice President J.D. Vance cast the tie-breaking vote to pass the president's so-called Big Beautiful Bill through the Senate.
Ms. Murkowski.
Republican leaders spent hours courting the vote of Alaska Senator Lisa Murkowski. She ultimately backed the bill after securing provisions for her home state.
This was one of the classic examples of like Republicans always fall in line, where Lisa Murkowski very cynically decided that the rest of the country can get fucked with the same reduction of social safety nets that she narrowly avoided for her own state. Okay? All the while she got like a whaler tax cut, but that's not the major reason, okay? The major ways in which the real reason why she like was on board with this is because she was able to narrowly avoid Alaska getting fucked in the same way, at least in the interim. Alaska will still get fucked in the next 2 years, but she was able to like avoid it for the next 2 years. Okay. She made an exemption, a carve out for Alaska for 2 years. Okay. That's what she got away with. That's what caused her to vote for this. And where is it? I think it was Jeff Stein, but he keeps fucking deleting his tweets. Oh no, he didn't delete this one. Okay. it does seem worth asking why Senator Lisa Murkowski, Republican from Alaska, will support healthcare provisions for the rest of the country that she thinks her state should be exempted from. That is the major point of contention here. She literally recognizes that this is fucked up for Americans, okay? She recognizes this is fucked up for her own constituents while simultaneously fucking over every other state, like voting to fuck over every other state. Yeah, she called the process agonizing due in part to the rushed timeline of the bill. We do not have a perfect bill by any stretch of the imagination, she told reporters after the vote. My hope is the House is going to look at this and recognize that we're not there yet. And I would hope that we would be able to actually do what we used to do around here, which is work back and forth between the two bodies that is going to be better for the people in this country and more particularly for the people of Alaska. She's a queen and you're jealous. Yes, it is because I am a sexist, misogynistic pig. That's why I am yelling at a girl boss, simply being a girl boss, slay queening, okay?
8. I advocated for my state's interests. I will continue to do that.
But on the other side of the Capitol, some Republican House members were quick to rain on the Senate's parade.
What the Senate did is unconscionable. What they did to our bill was unconscionable. I'll vote against it here, and I'll vote.
You know what's really funny about this is that you have two different forces in the fucking House right now, in the House Republican side of things, because they are the only ones that matter, okay? Let's be real. You have some of the more moderate Republicans that are in areas where they're like, well, I don't want my fucking Medicaid. I don't want my constituents' Medicaid to get cut. I'm going to get fucked, right? You have the moderate ones that are saying that, and then you have the infinitely more important group of people who are saying the cuts are not deep enough. This actually expands the deficit. We can't do this. Because the moderates will always play ball. The moderates are going to turn around and say, oh no, woe is me. I can't believe we're cutting entitlements. I can't believe we're cutting some of these benefits. I can't believe we're cutting Social Security and or not Social Security, sorry, Medicaid and also SNAP benefits, right? But they will always play ball. They will turn around and go, I guess I have to play ball with this. But on the other hand, you got the Marjorie Taylor Greens and the Freedom Caucus, the Tea Party Caucus, the Tea Party Coalition, that will try and stop this bill from passing, or at least like dramatically change it so that it has to go back to the Senate, pushing it way past the July 4th deadline that Donald Trump presented. Okay? Simply because it doesn't fuck the working poor hard enough. Which, you know, in a unique time like this, I'll take that. I'll take it anywhere I can get it. Okay? So congratulations to the Freedom Caucus once again for potentially spiking this bill. I hope that they will make it so impossible to pass that the people in the Senate will turn around and go, yeah, we can't actually pass this. This is terrible. Please fuck the bill up. Please cut it. Think about the deficit, kings. I am a deficit hawk today, and only today, not tomorrow, but just for today. I am the biggest deficit hawk you've ever seen in your whole fucking life, and I am begging. Yeah, imagine if Medicaid is saved by Chip fucking Roy. Oh my God. I am begging, okay? I am begging. I am so on board with this. Please, 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 please. You think about the deficit. Also, there's the other side of this where Trump made a promise that Medicaid would not be touched. But of course, we know how much his promises mean, what his promises are worth, and they're worth nothing. That's why there's a whole ordeal with the Fell For It Again awards, right? New during a meeting with the mods in the White House, moderates, I guess, in the White House what is mods in the White House? Trump told members that if they want to win elections, they shouldn't touch Medicaid, Medicare, and Social Security. But we're touching Medicaid in this bill, one member responded to Trump, per 3 sources.
Vote against it on the floor. until we get it right.
House Speaker Mike Johnson acknowledged the tough road ahead after the Senate's changes, including steeper cuts to Medicaid.
I encourage them to amend it.
Dude, can you imagine spiking the football on this? Because you don't think, on the one side, you have Donald Trump, who is like the fucking North Star of the modern Republican Party, right? The logical conclusion of all of this deregulatory and tax cutting agenda of the Republican Party. Permanent investment in defending the interests of the capital owning class. Okay? And that guy is saying no cuts to Medicare, no cuts to Medicaid, don't touch Social Security, right? Don't touch benefits because my people rely on those benefits. I'm a populist leader. Now, of course, he doesn't fucking give a shit. He just has to say that. On the other side, you have some of the moderates who are like, well, we also don't want to, we're in districts where we might lose our power. We're in districts where we might lose our seat if we basically wipe out a decent chunk of the base by either actively killing them a couple of years down the line when they don't have access to fucking health care because they can't pay for it, because we took it away from them because they have to do ridiculous paperwork that is directly created so that they can't get this Medicaid expenses covered. But then you have this much louder this much louder coalition that is saying we need to kill the working poor harder. What are we doing? Incredible stuff. I love the division of the diversity of real ass thinkers in both the House of Representatives and the Senate here, okay? It's amazing. You got motherfuckers unironically yelling about how little we're killing the working poor. Like, we need to melt them faster.
It as lightly as possible. They went a little further than many of us would have preferred.
In a social media post, President Trump had a message for House Republicans: stay united, have fun, and vote yay. The bill would extend $4.5 trillion in tax cuts while adding new tax relief on tips and overtime pay. But it also cuts roughly $1 trillion from healthcare programs like Medicaid, which 63% of nursing home patients rely on.
So if there are changes or cuts to Medicaid, are you concerned about your ability to operate?
I would be.
Nancy Mason runs a nursing home in Martinsburg, West Virginia.
It helps to meet our operational expenses, everything from pharmaceuticals to food to utilities to recruitment of staff and, all of our wages.
Democrats are united against this bill, arguing that it favors the wealthy. And there's new analysis from the Wharton School at Penn that finds this will cost the lowest income Americans about $970 each year by the year 2030. It also finds that the top 10% of income earners.
I did the math. No tax on overtime will give me a whopping extra $23 per 8 hours of overtime. $23. Sick. The other side of this expedited process is that there aren't accurate enough estimates of how much you lose on the long run as far as the tax cuts that you're receiving, especially if you are a recipient or have family members, for example, that you take care of that are recipients of Medicaid and SNAP. So that's the other side of it, because you have to remember, for every additional dollar that you're keeping in your pocket that you're not giving to the government, they're cutting tens of thousands of dollars worth of things that the government was offering you in the form of Medicaid, in the form of SNAP. Okay? This is something that most people have no way of comprehending. They don't understand it. They immediately think oh, well, overtime pay is not going to get taxed. Sick. I'm going to have, $200 at the end of the month in my pocket as opposed to giving it to the government. Okay, but you lost like thousands of dollars worth of fucking healthcare coverage. Do you understand how much more you lost in this process if you are literally a part of the working class? The trade-off doesn't benefit you. It doesn't benefit you at all. It fucks you. The reason why they're giving you that meager, that modest amount, that marginal amount back is so you feel like you're getting something. Here's AOC driving home that point in the congressional speech that she delivered.
Gentleman was recognized for 2 minutes.
Trump's big ugly bill is a deal with the devil.
Thank you, and I thank the chairman. You know, President Trump had issued some statements throughout this process saying and urging, insisting that this bill does not cut Medicaid. He's also said some things, you know, he says he doesn't think I'm too much of a smart person. And I'll tell you one thing. It doesn't take a smart person to know if you're being lied to. President Trump, you're either being lied to or you are lying to the American people. Because this bill represents, in the text of this bill, the largest and greatest loss of health care in American history. 17 million Americans will lose their health care on this bill, not undocumented people, not quote unquote the disgusting term illegal, but 17 million Americans will have their health care cut from this bill. On this point of tax on tips, as one of the only people in this body who has lived off of tips, I want to tell you a little bit about the scam of that text, a little bit of the fine print there. The cap on that is $25,000. While you're jacking up taxes on people who make less than $50,000 across the United States, while taking away their SNAP, while taking away their Medicaid, while kicking them off of the ACA and their health care extensions. So if you're at home and you're living off tips, you do the math. Is that worth it to you? Losing all your health care, not able to feed your babies, not being able to put a diaper on their bottom in exchange for what? This bill is a deal with the devil. It explodes our national debt. It militarizes our entire economy, and it strips away health care and basic dignity of the American people for what? To give Elon Musk a tax break and billionaires.
Dude, could you imagine more AOCs and more Zorons like being prominent speakers in the fucking Democratic Party as opposed to Hakeem Jeffrey and Chuck Schumer? Like, you don't have to love AOC. You could say she's a revisionist or blah, 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 all this and that. But just imagine if like the driving force behind the Democratic Party was the AOCs of the world. And if that was the case, if they were the center mass of the Democratic Party, then there would be infinitely more radical figures on the edges. The new AOCs would be far more left-leaning than AOC herself even. Like, AOC should be the baseline of the party. What she is saying here should be the active communication that you're hearing from a real counterbalance, counterweight, real opposition party in this country. The opportunities at that point are endless. This is why you won't see me aggressively and actively shit on the most progressive wing of the Democratic Party, because I understand that change requires a tremendous amount of effort and a tremendous amount of outside pressure, but it also needs allies from within. It needs people that have a media presence. It needs people with a podium. And those people with that podium are not always going to use it in the ways that you want them to. There are certainly disagreements that I have as well with even people like AOC. But you're not supposed to love everything that these people are doing. They're fucking politicians. They are supposed to represent us and our interests, right? And I envision a world where if the AOC style rhetoric was the baseline for this party, the Democrats truly would be the opposition party, the successful opposition party that would prevent a tremendous amount of harm. We see this in increments when you have people like Chris Van Hollen come out and speak on behalf of Kilmar Abrego Garcia. We see how quickly the public snaps back into reality. We see how quickly the media cycle changes. All of a sudden, it's contentious against what the Trump administration is doing. We have told ourselves a lie that change is impossible. And because of that, we have this expectation that like every single politician is supposed to be perfectly aligned with every single thing, every single demand that we have, not realizing that this kind of stuff moves the needle in the appropriate direction.
The greedy taking of our nation. We cannot stand for it, and we will not support it. You should be ashamed.
Here's another great way to communicate, centering workers and centering regular Americans, regular working class Americans in your messaging, centering their needs in your messaging, and how they are harmed by these sorts of bills that the Republicans are actively trying to pass.
Donald Trump said that I should be arrested. He said that I should be deported. He said that I should be denaturalized. And he said those things about me, someone who stands to be the first immigrant mayor of this city in generations, someone who would also be the first Muslim and the first South Asian mayor in this city's history. Less so because of who I am, because of where I come from, because of how I look or how I speak, and more so because he wants to distract from what I fight for. I fight for working people. I fight for the very people that have been priced out of this city, and I fight for the same people that he said he was fighting for. This is the same president who ran on a campaign of cheaper groceries, who ran on a campaign about easing a suffocating cost of living crisis. And ultimately, it is easier for him to fan the flames of division than to acknowledge the ways in which he has betrayed those working class Americans, not just in this city, but across this country, and the ways in which he continues to betray them. Because we know that he would rather speak about me than speak about the legislation that he is shepherding through Washington, D.C. Legislation that will quite literally take health care away from Americans. Legislation that will steal food from the hungry. Legislation that looks to build upon one of the largest transfers of wealth we've seen in recent history in his first administration and do it once again for the very Americans who already have enough. We should be fighting for those that do not have what they need to live a dignified life. That is what I will do.
The amount of coworkers I heard saying, hell yeah, man, we get no tax on overtime while not caring about everything else, like 17 million people who will lose healthcare as we benefit from great healthcare that is to the union, has made me really sad and disgusted today. Yeah, I think like the lack of solidarity amongst many working class Americans also it comes from the lack of hope and the conditions worsening overall for every single person, right? Everybody has a fuck you, I got mine mentality in this process. And they're almost proud of it too. And a part of that is because there is no, like, solidarity has yielded nothing. And there hasn't really been any real solidarity demonstrated anyway. But from their estimation, solidarity is meaningless. It's gotten people nowhere. So there is no hope. We are just increasingly atomized, increasingly self-interested. It's like Parasite. It's extra crazy because you got people in a union. Of course, when there is no real labor education and no real investment in labor militancy, you are going to arrive at people who are just so pessimistic and so individualistic that they're just like, yeah, it's great. We already have our union that fought long and hard for a contract, so we have decent health care, so this Medicaid stuff is not going to impact us. We are already above the fiscal cliff that kicks in for all the social safety nets as a consequence of our collective bargaining agreements. So then, you know, we get to have a little bit of extra money in terms of take home pay at the end of the month. This is the reason why these bills are crafted in the way that they are. It is exactly to get that kind of reaction from different groups, offering some modest benefits to different groups, seemingly modest benefits. It is a way to continue dividing and conquering the working class.
And I am thankful to have the protection and to have the support of so many New Yorkers who have stood up and said how unacceptable this is, including our governor, including members of the labor movement. And ultimately, what I fear for is that if this is what Donald Trump and his administration feel comfortable about saying about the Democratic nominee for the mayor of New York City, imagine what they feel comfortable saying and doing about immigrants whose names they don't even know.
Yeah.
Stand to benefit the most. Now, the White House argues that the tax cuts in this bill.
I'm a mail carrier and I can 100% parrot the previous chatter. I try to advocate in the office, but so many people are elated about the overtime tax cuts and can't see the immediate harm it will do to the very people we serve every day. Not to mention that all this furthers an agenda that will directly come after us in our unionized positions as well. That's the other thing. It's not just overtime pay, right? This is how they justified the previous tax cuts as well. The 2017 tax cuts that are supposed to sunset, right? They got that across not by saying the wealthy deserve to bring home more of the fucking earnings that they deliver year after year because they're the most productive members of society. They were able to justify that by saying you get a tax cut too. But your tax cuts are marginal. Your tax cuts are ultimately inconsequential. On the benefit side, what they are shredding is far more consequential for you and others in your situation than the $2 a month that you get. Yeah, here's the other side of this as well. What's more, in this GOP Medicaid cuts, they wrote the parts with micro tax breaks for everyday people. Example, tax on tips up to $25K, salt, etc., to be temporary and expire in 5 years. But the huge tax breaks they're giving the billionaires and corporations, they're making those permanent. They did this last time as well. But because this kind of stuff is ultimately confusing, there's a lot of confusion surrounding it. There's no good leadership on the Democratic Party side that is like effectively cutting through all of this noise and directly telling Americans like, this is how they're going to fuck you over. Americans are left rudderless. They're left confused, and they only see the like selfish short-term gain that they perceive to be having in this situation. And then that's it. Dr. Roger Marshall, senator from Kansas, says, we have set up a $50 billion rural health fund with this reconciliation bill. We are giving rural hospitals a lifeline to survive. AOC responds, the reason rural hospitals need this lifeline to begin with is because you're killing them. You mean hit and run Marshall? He ran over his neighbor?
The breaking news news this morning. House lawmakers are scrambling now to get back to the Hill and vote on the now new version.
To your point, my father-in-law is a Republican ex-New Jersey judge who complains that his son never brings his kids to visit in Florida because he's always working, but he's against all handouts except this fucking no tax on overtime bullshit. Absolutely stupid. Yeah, there is a severe crisis in the collective consciousness of Americans that was born in the Reagan starving the beast era. Reaganomics never went away, even though we completely understand that it was a failure. It was an abject failure. And many people will point to Ronald Reagan as like a bad person and a responsible party for this. It still doesn't matter. There's plenty of fucking Gen X people in the lead generation that, one, think that this mentality is still good. The rising tide lifts all boats, right? That's like number one. That's one of the biggest fucking annoying tropes that you hear from that era. And then the other idea is like, I don't want the government to give me a handout. I got to work hard. Okay. It's like, you're already working hard. The point is the government is literally giving you less. You shouldn't even need, in a perfect working system, you wouldn't even need any sort of additional government help because you would have all of your needs covered. And some of these should not even be up to the profit incentive anyway. Some of the things that the government is supposed to offer unconditionally is offered already to every single citizen unconditionally in other OECD nations, right? Like healthcare or education. These are things that the government is supposed to provide for all of its people unconditionally. But the most damaging and prevailing attitude from the Reaganomics era is this starving of the beast. The government is this beast. The government does not actually help you at all. I'm here from the scariest words that any American can ever hear is, I'm here from the government. I'm here to help. This kind of attitude has persisted throughout time, where Americans, slowly but surely, through the erosion of the social safety nets, through the numerous decades erosion of their material conditions, have realized or have come to the conclusion that the government doesn't help them. And they're kind of right to feel that way. There's no more, there's no trust in the government, okay? Even though in many invisible ways, the government is actively working, and it's a behemoth that makes sure that your fucking, for example, your meat is not tainted and it's not poisonous when you purchase it at the grocery store, or that you know when a tornado is supposed to hit your neighborhood ahead of time, right? Like, those are the invisible ways in which the government is actually working. And you only recognize that it's not working when the government fails. The only way you pay attention to the function of the government is when it actually fails. And it has been failing in spectacular fashion, especially in these past couple of months. You know, planes falling out of the sky and whatnot. So Americans do not believe that the government is actually doing anything that benefits them. There's no more trust and no more belief that the government is actually here to help them. This creates a unique predicament. This makes it much easier to starve the government. Why am I giving taxes to the government if they're not fixing the fucking potholes? Okay? Why am I giving taxes to the government if they're not taking care of the homelessness problem? Not realizing that it is precisely this self-interested, hyper-individualistic attitude that has allowed the reactionary forces, both in the Democratic Party and in the Republican Party, to cut away all of these programs that were supposed to help people, that were supposed to stop someone from falling victim to homelessness. Regulations in the housing market that's supposed to make sure that the housing market is stable so that people don't actually get priced out of their housing, whether it's rent or lose their homes altogether if they were lucky enough to purchase one. But neoliberalism is so, what is this? Stop downplaying the American people like they're all fucking dumb, selfish hogs. They are hardworking, desperate, and trying to survive. Come on. Wait, what? Like, have you guys worked in customer service? Do you have a broken car? Do you have kids that need new clothes and only one job to support them? Have you been desperate? Is this selfish thought or survival mindset? No, what are you saying? You're agreeing with me. I'm describing the process in which, over the course of multiple decades, Americans have arrived at this like vicious cycle of austerity and how that has motivated them to selfish ways of thinking, to hyper-individualistic ways of thinking. That's my point. And now you have entire swaths of the population advocating for their own demise. No population of a country is just dumb across the board. They're not like stupid and selfish. They are made to be stupid and self-interested. Neoliberalism is the idea that the government should involve itself in the economy and social services as little as necessary. To Dems, that means it still provides some services. That's their minimum. And to the GOP, it's virtually no services. But they're still both interested in making it the minimum. That's neoliberal hegemony. It's not just that. It's more nefarious than that. Neoliberalism implies that government intervention is a necessity to break up state-owned enterprise, for example, or to use government intervention in order to let the free market manifest itself. That's precisely the reason why neither party will ever actually go against subsidies for corporations. That's government incentives for corporations. As long as there is public-private partnership, and as long as private enterprise thrives, everyone is happy. Neoliberalism isn't like pure libertarianism. A lot of people misunderstand it. Neoliberalism is about government intervention in the direction of expanding the free market, which is oxymoronic. It makes people, it obviously on its face, you're like, what do you mean? Government intervention or no intervention, right? No, neoliberalism dictates that government intervention is sometimes a necessity as long as it actually improves profit margins. This is precisely the reason why neither the Democrats nor the Republicans will oftentimes go after subsidies for all of these major corporations. Like, for example, under the Trump administration or any other administration, this has happened in times of crisis, right? Obama, 2008, restoration project for the economy. What did we do under Obama? We offered bailouts to companies that directly went back to the corporate structure, as opposed to overtaking some of these companies and forcing the state to operate them in the same way that like the FDIC kicks in when a bank actually is on the verge of insolvency. Okay? We didn't do that. We didn't do an FDIC style measure because that was terrifying. How dare we fucking regulate adequately these companies that were engaging in predatory loans and knowingly fucking crippled the housing market, knowingly destroyed the housing market, created this massive bubble, right? So, on the other side of things, when COVID took place, Donald Trump also did the same thing with Boeing and with all of these other major corporations. Instead of saying, hey, you guys did not take the adequate measures and take a more defensive posture, and instead took all of this money and then used it in the form of stock buybacks, which once again shouts out to Ronald Reagan, used to be illegal. Since Ronald Reagan, not illegal. It used to be considered market manipulation, right? Now it's not. It's perfectly legal and perfectly permissible. Instead of government intervention in the direction of overtaking these corporations and like running them at the behest of the public, they just gave massive bailouts to these companies in order to let the pre-existing for-profit capitalist way of business to continue.
Of Trump's massive tax cut and spending bill before their self-imposed
SPED means special education. He's just being ableist.
Friday deadline. The bill is becoming really something of a ping pong ball. The House voted first, then the Senate voted and made changes, and so now the House must vote again. And if they make further changes, you get where this is headed. with this, House Speaker Mike Johnson is facing another major test of his power. Many House Republicans are publicly voicing serious doubts about the Senate changes. That includes steeper cuts to Medicaid and a nearly $1 trillion increase in the deficit over the House's version. Johnson can only afford to lose 3 GOP votes. The Speaker says that he's confident a final vote could come today. But back to that scrambling, they are literally also scrambling to physically get back to the Capitol as bad weather canceled a whole bunch of flights for many lawmakers that are trying to make it back in. Here's the Speaker last night.
Well, we're having weather delays getting everybody back right now, but assuming we have a full House, we'll get it through the Rules Committee in the morning. We'll move that forward to the floor, and hopefully.
It's crazy that like the average person's capacity for change here is basically akin to a fucking peasant in the medieval ages, just opening up your hands and demanding that the sky gods do divine intervention. Like, that's the maximum amount of power that we have. We just like sit around, right? This is supposed to be a democracy. There's supposed to be a structure of pressure, a mechanism of pressure, a mechanism of pushback, a social contract that demands, that dictates that the people that we are voting into office are supposed to represent our best interests, right? But instead, we have the exact same structure that the fucking the peasants had in terms of implementing change in the goddamn feudal monarchies, where we just have to hope that like God takes care of it, okay? Some divine power takes care of the problem. Shut the fuck up. I voted for this. You did? You voted for this? You voted for 17 million people getting kicked off of Medicaid coverage? You voted for your grandparents to no longer be able to fucking live in a nursing home? I'm a masochist. It's so funny. When people learn about what's in this bill, by the way, it becomes immensely unpopular. The only reason why there's any sort of fucking confusion here, or any sort of like any sort of defense of any of these measures in here, is because most people are oblivious to the downsides, to the immediate negative consequences that are baked into this big, beautiful bill. And therein lies the problem with messaging on the opposition party, the Democrats.
We're voting on this by tomorrow or Thursday at latest.
CNN's Arlette Saenz is at the Capitol for us this morning. And Arlette, it did make it through the Rules Committee while we were all sleeping. So set the stage for what is going to happen today.
Well, Kate, it could be another long slog ahead as lawmakers are 2 days away from that deadline to pass President.
Brandon Duke, tax budget nerd, center on budget, former Biden-Harris National Economic Council tax budget supply chain guy, okay, says this bill will make 60% of the country poorer so we can shrink the economy by 4.6% over the next 30 years is one heck of an accomplishment. This is what the Penn-Wharton budget model found. We estimate that the Senate-passed reconciliation bill increases primary deficits by $3.1 trillion over 10 years. The dynamic cost, including changes to the economy, is larger than $3.5 trillion. GDP falls by 0.3 in 10 years and falls by 4.6 in 30 years. So it doesn't even do the thing that Republicans will cynically claim it does, which is to expand the economy. I mean, I personally don't give a shit about all that as much, aside from the actual impact that it will have on the working poor. But that also adds insult to injury. That is the great irony here as well. Incredible stuff. Will China bail us out? Is this good? No.
President Trump's domestic agenda bill. As you mentioned, it passed through the Rules Committee just last overnight, clearing a key procedural hurdle. It received 2 no votes from Republicans, Chip Roy and Ralph Norman, who have expressed reservations about this bill. But this will be a major test once again for House Speaker Mike.
Hey, at least the billionaires will be richer, you stinking socialist. True, 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 true. My bad. My mistake. My mistake for not talking about the real minority, the only minority, the real POWs. Okay, the real POCs, people of capital, real POWs, people of wealth. Okay, my bad. My bad. My mistake. Get your money up, not your funny up, guys. Wow, I guess you don't care about minorities. You know. After all, what is a bigger minority than literally the top 1% of the 1%?
Johnson, as he is trying to hold his GOP conference together to get this bill across the finish line. Now, there are various factions that they are trying to appease here. There are those more conservative lawmakers who believe that this does not do enough to cut spending. And there are others who are concerned.
That's my favorite type. That's my favorite archetype. Guy who's like, we need to melt more poor people. And it's such a weird predicament that, like, those are the guys who have the most motion, the ideological zealots that want to fucking basically strap an IED to this fucking bill because it doesn't kill enough poor people. And those are our only fucking option of spiking the football, at least so that people can hopefully communicate how devastating this bill is in the long run. Taking advantage of congressional gridlock, hopefully with a competent enough opposition party.
About the steeper cuts to Medicaid that were made in the Senate plan. So that highlights the various ways they're going to have to try to stitch together support to pass this bill. Now, any changes that are made to this bill would then require it to go back to the Senate. And that is something that House leadership and President Trump are trying to avoid. But here's a sample of some of the concerns about the process, about the bill itself that have been expressed by GOP lawmakers over the last 24 hours.
So this whole thing is, I don't know what to call it. It's a show.
My colleagues in the Senate failed us.
My goat. Talk to him, Chip. Talk to him, Chip. Talk about how little the working poor is being killed in this bill. And more working poor must be killed, okay? We need to put more orphans in the orphan crushing machine. Not enough orphans are in the orphan crushing machine. Talk to him, Chip. My goat.
My colleagues in the Senate failed us.
I think the founders and the 56 signers of the Declaration of Independence would be astounded that we're adding debt to our children grandchildren.
Yeah, more debt. This is unacceptable. We need to cut more. We need to cut more of the expenditures. I think we should just make it illegal for there to be government-funded health care. Take it out, I say. The only money that the government should be spending is bullets for the military to line up every person that makes less than $250,000 and shoots them dead in the fucking head. They are not productive members of society. And if they want to be productive members of society, put them in a concentration camp and make them work for their meal. That's right. That and more bombs for Israel. Am Israel high.
Children who are defenseless.
Now, House Speaker Mike Johnson can only afford to lose 3 Republican votes on this measure, a very narrow razor-thin majority that he is operating with. And we've already heard about dozens of lawmakers express concerns about this bill. Another issue that leadership is facing in this moment is that storms across the East Coast had delayed or canceled many of lawmakers' flights who are trying to return back to Washington. In fact, there are Democrats like Congressman Congressman Krishnamurthy out in Illinois, and then Republicans like South Carolina Congresswoman Nancy Mace, who are physically driving to Washington to make sure that they can be here for this vote. The House right now is set to open at 9 a.m. At some point, there would be a vote on the rule related to the bill before they move to debate and then vote on final passage. Of course, it's not a guarantee that they will get the votes on that rule. So
do the rain dance. Do the rain dance. Pray to the gods. Pray to the gods that bad weather conditions don't permit enough congressional representatives to get into Congress to vote. We're praying for the rain dance, baby.
So there will be a lot of high-stakes drama to watch over the course of the day as the House GOP leadership is trying to muscle this bill through the House to get it on President Trump's desk by Friday.
Arlette, thank you so much for kicking us off. It's going to get very busy there very, very soon. Put on your bingo card, guys. Weather delays adding to the fun.
I was going to say road trip, congressional road trip.
We do love a road trip.
Yeah, what could be more fun than a drive from Chicago to vote on this bill? All right, this morning, a senior White House official says that President Trump has already been working the phones trying to get House lawmakers to pass what he calls everyone's bill. The president is urging Republicans to unite and ignore the occasional grandstanders. Let's get to CNN's Kevin Liptak at the White House this morning. Where does the White House see things right now?
Yeah, there continues to be a lot of confidence in this building that this bill will eventually pass. Trump himself just said yesterday that he thought getting it through the House would actually be easier than the Senate. Despite all of this opposition that you see bubbling up, I think the gamble that they're making is that President Trump's arm twisting, that his pressure tactics will eventually cause these Republicans to get in line. And it's not as if they don't have history on their side here. There are not a lot of examples in recent memory of House Republicans not giving Trump what he wants, and they see what happened in the Senate as kind of a roadmap. You know, there were a number of Republicans who insisted that they were against this bill only to eventually vote yes when it came up on the floor. And so a lot of confidence in this building. One point that they're making is that they have been in continuous touch with the House Republicans throughout this process. They're not just starting to whip this bill now. They have been kind of on the hunt for votes over the last several weeks, even as the Senate was making changes. White House officials still view that Friday deadline as operable, even though President Trump sounded a little more flexible on it yesterday. We did hear from Russ Vought, who's the president's budget director, talking about how they're trying to get some Republicans in line. Listen to what he said.
If you were to take any part of this bill and just debate one part of it, you would have overwhelming support by all Republicans generally. It's all put together. And so we're trying to continue to educate on how much is being done and then the extent to which this is a part of a plan to get to a balanced budget over time.
So you hear that vote, they're talking about educating Republicans. President Trump has also been on the phone. He's been educating, but he's also been threatening, talking about primary challenges to Republicans who might oppose this package. I think the challenge that the president has in front of him is that there are two sort of polar sets of opposition to this bill, whether it's Republicans who think it explodes the deficit or Republicans who thinks that it cuts the social safety net too much. President Trump, you know, I asked him on the South Lawn yesterday about some of the politics of all of this, and he said he didn't want Republicans to go too crazy with cuts. So they're, I think, still very sensitive to some of the politics that could be in play in all of this.
Yeah, he's educating them about how difficult he will make it for them politically if they vote against him. Kevin Liptak at the White House this morning. Keep us posted.
Zach, I want to start with you because I remember covering Congress, and all those last-minute deals are what get you the votes you need. Murkowski voted for this bill. She's someone who people wondered, like, is she gonna, is she not? What do you think happened there?
Well, we know what happened. They gave.
Did we wonder that? Another 100 bones from open presents. Let's go. I wasn't wondering. This is classic Murkowski. Classic. Oh, I'm concerned. I'm looking into it. I'm concerned. Oh, nope, not that concerned.
Gave Alaska a bunch of stuff. Exemptions from SNAP cuts. They gave, there more money for Alaskan rural hospitals than for those in other states. And even I was reading, very specific tax deductions for, boat captains in Alaska. It was very simply the way politics used to work on Capitol Hill, and it feels a little gross these days. I mean, I'm old enough to remember when, after they passed Obamacare and there was the Cornhusker kickback, there was a lot of outrage. It probably cost, Ben Nelson his job, the senator from Nebraska at the time. But there doesn't seem to be the same kind of outrage now just because Murkowski is this sort of, very unique lawmaker
and
on
caring
Capitol
about
Hill.
her state. But I want to turn to you, Kristen, because in a way we're kind of talking about winners and losers. Who were the people who kind of win, so to speak, out of this bill? Who less so? What do you see in that?
So the argument that Republicans are making is that when you talk about who's going to lose health care, who's going to lose benefits, the argument that Republicans on the Hill are making is that the people who are going to lose benefits are folks who are not legally authorized, allowed to be in the country, or folks who are able-bodied, working age, and are not working. And the real test is going to be, is that accurate? For things like work requirements for programs like Medicaid, is the paperwork too onerous? And therefore people who ought to qualify for these benefits just...
No. You don't have to start off by literally just lying at the behest of the Republicans. This is not a test. Like, your job as a media figure isn't to say, this is what the Republicans are saying, this is what the Democrats are saying. Your job is to, even if you're going to mention that, immediately frame it around the truth. You're supposed to go, Republicans claim that this is going to bring people back into the workforce. However, in all of the different instances where these kinds of work requirements have been implemented, it has actually not led to any additional people entering the workforce, and instead has only kicked people who are in the workforce already. 2/3 of Medicaid recipients are already a part of the workforce. It has kicked them out of their coverage, out of their healthcare coverage. That's all this does, is just paperwork designed to stop people from being able to receive these fucking life-saving government the life-saving government healthcare that they need.
Unable to get through the bureaucratic system to get it. Those are the sorts of things that 18 months from now I think are going to play a big role in whether there is true negative political impact from this bill among the very voters that Donald Trump brought to the
You
GOP.
mentioned those Medicaid work requirements, also adding veterans and former foster youth to the work mandate for food stamps, and one that interests me, cap on student loans for kids and their parents who also take out loans. The House Republican from Kentucky, Tom Massey, who's been kind of a thorn in the side of the caucus, opposes the bill still, and the president is threatening to primary him, and here's what that sounds like.
Well, I just don't think he does a good job for the country. He's always a no. I call him Rand Paul Jr. He's always a no. Nothing constructive at all. I mean, just terrible.
Are you seeing people head for the exits? I don't know if there's anyone left to head for the exits under the threat of primary. Are we actually going to see any real opposition here?
I mean, I think in the case of Massey, he is a very strong conservative. This is not a case of like a moderate who doesn't really know what to do with Trump.
We're talking fiscal conservative.
Fiscal conservative. He, in the last iteration of his back and forth with Trump, he was saying, I've always been America first. I've been MAGA before MAGA. So in his case, it's going to be interesting to see. He represents a very conservative district, and Republicans still haven't figured out exactly who they would have primary him. We've seen that Elon Musk has said he's going to throw a lot of money into that race. So that'll be an interesting one to watch.
Hey, everybody. I guess you want a progress report? I don't know.
Do you have the book, sir?
We are working through everybody's issues and making sure that we can secure this vote. I feel very positive about the progress. We've had lots of great conversations. I've met with individuals and groups all day long, as has the president, who's fully engaged as well, trying to convince everybody this is the very best product that we can produce. But I feel good about where we are and where we're headed, and stay tuned. There's more conversations to be held.
Can you talk about your conversations with the House Freedom Caucus, since the chair continues to say that he's a no?
Yeah, I've talked to Freedom Caucus members. I've talked to Budget Committee members. I've talked to members from the swing districts. I mean, every caucus in the House has had the Speaker's attention. I've heard their concerns about it, and the thing about it is, when you have a piece of legislation that is this comprehensive and with so many agenda items involved, you're going to have lots of different priorities and preferences among people, because they represent different districts and they have different interests. But we can't make everyone 100% happy. It's impossible. This is a deliberative body. It's a legislative process. By definition, all of us have to give up on our personal preferences. I never got to ask anybody to...
So we can unify around tax cuts for the wealthy and killing the working poor. Come on, guys. You can't make everybody happy, but there's one thing that we're here to do, which is melt the poor. Get on board. You're a goddamn Republican. This is what we're here for.
Compromise core principles, but preferences must be yielded for the greater good, and that's what I think people are recognizing and coming to grips with. And this is part of the process. It's a consensus building operation. Has been from day one. This is the culmination of 14 months worth of work, and I believe we're going to deliver this, get the ball over the goal line. So stay tuned.
All right, on that note, let's bring in Democratic Congressman Richie Torres of New York. He's a member of the Financial Services Committee. Congressman, always good to talk to you. Let's pick up that conversation about Medicaid cuts. I think it's important to bring these massive bills that can get so confusing and have so many different things in it to the street level. Let's go to the South Bronx and the district you represent. If this bill passes through the House, as most people expect it will, what does that mean for the residents?
Wait. He represents South Bronx? Is that a district of Tel Aviv? I'm confused. It's shocking because as a Richie Torres fan, I look at his output all the time. I love how he tweets. And he's always tweeting about Israel, so I just assumed that he was a representative of the District of Tel Aviv. Interesting.
Residents of the South Bronx, for the people in your district.
Have you been to Brooklyn or the Bronx in your life? Yes. Also, your name is Roll Tide Alabama fan. Of course, dude. What the fuck? Like, you're not talking about, like, fucking Missouri. You're talking about Brooklyn or the Bronx. Of course, I've been to both. I went to Alabama, but I'm from Flatbush. Roll Tide. Actually, fuck that chatter. War Eagle. War damn Eagle. Hell yeah, baby.
Well, look, the so-called big, beautiful bill represents a betrayal of the working people of America, and nowhere more so than in the Bronx. When America sneezes, the Bronx gets the flu. The Bronx is going to be the hardest hit by the $1 trillion cut to Medicaid and children's health care. It's going to destabilize every healthcare provider, every hospital in my district. I have the highest rate of Medicaid enrollment in the country, 67%. So more than 70% of children, more than 80% of nursing home residents, more than 90% of baby deliveries are covered by Medicaid, which is going to be gutted at the hands of Donald Trump's so-called big, beautiful bill. So it's a catastrophe for the working people of the Bronx.
You know, we've heard when challenged on this, leadership and members of the Trump administration dismissive of kind of what you laid out right there and said there's a lot of bloat in our entitlement system. We're merely making it more efficient. We're taking some of the burden off of the federal government. How do you respond to the claims by Republicans that say, oh, the concerns about this bill are overblown? It's going to create an economic explosion with these tax cuts.
Interesting. Richie Torres, who is, who was supposed to be a progressive when he first ran, BIPOC, bisexual, progressive congressperson, is over here talking about Medicaid and how poor his district is. His district is the poorest in the country. Now, it's odd because most of his advocacy revolves around reappropriating funds to a country that actually has comprehensive free health care. Israel is the country I'm talking about. So that Israel doesn't have to waste a single dollar on their own defense. We got that covered for them so they can spend all their money on their own health care and their free college. So confused by Richie Torres is, he's not bi, he identifies as gay. Oh, I thought he was bisexual. My bad. Sorry. Confused about this messaging because he's constantly talking about how much money Israel needs.
It's at the top of the economy for wealthy people. How do you respond to that?
Well, first of all the revenue that Republicans expect to generate from the cost cutting is simply going to be cannibalized by the higher interest payments on the debt. So the legislation at its core is a radical redistribution of wealth from the poor to the rich and from the American people to bondholders. And second, it's going to make Medicaid less efficient. So the work requirements on paper are actually paperwork requirements in practice. Experience tells us that work requirements simply leads to more paperwork. In 2018, the state of Arkansas put in place a work requirements program causing 18,000 people to lose access to health care. The majority of those people were working people who were eligible for Medicaid. And so experience tells us that work requirements will simply cause people to lose health care. It will simply bureaucratize Medicaid.
What does this mean for you politically for the next 2 years? J. Mark was talking about the cost of this to Republicans in the midterm elections. How do you see this playing out for Democrats? What should Democrats be doing? How should they be talking about this bill?
Look, the Republican reconciliation bill is not only bad morals, it's bad politics. It's going to cause 12 million people to lose their health care. It's going to slash Medicaid by $1 trillion, which is the largest health care cut in history.
In your district, how will people feel that between now and the midterms?
I think people will feel an overwhelming sense of betrayal.
Yeah. Okay, can we switch to the midterms on New York State? Because you're thinking about, obviously, your own political future, Congressman. The LG of New York, Antonio Delgado, is already in the race challenging incumbent Governor Kathy Hochul. Where is your head on next year? And are you planning to run for re-election or thinking about statewide still?
I'm unlikely to run.
For governor.
I feel like the assault that we've seen on the social safety in the Bronx is so unprecedented, so overwhelming that I'm going to keep my focus on Washington, D.C. So my heart lies with Washington, D.C. I feel like now more than ever, we have to fight the catastrophe that is the Trump presidency.
Well, that's news.
On the question...
It's not, because he said he won't run for governor if Zoran wins mayor. That's what the reason is.
Mamdani, we have spoken to Abigail Spanberger, Alyssa Slotkin, Hillary Scotland from Michigan as well.
God. Oh, thank God. Let's get to the issue that really matters. Zoran Mamdani. And all of the worst Democrats that you just fucking rattled off. Half of them literally CIA agents, okay? are very upset. All the fucking big movers and shakers in the Democratic Party. Incredible. Here's a remarkable stat showing the Zoran effect. The account Richie Torres hasn't tweeted either the word Israel or Hamas since June 18th, 14 days ago. That is the longest stretch by 7 days that Torres has not tweeted one of those words since October 7th, 2023. Wow. Wow. Mamdani Mania delivering endless bounty here. Why'd he stop posting about Israel so much, bro? I thought that was the most important constituency. Huh. No, what is he, anti-Semitic? He started again after this tweet? Oh my God. That is fucking insane. That's so much money, dude. What the fuck?
Over the course of the last week, we've asked all of them what they think of his race. All of them have said they didn't want to touch it. They didn't want to say, They didn't want to comment on New York politics. But our politicians, our Democratic politicians who are not looking at that race and trying to learn something, if not about his policies, about the way he communicated his policies, missing something. It doesn't sound particularly authentic to say this guy is up there running, but we don't know it in the New York City, but actually we're not going to comment on how he ran.
I feel like there's a difference between praising the man and his policies and praising the manner in which he ran his campaign. I mean, when it comes to how he ran his campaign, like he's genuinely a singular figure. I mean, he turned out 200,000 voters. Voters ages 18 to 44 for the first time were 50% of the electorate in New York City in a mayoral election. It was the highest turnout from 1989. Like, we do have an obligation to learn from his race. And I suspect he won not because...
Yeah, it's because he said, fuck Israel. Israel can suck my dick. He said, Israel can lick my dick and my balls. And everyone under the age of 50 was like, I love that. This is a message that is resonating with me. Yeah, what do you make of that? What do you make of that? Richie? Bend the fucking knee, bitch. Obviously, I'm joking. That's not the only reason. But that does definitely play a major role. Anyone that says Israel didn't play a major role in improving Zoran's standing as a singular force, as a person who was capable of cutting away from all the noise, as an earnest campaigner, is wrong. And in the case of Richie, he's wrong because he's paid to be wrong. And in the case of all the Democrats, actually, as well, they are paid to be wrong on this. They are paid to try and desperately make this issue either invisible or an issue where you can only say pro-Israel shit. Oh, this is a good take. Good take, Jay Mershon. By the way, AIPAC spent $4 million in mailers against their opponent in the 2022 primary. How AIPAC isn't about Judaism, Exhibit A. I remember this now. Okay, this makes sense. Her opponent was Jewish. Haley Stevens is not Jewish. Stevens beats Levin in Michigan with over $4 million worth of help from AIPAC. The debate helped them farm clips on Israel. The debate NBC mods helped them with all those follow-up questions. No, I like, even for people that don't are not as like laser focused on Israel and its genocide like we are, right? For a lot of people, they kind of understand, even the most like under a rock, I was just in a coma and just woke up as individual, they have seen that Israel's doing a lot of things that they consider to be pretty violent. Maybe they don't see it as genocide or whatever, but they're like, yeah, this is like kind of fucked up. But more importantly than that, for the average American, okay, they not only see that, but then they see how people are communicating. They see how big media figures are talking about this issue and trying to constantly fucking censor people or shame people for having these opinions that many people share. And that is creating a lot of negative polarization. Okay? That is creating a lot of negative polarization. At this stage, even if you are fucking not earnestly anti-Israel, saying that you're anti-Israel immediately offers you benefits. It makes you look like a real figure because it makes you look like a real anti-establishment figure. It makes you look like you are channeling the overwhelming majority's position on this issue against a sea of defenders of Israel, both in the media and in politics. Okay? Make no mistake, being anti-Israel openly and communicating that you are anti-Israel openly and earnestly only reaffirms your position as an honest person, a position as a different kind of politician than what people have seen. It is basically the Trump going on stage or in the Republican primaries and saying, I paid for every single one of these guys. I paid into the campaign funds. I bought, as a billionaire, I bought every single one of these dudes at a different point in time. That was a pivotal moment for Trump. Because while everyone understands that, this is usually not not a thing that people discuss openly, especially on mainstream media. Right now, any politician coming out and being like, yeah, dog, fuck Israel, is unironically a major benefit. Okay? The media can still try and desperately desperately change the dynamic here. They can make it seem as though there is an overwhelming amount of pro-Israel sentiment. Actually, this is popular. This is a popular position. This is the correct position, the moral position. You can say that till the fucking cows come home. Americans are not tuning into that shit. They are not, they don't believe that shit. They're not tuning into that shit. They actually have resentment towards that shit. This new line of globalizing the intifada may work on dumb old people, sadly. Fuck no. No, it won't. I promise you it will not. The globalizing the intifada shit only comes across as a guy who never said it personally, but doesn't want to police others' language, especially because there is unimaginable violence unfolding in Israel, unfolding in Gaza. Okay? It will not work. People understand, like the attitude, the dynamic has changed. I'm telling you this as a fucking 33-year-old Muslim socialist who has been anti-Israel for the past fucking 12 years, who's openly been an anti-Zionist and an advocate for Palestinian emancipation for the past 12 years. Back in the day, when someone turned around and cynically called you an anti-Semite, your career was fucking over. You were done. People took that very seriously. Nowadays, everybody understands when someone is called, especially if they're a progressive figure, but like anyone, if someone who is anti-Israel is called an anti-Semite, even if they literally are an anti-Semite, by the way, like fucking Candace Owens or any number of different people like Dan Bilzerian and whatnot who are anti-Semitic, but because they are positioned as anti-Israel, when someone calls them anti-Semitic, most people go, "Oh, you're just saying that to everybody. I don't care." This is a dangerous part of the landscape changing dramatically. But that absolutely is not in the average person's scope of concern at all. Okay, I don't even think the old people look at this and go, "Oh, that's a scary word that he used." I don't think they give a shit. If someone is at this point more progressive, or not progressive, sorry, more pro-Palestine than Israel, they don't give a fuck. That's just cope, brother. The landscape changes because Israel is reaching the end goal. This is not cope. This is the reality as far as like anti-Israel sentiments. What are we talking about? Here is Harry Enton. Regarding Mamdani and Israel, Democrats are no longer pro-Israeli when it comes to the Israel-Palestinian conflict.
Cuomo, during the primary, attacked Mamdani as being insufficient.
Democrats do not fuck with Israel, okay? It's fuck Israel hour every hour, okay? Top of the hour, middle of the hour is always and in perpetuity fuck Israel. Motherfuckers on Holy Toledo watch.
Pro-Israel. I'm not quite sure the former governor understood how much the politics have changed around this issue among Democrats. What are we talking about here? All right, who Democrats sympathize more with, Israelis or Palestinians? In 2017, the Democratic Party was a pro-Israeli party. Look at this. They sympathized with the Israelis by 13 points, more with the Israelis than the Palestinians. But look at this sea change. Now Democrats sympathize more with the Palestinians by 43 points. Oh, my God, that is a change in the margin of 56 points over the course of just 8 years. So all of a sudden, it's the pro-Palestinian position that actually reigns supreme in Democratic politics, not the Israeli position. And that is part of the reason why Mamdani was able to do so well in this primary, because those attacks over Israel, simply put, did not ring true for Democrats. They're now on the side of the Palestinians, not the Israelis.
I mean, this is a...
If only there was someone who was making this argument over and over again throughout not only this past election cycle and the general election, but also certainly pointing to this reality in the Zoran race at all. If only there was a, I don't know, a political commentator that also saw these numbers and kept repeating it over and over again, that this line of attack doesn't actually fucking harm Zoran. It only helps him, especially in the Democratic primary. This is why you pay me the big bucks at the Piker Broadcasting Service.
A much bigger issue, specifically with Mamdani, though. I mean, an outspoken critic of Israel. He's facing continued criticism, though, for not being outspoken enough against anti-Semitism, that is for sure. But on this, talk about Democrats and how broadly how this really...
This is the media desperately trying to cling on to an exit ramp here. Okay, but what about anti-Semitism? Oh, he doesn't, maybe he doesn't care enough about anti-Semitism, right? Like, a lot of people are mad about that, right? It's like, no. You designed the landscape to equivocate Israel with Judaism. So for the average person, they absolutely do not give a fuck about anti-Semitism at this point, because the average person sees this as a reflection of Israel. Zoran, on the other hand, and people like myself, on the other hand, do not equivocate Zionism and Judaism. And yet, people like Zoran keep getting mercilessly attacked this way, and the average Americans that see that further equivocate Judaism with Zionism, with the actions of equate the actions of Israel with Jews across the board. After years and years and years of falsely smearing people and successfully limiting speech and successfully creating not permission structure, but basically removing any sort of permission around being able to criticize Israel by saying, if you criticize Israel, you're anti-Semitic. Your career is gone. I will find out where you work, and I will make sure you'll never be able to retain a fucking honest wage ever again. After doing that successfully for years, post-October 7, the pro-Israel groups thought they could get away with it again. And they certainly came out hot. If you recall, in the immediate aftermath of October 7, if you remember, there were doxing vans in every college campus. Do you remember? There were doxing vans on every college campus, falsely smearing college students as vicious terrorist anti-Semites. Why? Because they participated in writing think pieces in the fucking student newspaper that basically channeled the exact same sentiment that I was saying and the exact same sentiment of the Haaretz editorial board. I'm telling you. And they kept doing that. Over and over and over again. Constantly presenting, constantly matching critics of Israel who felt a sense of disgust, understandable disgust, due to what our tax dollars were contributing to, the death and destruction in Palestine, the death and destruction in Gaza. They constantly, cynically kept saying, what about Jewish students' feelings? While simultaneously cracking down on the anti-Zionist Jewish students that were protesting against Israel as well. What about the feelings of pro-Israeli Jewish students was the real question. And I don't think anybody gives a fuck about the feelings of pro-Israeli Jewish students or pro-Israel Christian students alike. No one cares. But they kept badgering people over the head with this over and over and over again. It's the A Up Lovely tweet that comes to mind. It's like, hello, sweetie, it's time for your daily dose of Jewish feelings. That is going to breed resentment. Even if there was a righteous cause, even if there was a righteous fucking cause associated with this, which there isn't when it comes to pro-Israel sentiment, obviously. But even if there was a righteous cause associated with this, the constant fucking pandering and the constant fucking bludgeoning over people's heads with this shit would have created enmity regardless.
Really is shifting.
Yeah, so, you see this among Democrats overall, right? But we know that Mondani's base was younger voters within the Democratic Party. And so I want to break it down for you.
With younger Democrats.
Correct. So take a look here. Who age 18 to 49 Democrats sympathize more with, the Israelis or the Palestinians? Again, in 2017, younger Democrats sympathized more with the Israelis by 14 points. Look at this shift now. Palestinians, they sympathize more with the Palestinians by 57 points. That is an over 70-point shift in the margin in just a matter of 8 years. So the bottom line is, Mondani's base within the Democratic Party and the base of the Democratic Party of younger voters, younger Democrats, have changed tremendously on this issue in 8 years' time. I rarely ever see shifts like this, Kate, in which you see one.
Yeah, I wonder what happened. Almost like there was a live-streamed Holocaust that caused people to pay close attention for the first time in their entire lives without the media contextualizing exactly why this live-streamed Holocaust was an absolute necessity, and how if you dared to question the necessity of this live-streamed Holocaust, that you were a vicious anti-Semite that might go to jail, that should go to prison. Yeah, it kind of does that. It does have that effect when you watch parents pick up the remains of their children and like shove them into fucking plastic bags, plastic grocery bags, after an American bomb eviscerated a fucking home or a school or a mosque that these children were inside of, when they see that over and over again for 634 days, that's going to create a lot of animosity towards the country that's doing it. I warned people about this many times throughout the past election cycle. There's a reason why so many vote blue no matter who Kamala Girlboss dipshits still come into this chat and act as though I was trying to hurt Kamala Harris's chances of winning the election, or somehow I undermined Kamala Harris when I was warning the Democratic Party to change trajectory, recognizing how different people's attitudes actually were on this issue.
One side of the equation leading by 14 points 8 years ago, and then all of a sudden the other side of the equation leading by 57 points. The bottom line is the politics around the Israelis and the Palestinians have shifted tremendously among Democrats, and they've shifted specifically tremendously among Democrats who are under the age of 50, younger Democrats who are Mondani's base, and also the base of Democratic socialists like himself, like Bernie Sanders, like AOC. They have just shifted more so than I think that anyone could possibly have imagined, say, 8 years ago.
I think another thing that this does is also it makes it impossible to fucking argue against. Like, you can't argue that the overwhelming majority of Americans are just like deeply anti-Semitic. Like, your Jewish nieces and nephews are actually deeply, deeply anti-Semitic. You can't do that. Like, that's it. Like, the next generation of American Jews are also on board with this wave. There are more anti-Zionist Jews now than there have ever been in the past 50 years. Okay? It's over. It's done. Especially when you look at the next generation of Jews in this country. So good luck to people who want to defend Israel on the virtues of anti-Semitism. A recent letter to Trump demanding he pressure Israel to end its starvation of Gaza, a letter, mind you, not an actual law, only garnered 18 House Democrats, 8% of Dems, and 0 Dem senators. Bernie was the only signatory. This gap is widening and increasingly impossible to brush off. Establishment activism and big donors are doing their best to ignore Gaza and vibe through it. Millions being poured into establishment-friendly abundance pablum, etc. But this will boil over electorally. A base cannot watch nonstop slaughter for 22 months and it not matter at all. Even, the sea change is so apparent that even fucking r/world news threads that used to come up with the most Hitlerian takes about Palestinians are actively fucking pro-Palestine now. Even the worst of the worst NatSec libtards have fucking turned around and said, honestly, this is a shameful experience. We got to put an end to Israel. Like, what the fuck is going on? Think about that. Half of those motherfuckers are at Langley, dude. They will arrive at every single conclusion that we've been at, despite their aggressive opposition to it, with enough time. Okay. Yeah. Once enough time has passed, once the dust is settled, everyone will be against this. They will act as though they were always against this. The same people that spent every waking moment talking about how, Hasan, you love the Houthis, you're a fucking terrorist, you love Hamas, you're a fucking terrorist. Every single person, when enough time has passed, will arrive at the moderate conclusions that I arrived at with respect to Israel's overwhelming cruelty in its genocide and those who were brave enough to resist against said genocide, abiding by a moral principle. Just wait. If it doesn't happen in this year, it will happen when 10 years down the line, 20 years down the line, we will have a very different assessment of history. Just wait. But what is interesting is that there is no new information. We have known the hospital bombing for over a year. We have known of the targeting of healthcare professionals for the last 6 months. So why are they shifting now? What broke? Maybe there's a partisan element associated with it because a lot of liberals are only ready to oppose something when like their ideological opponents, Trump, are on board. That could be part of it. There is every day that this kind of atrocity, every new day where there is a new fresh hell creates an even larger permission structure. Remember, I'm sure there's plenty of people in this chat, even right now, that think twice about what they have heard of my commentary as it pertains to these scary Islamic style extremist terrorist organizations. I'm sure there are still plenty of people who think like, Hasan, I agree with you on the Israel stuff, but I can't get myself over the fucking finish line in terms of like lending any sort of support or any sort of defense to groups in the region that have actively fought back against Israel's genocidal ambitions. Okay? There are plenty of people who maybe in the last couple of months that have changed their mentality on this. They will continue to change their mentality on this because once people recognize what genocide truly means, they understand why people are fighting against it. That's it. I think also the direct shooting of people in lines for food with an American NGO is more covered by the news as well and thus spark mind change. Sure, it could be any number of different reasons. Breaking, 111 BBC staff. This is from Novara Media. 111 BBC staff have written to Tim Davie and Deborah Furness, warning that the corporation is often performing PR for the Israeli government and military. 300 other journalists have also signed the open letter, including me. They also demand that Robbie Gibb go. Yeah, Rafi Berg, BBC Middle East contributor, exposes CIA and Mossad collaborator, which is true. No, this kind of strongly worded letter is important, is impactful. BBC and the New York Times are two of the worst in terms of the BBC and the New York Times are two of the worst in terms of defending Israel, doing open PR for Israel and Israel's genocide. This kind of sentiment being broadly known is good. It's a good thing. It plays a role in creating even more pressure. That is why I told you never let up, even when things seem dark. That is why I told you, even when it feels like change is not happening. I totally understand waking up every day and watching unimaginable atrocities unfold in Gaza and feeling like no change is coming. But the only reason why I kept telling you over and over again that things are actually moving, albeit slowly, for perhaps too slow to save another child who will be ruthlessly slaughtered for no real reason other than the fact that Israel has an exterminationist policy in mind. But things are changing. That's why I kept telling you, do not let up. Do not stand down. Do not stop the pressure campaign. Almost 60,000 people slaughtered, man. It's far more than that. At this point, the most conservative estimate is 100,000 people slaughtered. Okay? It's most likely around 300,000 plus, at least according to Israel's numbers. Now listen, you don't do this just for those who have already been killed, already been slaughtered by Israel. You do this for the preservation of life and safety and security for those who have yet to be. Okay? That's it. That's why I kept telling you over and over again that while these things move much slower than they should because there is no real justice on earth, things do eventually change. So every step in the right direction is still a positive one, and it's still one that I will welcome. Okay? That's it. Have something I could use to back those numbers up? Yes. Israel's own numbers of the current remaining Palestinians in the Gaza Strip, as opposed to Israel's own numbers of how many Palestinians were in the Gaza Strip. Take out the number of Palestinians that have fled the Gaza Strip, which is around 100,000, and you arrive at a 300,000 number. There's also the Lancet study that was an estimation as far as an estimation of how many Palestinians are actually killed, like the correct death toll, on top of the ones that have been immediately murdered by Israeli bullets or Israeli bombs. Deaths due to famine, deaths due to a medical infrastructure being destroyed deliberately. You're watching a real-time feed of the ADL panic about losing access and influence in the most Jewish city in the world. Zohran Mamdani has no obligation to meet the ADL, who represent a smaller and smaller slice of U.S. Jews whose primary concern is support for Israel. Hot take, you're not a civilian if you steal someone's house just because the IDF held the gun and you paid them to do so. I mean, yeah, that's not a hot take. What you're describing is international law. This is the reason why settlers are considered settler terrorists under international law. Not the Israelis that live inside of the green zone, not the Israelis that live inside of Israel proper and the 67 boundaries, but certainly the Israelis that live outside and also in occupied East Jerusalem as well. But of course, as you guys know, international law is anti-Semitic. UN is Hamas. International law is Hamas. And of course, the last group that remains to be Hamas is the Israeli occupying force. According to the settlers in the West Bank that were doing pogroms, that do pogroms and have the IDF defend them, have now decided it is actually the IOF, the Israeli occupying force, that is also Hamas. For the third consecutive day, Israeli settlers are attacking the Israeli army, shouting at soldiers and calling them Hamas, Hamas. The clashes took place tonight at Zatara Square, the Ramallah Nablus Road in the West Bank. Never forget. Never fucking forget that I called these rabid, far-right terrorists, the Jewish KKK, inbred, and every fucking New York Post and every Hasbara dish rag said I was saying Jews are inbred. I called them inbred just like I do the fucking hogs in America. I call them hogs too. Ethan Klein turned around and said I was being anti-Semitic, and that these guys, the very same guys that were also disrupting aid going into Gaza, the Gaza Strip, illegally, by the way, were actually just good guys. They were charitable people. Why would I assume that they're inbred? Why would I call them inbred? Doing charity work, said Zionist Hasbarus Ethan Klein. Yeah. Urgent escalation of settler terror in al-Khair, West Bank. This is Andre who wrote about this. June 29th, Shimon Atiyah, a known settler, arrived with his flock of sheep and roamed freely through the village, ultimately trespassing into the backyard of a local resident named Salim. Shimon refused to leave, intimidated residents, and created disturbances throughout the day. He then occupied a patch of land next to a resident's home, land that includes a toilet and a cemetery, and declared it his own. Like, it sounds comical. It sounds like the whole, oh, we were promised this 3,000 years ago meme that you see, which sometimes can be anti-Semitic when you see it online. But this is the fucking modus operandi. Like, it sounds fucking insane, but this is unironically how these motherfuckers operate. They are religious psychos. They are religious supremacists. They are literally the fucking KKK, but Jewish. And just like the Klan, they are defended by the police. JJJ? No, it's JPP, Jewish Power Party. Been following you for a while, and you informed me better about the Israeli genocide better than anyone I've known. I wasn't aware of the reality until half a year. Thanks to you today, I went to my first pro-Palestine protest. Greetings from Spain. Viva España. Hell yeah. No, it's JPP is what it's called. Jewish Power Party. Like a literal party in the Knesset, by the way. At its height, the Klan was so powerful and popular, even liberal politicians paid them lip service. Same fucking shit. Yes. Palestinians must receive international protection from the Judeo-Nazi settlers, the Judeo-Nazi army, and the Judeo-Nazi police. There is no law enforcement in the West Bank, only ethnic cleansing enforcement. Stop them before it's too late. Yeah. You mean Otzma Yehudid? I think, yeah. Isn't that what it is? Yes. The Jewish power.
Don't touch me. Stop touching me. Stop touching me.
He's Jewish, by the way. This is Andre, who is one of the Israeli Jews that goes to the West Bank and like basically fucking puts his body in front of these rabid, psychopathic, Judeo-Nazi rabid settlers that are taking matters into their own hands and trying to directly ethnically cleanse and successfully directly ethnically cleansing the indigenous Palestinian population.
Stop touching me, you piece of shit.
כן, אני נמצא פה בשטח שלי ליד כרמל. לא יודע, יש פה איזה ערבים שגידרו פה את השטח, עכשיו הם מקיפים אותי, צועקים עליי.
Now you're pushing us. You came here אל תיגע בו. אתה דוחף ילד? אתה דוחף ילד. למה אתה דוחף ילד? From the child, you fucking pervert piece of shit.
Shimon started shining a strobe light in the eyes of the activists and the Palestinian children.
Yeah, you like flashing lights at children? Stop touching me. Hey, stop touching me. אתה דוחף אותו. Stop touching me. אתה תוקף אותו. Stop touching me. אתה תוקף אותו. Stop fucking touching me. אתה תוקף אותו. פיזית.
He openly calls himself a humanitarian and not Israeli, and only used the fact that he was Jewish to get his colonial citizenship to do his humanitarian work. No, I know. I know. Much respect to Andre and the number of Israeli Jews that actually do participate, that use the ironic Jewish supremacist attitude of the Israeli state as a shield, as a way to offer a shield to the Palestinians that are being destroyed here. Because like these guys literally get to, like, these guys they have the special status in the eyes of the Israeli state because they're Jews. They're Israeli citizens. They're the full-blown Israeli citizens. So the government can't fucking shoot and kill them. Okay? So they basically use that special status that they have in the eyes of the government to basically become a fucking human shield for the Palestinians that the government is tasked with slaughtering.
Stop fucking touching me.
That's not entirely sure. Still, all respect to him, but he only applied for Israeli citizenship and moved there after the Russia-Ukraine war started, then moved to the West Bank once he realized it was an apartheid after the fact.
This is a very good metaphor for the occupation because he invaded other people's land and then called a soldier to protect him from the people who actually live here. This is like how you build your entire fucking country.
אתם אסור לכם להיות פה. מעבר לבניין, מעבר לבניין. לא, 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 לא. מעבר לבניין, כי זה שטח של מדינת ישראל.
خليه يسب كلب نبح. ايش بدك تسوي؟ ها؟
I mean, what do I say, bro? What do you say to seeing all these images, you know? Anyone who fucking defends this shit. By the way, the reason why we talked about this is because those very same settlers are now attacking the fucking Israeli occupying force for, by their estimation, not sufficiently defending them. The most arrogant and the most entitled scumbags on the fucking planet. And when you see stuff like this, it changes your perspective for the rest of your life. There is no coming back from that. Okay? There is 0% chance of anyone seeing this and seeing it over and over and over again and then turning around and being like, yeah, we got to defend Israel. No, it doesn't work that way, baby. It doesn't work that way at all.
Because he ran on divisive issues like globalize the intifada or defund the police. Right. He ran on affordability. And there is a generation of young people who are struggling to cope with the crushing cost of housing, higher education, healthcare, who feel like the political establishment is catastrophically failing them. And you might disagree with his...
Yeah, look, the King Hans Zimmer spoke out on Palestine too. Wait, where the fuck did it go? I guess this account privated after this, but Hans Zimmer speaking out in support of Palestine. Palestine is the story, not Glastonbury. Mass starvation is the story, not Glastonbury. Israeli occupying force members admitting, dude, Hans Zimmer saying IOF is crazy. Never in my fucking life. Wait, he deleted it? Hans Zimmer deleted it? I heard he was hacked. Addictive opioids and bags of flour to starve population is a story, not Glastonbury. Genocide is a story, not Glastonbury. Not Glastonbury. Palestine is a story, not Glastonbury. I wonder if he actually got hacked or if he posted this and then had to delete it so that he doesn't go to fucking jail or some shit. I mean, it's not that shocking if someone like Hans Zimmer would arrive at this position. And the only reason why I say that is because, dude, fucking Martin Scorsese and the entire Scorsese family is now on this tip. Okay? Cat's out of the fucking bag, you know? He might have gotten the boss call, or maybe he got hacked. It doesn't matter. Yediot Ahronoth says Likud ministers and the Knesset speaker call for imposing sovereignty over the West Bank by the end of the Knesset session. Hamas Zimmer. Anyway, we got the Microsoft shit to talk about too in a second, but let's finish this.
Policy prescriptions as I do, but he offered them a vision. And so that should be a challenge to the center left to offer its own compelling vision for affordability.
He's the Democratic nominee now for mayor of your hometown. Are you supporting his candidacy now?
Look, he's likely to win. We spoke on Sunday. We have profound differences of opinion, and I'm not going to downplay those differences. But I'm committed to a working relationship with him. I'm committed to continuing dialogue. You know, the mayor needs the New York City congressional delegation and the New York City.
Zionists are now calling for Sharia law. This is Zohran Mamdani's wife, not very Muslim. I hate this shit. I don't want to even draw any attention to Zohran Mamdani's wife, even in jest or even in defense. Honestly, I don't like it at all. I think it's very gross and very creepy.
Congressional delegation needs the mayor. It's a mutually necessary relationship, and so we will coexist.
Before we let you go, Congressman, do you expect anything other than Republicans to circle the wagons here and pass this massive piece of legislation, especially when they get the downward pressure from President Trump?
I mean, I feel like there's no set of people on earth who are more spineless, more lacking in backbone and integrity than congressional Republicans. And, you know, the Republican Party is no longer a normal political party. It's become a cult of personality.
Shut up, Torres.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The Warren.
We already covered the budget situation. Here's Aaron Reichlin Melnick, by the way, talking about it. We also covered the 52-point swing, but let's see the commentary after the Harry Enton video.
Tangent to that discussion right there. I still want to talk about Zohran Mamdani, the Democratic nominee to be mayor of New York City, but I want to focus on a little bit of an exchange he has had with President Trump, because President Trump yesterday was asked what would happen if Mamdani stood in the way of ICE arresting undocumented immigrants or apprehending undocumented immigrants in New York City.
UK designating Palestine action as a terror group, and Germany increasing the suppression of pro-Palestine voices in addition to blocking efforts to stop the EU from sanctioning Israel. How close are we to Palestine liberation? And what more can regular people do? Just keep up the fight. You should never cave to these fucking assholes. Okay? Straight up. Undocumented imbres? What are you talking about? It's much harder to convince others of this genocide than it should be. My grandma doesn't talk about politics at all, but when the news talks about another genocidal action committed by Israel, she started complaining that it was the Palestinians' fault for electing Hamas. I literally showed her some videos of war crimes committed by Israel. She blatantly said it was AI. She's not religious or very conservative. What can I do? Just keep pushing. Keep pushing. Make your presence unavoidable. Okay, make your presence undeniable, make your presence unavoidable. make the truth stand out until it is impossible to ignore. That's it. That's the only thing you can do. That is the only thing you can do. Okay, nursing home. Okay, all jokes aside, the only thing you can do when it seems like change is not happening, when it seems like all the powers, all the forces are refusing to reckon with the reality of the democratic wishes of the public leaning in the direction of Palestinian emancipation. The only thing you can do in that process is just keep pushing, no matter how far, or no matter how impossible change feels. Okay, you're not going to win every single person, but that should not stop you from continuously saying the truth.
I want you to hear what the president said and threatened, and then I want you to hear the response from the Democratic nominee for mayor.
We'll have to arrest him. A lot of people are saying he's here illegally. He's, we're going to look at everything.
This is good. Behave like you're embarrassed by them. It's the most upsetting thing to grandparents. Act disgusted and ashamed of them and make it clear. True. Your older relatives, whether it be your parents or your grandparents, they have different different pressure points. Okay, it sounds kind of stupid, but it is kind of true. Shame is a very effective mechanism here.
Seeing in President Trump's rhetoric is an attempt to focus on who I am, where I'm from, what I look like, how I sound, as opposed to what I'm actually fighting for. Because to do so would be to display the stark contrast in our sincerity and actually delivering for the very working people who've been left behind by our politics.
It just so happens that that interview that you saw with Zohran Mamdani was conducted by Errol Lewis, part of an extensive discussion last night. So, Errol, what do you make of the back and forth here and how each of those two gentlemen are positioning themselves?
Well, John, good morning. As is often the case, what we have is a Republican who wants to beat up on a Democrat and sort of demonize him and use it to rally the Republican base and raise money and do all kinds of things. And frankly, Zohran Mamdani can kind of do the same thing in the opposite direction. Donald Trump is very unpopular in New York City. He lost New York City twice when he ran for president, even though this is his hometown. And Zohran Mamdani is aware of that. And it never hurts a Democrat to bash Donald Trump. And so I think we're going to see a lot of that going back and forth as each tries to exploit the political vulnerabilities of their.
Dude, what a fucking psychotic way to approach this. Dog. Donald Trump, the fucking current president of the United States of America, is saying he's going to deport Zohran Mamdani. That is not an exploitation of anti-Trump sentiment. That's someone who should not be receiving this line of attack at all. Like, what kind of cynical assessment is this, brother? Are you fucking crazy? Donald Trump, the president, who has already started a Gestapo-style reign, a fascist regime of immigration enforcement priorities that he is continuing in spite of tremendous public pressure and resentment, is now saying, I'm going to put the fucking crosshairs on the dude who won the Democratic primary. He's Muslim. He's scary. I'm going to do the same racist shit that I've been doing that is incredibly unpopular to a singular force because he fucking won an election. That's not someone cynically fucking using Trump's statements against him. Holy fuck.
Their adversary.
Margaret, it sounds like what Errol's saying is you have a president who wants to bash a Democratic candidate and a Democratic candidate who wants to be bashed by the president, in a way.
Yeah, and to Errol's point, they do both get something political out of it. There's another trend developing, too, where we're seeing the president talk more and more about this idea of forcing denaturalization, trying to really test the limits of what he can do as the executive in terms of the immigration status or the citizen status of people who were born in other countries, became U.S. citizens, did the things that, are so often talked about as playing by the rules. You wait your turn, you study what it means to be an American, you take the citizenship test, you do all the right things, you become a citizen. And increasingly now, he and the Justice Department are talking about increasing denaturalization for naturalized citizens who, in some ways, are seen to have sort of betrayed U.S. ideals. And right now, this is to some extent rhetoric, but we have actually seen a huge uptick since the beginning of the first Trump administration, since 2017, in the number of cases being discussed for denaturalization. You saw him sort of float this as a threat against Elon Musk, who, of course, is originally from South Africa, when now that he is tangling again with the president. So I'd keep an eye on that also.
That's a really interesting point, the comparison between Elon Musk and Zohran Mamdani and the mutual threats made against each of them there. Just one more point on Mamdani. For all the differences between him and President Trump, there's also some really interesting similarities in the way that they campaign.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, look, both of them focused on affordability with an almost obsessive focus. And it's really very interesting. We're looking at the numbers. We just are getting preliminary numbers, but there are some Trump Mamdani voters out there. We've identified some areas of New York City where they went for Trump just a few months ago, and now they're voting for Zohran Mamdani. And it's a wake-up call, really, to both parties, that something that will go beyond any other kind of traditional political consideration is that gnawing feeling of not being able to pay your bills on a daily basis. The voters have signaled every way they possibly could that will override almost every other consideration, and politicians ignore that reality at their peril.
Margaret, I want you to weigh in on this, but also I want you to weigh in on this new social media post from President Trump on this huge bill that could get a vote in the House today.
Hakeem Jeffries. Response to Donald Trump's statement: as president of the United States, I'm not going to let this communist lunatic destroy New York. Rest assured, I hold all the levers and have all the cards. I'll save New York City and make it hot and great again, just like I did with the good old USA. Hakeem Jeffries, stop lying about Assemblyman Mamdani. He's neither a communist nor a lunatic. And New York City doesn't need to be saved by a wannabe king. Besides, you're too busy destroying America with your one big ugly bill to do anything else. Yeah, Trump needed to simply call him a dangerous radical, Hamas supporter or something that wants to globalize the Intifada, or an enemy of Israel, for Hakeem Jeffries to not be able to launch any attacks against that. All right,
Good evening. Welcome to Inside City Hall for Tuesday, July 1st, 2025. I'm Errol Lewis. Zohran Mamdani has won the Democratic nomination for mayor. This comes after the city's Board of Elections tabulated the ranked choice voting results earlier today.
Eric Adams declines to comment on Trump's threats against Mamdani when Kelly Mena asks, suggests it's a distraction. They're going to have a mic in my face. Are you going to do this? Are you going to do this? Let me tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to deliver for New Yorkers. Nice.
Day. Heading into today, State Assemblyman Zohran Mamdani led with 43.5% of the vote after the first round votes were calculated. Former Governor Andrew Cuomo.
The Democrats want to make the idea of Trump deporting Mamdani to be a point of weakness to convince people to not vote for him. That is incredibly cynical, and I hope you're not correct. I didn't even think about it like that, but I don't know. I mean, if they don't actually aggressively push back against the Trump administration for saying this, and simultaneously draw home a larger point about how Trump is using immigrant enforcement as a mechanism to basically rid the country of people he doesn't personally like, whether it be your neighbors who happen to not have the proper clearance, the proper paperwork, but have been authorized to live here and work here, while simultaneously claiming that they're like dangerous criminal threats, or whether it be the person who won the New York mayoral primary on an agenda not dissimilar to Trump's, which was affordability, which Trump seemingly has not solved for New Yorkers or any other American anywhere else. This is the advocacy from the Democratic Party. They should be doing this. And the fact that they're not doing this is a little bit alarming. But considering that there are Democrats or enough powerful Democrats who have actually, said positive things about Mamdani, I don't suspect that to be the case.
Trailed by about 7 points. But then after the votes of all the other candidates were redistributed, Mamdani increased his margin of victory and came out on top with 56% of the vote. Joining me now to talk more about that is the Democratic nominee for mayor, Zohran Mamdani. Congratulations to you and welcome back to the program.
Thank you very much. Always a pleasure to be here.
Absolutely. So, look, in late March, which almost seems like ancient history, an Emerson College poll showed you getting the support of only 10% of voters. What happened over that successive 90 days?
We just kept building this campaign with the relentless focus on making the country's most expensive city affordable for the people who make it so special. And ultimately, we built a campaign unlike that which has been seen in our city for many years. We had more than 50,000 volunteers who knocked on more than 1.6 million doors, who made more than 2.1 million phone calls. And we had that coupled with the hunger across the 5 boroughs for a different kind of politics.
He linked up with the HasanAbi broadcast and the Chapo broadcast. Okay. Podcasts have motion. I was wrong. That's what happened.
And that's what we showed over the 8 months. And, it seems like a long way from the 10% you're speaking about, Errol, but it's even longer from where we started in October, where we were at 1% in the polls. And frankly, that's being charitable to ourselves.
Yeah. Well, at what point did you realize that this wasn't just growing, but that it was going to carry you to victory?
We spent so much of these 8 months outside, speaking to New Yorkers wherever they were. And there was a moment where more and more people had heard about our vision and where more and more people were finishing my sentences when I was speaking about the platform of freezing the rent or making buses fast and free. And that was when we started to realize that, in fact, it wasn't even just going to be the same electorate as 2021. This was going to be a new electorate, one that looked more like the city itself. And that had long been a goal of ours, because it is all too easy to say that democracy is only under attack from authoritarianism from the outside, when in fact it's also under attack from a withering faith from the inside as to its ability to not only relate but respond to the most pressing crises in working people's lives. And so fewer and fewer New Yorkers have been participating in that democracy. And we had looked at 2021 and how only 26% of Democrats had turned out at that time, and 74% stayed home. And one of our hopes was to get more New Yorkers to register to vote, to get more Democrats to come out and vote in a primary. And some of the most exciting aspects of these results were the fact that we changed the nature of this electorate. We brought so many more younger voters in. We brought so many zero prime voters, as they're described. And we even saw the voter registrations in the last 10 days of this primary changing from about 3,000 to more than 30,000, and that being indicative of more people seeing themselves in our politics.
So I'm sure some strategists told you along the way that this is one of the hardest things to do, right? On the other hand, it's strategically, I guess, common sense. If you play by the old rules with the old electorate, Zohran Mamdani loses. If you redefine the game and bring in new players, you have a shot at winning.
And I think we were told that by many in the beginning, and I understand where they're coming from, because frankly, the idea of redefining the electorate has been spoken about many a time, and it's very difficult to do. And what made it possible was that we were not doing this alone. There were so many incredible partners in this fight that were speaking directly to the New Yorkers who've lost the most faith in local politics to actually be able to deliver in the crisis in their lives. And ultimately, the most powerful messengers in speaking to New Yorkers are New Yorkers themselves. And we found that so many people came out to vote because of a conversation they had with a canvasser at their door, because of a phone call they received, because of a moment that was far more.
Man, the environment is so fucking ripe, dude. The people are agitated. The people recognize that that change is a necessity. It's actually shocking how the endless faucet, the endless torrent of hate did not cause Zohran Mamdani to fucking lose votes at all.
reflective of their life than the way in which they had engaged with politics before in 30-second increments on their television screen or in mailers.
I feel very hopeful.
Oh, talk a little bit about what life has been like, not just today, but even since last week. Who's reached out to you that may have surprised you? Who got your phone number that you never in a million years thought would call you?
You know, I can tell you one of the most enjoyable surprises was on election night getting a phone call from Mayor Wu of Boston, because I had long looked at that moment when a number of mayors across the country went to testify in Washington, D.C. And the one that I wished most was our mayor, was Mayor Wu, and looking at the way in which she's led that city, and also her passion for making buses free there as well. And the results that we saw in the number of routes that she made free, especially Route 28, were inspirations for what we've sought to do here. And in that conversation, and in the many that I've had with so many incredible leaders across the country, there was a real understanding of the partnership that this city could have with so many others looking to showcase an alternative to the politics we've seen in Washington, D.C., politics of exclusion, when in fact what we need in this moment is a politics of the future where we not only recognize the belonging of each and every person that calls this city their home, but deliver for New Yorkers to actually have somewhat of an easier life in a city that they can actually afford.
Well, okay, there's at least one political leader who you heard from and about today. I'm sure you've heard it, but let's listen to some of what President Trump, the President of the United States, had to say about you, and then I wanted to get your reaction.
Mr. President, your beloved New York City may well be led by a communist soon, Zoran Mamdani, who in his nomination speech said he will defy ICE and will not allow ICE to arrest criminal aliens in New York City. Your message to communist Zoran Mamdani?
Well, then we'll have to arrest him. Look, we don't need a communist in this country, but if we have one, I'm going to be watching over him very carefully. A lot of people are saying he's here illegally. We're going to look at everything.
Much of that, of course, was false, but I'm particularly interested. This kind of wild talk can actually result in harm in the real world. I was wondering, I guess, first, your reaction and whether or not the NYPD has assigned you any additional security.
You know, I'm lucky to have security throughout the day, and I appreciate the work of the NYPD.
It's time to crusade Iran and Gaza. Mamdani communists. Let's go to war against the left. Hasan Piker getting beat up soon. Mamdani is such an idiot. We will fight the left before they elect the communists. Every infidel shall be hung for treason. Hang Mamdani for treason. Hang Hasan for treason. Fuck yes. Yes. Okay, chatter. Good luck.
In making that a reality for me, but also a reality for New Yorkers at large. And ultimately, what we're seeing in President Trump's rhetoric is an attempt to focus on who I am, where I'm from, what I look like, how I sound, as opposed to what I'm actually fighting for. Because to do so would be to display the stark contrast in our sincerity and actually delivering for the very working people who've been left behind by our politics, compared with what President Trump has been able to do. You know, over the same period of time that I've been running has been the moment where President Trump ran a presidential campaign premised on making life easier for working class Americans, on making cost of living that much lower, on actually having cheaper groceries. And he's been unable and uninterested to deliver on any of that, instead focusing on cruelty in the manner that we've just heard today. And what I would tell him is that the last person who couldn't get my name right, we defeated them, and that's what it's going to look like again.
Okay, fair enough. As you may have heard, a number of business leaders in the city have been meeting in a state of, I would characterize it as panic. I'm not sure if they would agree, but they seem to be trying to rally support for Eric Adams or even for Andrew Cuomo or anybody in order to try and stop Zoran Mamdani from becoming the mayor. What would your message to them be?
My message would be...
Open Presence, thank you for the 100 gifted subs. Oh, you found his account?
Today, I will show you 3 ways you can use your smartphone.
Wait, this is the guy?
First thing we want to do is download the U2 VPN app, which we can do through the first link in the description.
fuck are you gonna do, bro? Write a petition? Let's do a crusade, he says. Let's do a fucking crusade, he says. Let's hang Hasan and Mamdani for treason, he says. The fuck are you gonna do? Go on a fishing expedition? Try to fucking put malware in my phone? Is that what you're gonna do? You skinny bitch. Ugly ass. That's not him, it's this. Oh, it's even worse. Oh my God. Does he even show his face in it?
Ping for US servers is kind of high, or there is.
Oh no, it's even worse. It's even worse. Guess who he's a fan of? Awesome. First time catching him on Lamau, the infamous chat.
No US server, so but the ping hasn't really affected my gameplay at all up until this point. There has been mine.
Bro, it's kind of funny. It's kind of funny how this fucking dude who is advocating to hang me for treason is mad at me, okay? Is mad at me and doesn't realize that Trump is going to cook his family, okay? Trump is going to destroy this motherfucker's family. Like your grandparents and all of the people that you love and cherish are going to get fucked over with this new Trump tax cut. That's crazy to me. That's something that I'll never understand. That was supposed to hurt, get beat up enough in 2020 when we dragged y'all. Uhuru. Lol, I'm actually in Singapore, buddy. Crusade.
They've already jumped on that and are working to get it fixed as we speak.
He said Uhuru. He already got site-wided? Oh, yeah. They already got fucking clapped. Of course they did. They fucking told a Twitch streamer that they are going to be hanged.
That I'm excited to meet with them. I'm excited to speak with them because ultimately my vision for this city is one that includes all of us, and that includes these same business leaders.
Crusade LARPers are so funny. They're similar to leftists who LARP about firebombing a Walmart while being afraid of turning on the camera in a Zoom call, but at least the leftist LARPers pretend they're fighting for a better world. Crusade LARPers are such losers that their entire fantasy is about dying in a battle for a world of losers. Or rather, they are also in line with like the government, you know what I mean? They're like, more of this, please. That's what they keep saying. They're like, I love that the government is doing this. More of it, please. I would like more of that. He said Uhuru.
Who are concerned, and I will speak to them about my proposals, my fiscal policy that I've put forward, and ultimately that my vision of this city is one where everyone will thrive. And I think what is incumbent upon me to do over these next many months is to showcase the fact that we're looking to build a coalition, not simply of the New Yorkers who already voted for me, or the ones who will even vote for me in November, but a coalition that looks like the city itself.
Uhuru is a call sign for fucking the Boogaloo Boys movement, the short-lived Boogaloo Boys movement of LARPers who look exactly like that one dipshit that we were looking at, who wear Hawaii t-shirts and fantasize about a race war.
And that includes New Yorkers who today have concerns New Yorkers who have questions. And ultimately, I seek to be a mayor that will actually be there, who can answer those questions, and a mayor who can even be yelled at and take it, because frankly, that's what it means to be a New Yorker. And so I'm excited to have the chance to speak to business leaders. And I've been excited over this past week to have a number of conversations where I've laid out why I believe in the things that I do and how everyone has a role in actually bringing them to fruition.
Are they right to be afraid that you're going to hit them with taxes and regulations that make it significantly harder to do business here?
They're not right to have a fear about the difficulty of doing business in this city. Actually, we put forward a proposal to make it easier, especially for small businesses, to navigate through the bureaucracy of city government and to actually cut fines and fees in half. And my proposal is to raise the state's top corporate tax rate to match that of New Jersey, to raise income taxes on the top 1% of New Yorkers by just 2%. These are proposals that will actually make it easier even for business leaders to operate in this state and in this city, because of the fact that it will make it easier for them to attract and retain talent. So many of the incredible businesses across these 5 boroughs are built upon the work of New Yorkers who today cannot afford to live in this city any longer. And if we allow this city to become a museum of what once was, it will actually threaten the ability of anyone to do business across these 5 boroughs.
I mean, one of the things I find really striking is that there are versions of what you've been talking about on the campaign trail that have already been tried. Like, we've had at least 3 years of a rent freeze under de Blasio. We've seen that if you wanted to sort of increase taxes on the very wealthy, something that Eric Adams, in fact, promised to do 4 years ago, there have been at least half a dozen bills. I saw your name on them. A bunch of them have already gone up to Albany. Most of them died in committee. But it's not like this is a brand new conversation in a lot of ways.
Yeah, and I think that's what really grounds this platform. Is it's a platform that is not just urgent, but it's feasible and it's grounded in precedent. As you've said about the rent freezes, but also when it comes to making buses fast and free, that's based on the results that I saw personally as an assembly member alongside Deputy Majority Leader Mike Gianaris when we delivered the city's first ever fare-free bus pilot. And we saw that ridership went up by up to 38%, that assaults on bus drivers went down by 38.9%, and that the largest number of New Yorkers in terms of income categories that saw a ridership increase were those making $28,000 a year or less. And when I speak to business leaders and I speak to them about their concerns, one of them that I also hear is about public safety. And that's the opportunity when you're having that conversation to showcase how so much of this agenda also addresses many different aspects of that, while also making clear that police have a critical role to play in creating that public safety. And we're going to allow them to focus on the jobs that they signed up for, as opposed to continue to ask them to play the roles of mental health professionals and social workers in addition to that which they're already responsible for.
Okay. I guess a final question. Your election attorney, Ali Najmi, was here recently. He said that you've been having meetings with some Jewish community leaders to try and create a connection, clarify where you're coming from on the subject of Israel and some other topics. Have those discussions been productive as far as you're concerned?
Absolutely.
It's an interesting way to ask that question. I don't think they have, but...
And they are discussions that I'm excited to continue. They are discussions with Jewish community leaders, with rabbis, with elected officials, and ultimately they are discussions to showcase that even where there is disagreement, there is always a shared sense of humanity. And my commitment as the next mayor of this city is to protect Jewish New Yorkers and to deliver on the number one priority of those same New Yorkers, which I've heard time and time again, is ensuring that this city is affordable. And I am excited at using every single tool at city government's disposal to address all of those issues and ensure that every single New Yorker sees themselves in our city government and in the results that we can actually deliver.
Okay. Well, once again, congratulations. We'll see you out on the campaign trail. We've got a fall campaign, and we'll talk about that at another time. But today, of course, is a day for you to, I guess, savor the victory and get ready for the future. Thanks for coming by.
Thank you very much.
Okay. We're going to take a break now, and when we come back, we'll take a look at the impact of ranked choice voting on some...
I'm not going to go through this whole thing. It's 36 minutes long, but I guess there's like a part where
the
he talks
presumptive
about...
Democratic...
He talks about Islamophobia. Death threats aren't a normal thing to have to deal with, and I'm sorry you got to endure that. You feeling okay after that, Hasan? Everyone's going to understand if you need to take a minute. Brother, if I took a minute for every death threat I received over the course of this broadcast, I wouldn't be able to fucking stream. What are you talking about? Thank you for your concern and your consideration. But death threats objectively are a normal part of what I have to deal with regular frequency. You know? It's actually pretty funny, in my opinion.
The thing that...
Like, in my experience, it's At least sometimes it's like creative. Usually it's not. But it's cute that you think I don't receive this literally at numerous times throughout the fucking day. I forget that normies don't realize like this is just an ever-present part of being an outspoken leftist. God forbid a leftist with socialist tendencies. God forbid a leftist with socialist tendencies who also is of Muslim background. You know?
That was very clear in the weeks before and the days after the primary was this barrage of racist, anti-Muslim attacks on you, equating you to a terrorist, saying you're a danger to the safety of Americans, especially Jewish Americans. And I'm going to repeat some of the attacks, not because I think they're okay to say, but I want listeners to understand what's being said. And it's not just from the right wing and Republicans in office. It's also from other influential figures. Deborah Messing of Will and Grace posted online that you sided with terrorists and you celebrated 9/11. You were 9 when that happened. Republican Representative Nancy Mace posted a picture of you in your Eid outfit and wrote, "After 9/11, we said never forget. I think we sadly have forgotten." Republican Representative Andy Ogle called you Little Muhammad and said you need to be deported and is calling for your denaturalization. Were you prepared for this level of bigotry?
It's unsurprising, and yet it's still deeply saddening. And it's unsurprising because, as many Muslims in this country know, to exist in public life is to have to deal with this kind of slander at a different scale. And it's part of why so many have thought that the safest place to live is in the shadows. And so much of my hope for this campaign was to bring the margins of our city into the mainstream. It's been very difficult to see just how much of this hatred has been normalized. And as you've said, it's not just Republican congresspeople, it's an actress of a show that I used to watch as a kid. And I think that ultimately my responsibility is to show that our vision for this city, it's a vision that is universal. It's a vision that wants to recognize the belonging of each and every New Yorker. And it's in stark contrast to this exclusionary vision that we see from so many. One that seeks to distract people from an inability to take care of working people by designating the enemies as the other. And one of the most difficult parts of this, however, have been that the threats that have been made on my life and on people that I love are ones that fundamentally transform how you can live.
The thing that was very...
Fidel Castro all over again. Billionaire CEO warns against Mamdani leadership in New York City. How Zohran Mamdani is fetishizing the third world.
So when you hear Mamdani...
I don't know if I have the heart to watch this, dude. I don't know. I don't know if I will survive watching this. Burgles with 100 gifted subs. God damn. Like, look at these article headlines. Fidel Castro all over again. Billionaire CEO warns against Mamdani leadership in New York. How Zohran Mamdani is fetishizing the third world. By the way, 5,000 views in 19 hours. Okay, these billionaires are so sick that could not even handle him eating biryani with his hands. Brandon Gill, wife is Indian. He needs to visit his in-laws and tell them to their face. Let's see how much they appreciate him. I thought it was about a socialist policy. So now it is obvious it is racist. No problem with tacos, burgers, pizza, and wings, but biryani is where you draw the line. Give me a break. Full-fledged communist, Chinese American sounds the alarm on New York City's Dem socialist candidate.
New at noon, Reverend Al Sharpton is urging Andrew Cuomo to drop out of the New York City mayoral general election this November. In an interview on Morning Joe, the civil rights leader said New Yorkers made their choice clear in the Democratic primary, and they should be the ones to decide the future of the city.
Andrew Cuomo should look at what is best for the city and let them have a one-on-one race. I think in the best.
A Cuomo spokesperson just responded with a statement saying everyone is entitled to their own political opinion. We understand President Trump supports Eric Adams and do not believe socialism is the answer. Most New Yorkers are not Trumpers, and most New Yorkers are not socialists. The majority lies in the middle. We will continue to assess the current situation in the best interest.
That's Brandon Gill's father-in-law. Is he both using his hands and cutlery at the same time? Wait a minute. What is going on? Brandon Gill's father-in-law, Dinesh D'Souza. Brandon Gill's mother-in-law, Dinesh D'Souza's wife. I don't know her name. I'm sorry. Hand food? Stop it. Yes, I know that's Dinesh D'Souza. Dinesh D'Souza is literally Brandon Gill's father-in-law. I didn't know that either, but Brandon Gill, the guy who was like fucking creepily freaking out about about Zoran eating with his hands, has a wife. I forget his wife's name, but his wife is the daughter of the Dinesh D'Souza. Okay? It's fucking crazy. Yeah, Danielle D'Souza, daughter of Dinesh D'Souza. Why wouldn't that be the case? I mean, it's just like funny that he's shitting on an Indian dude from Uganda for eating with his hands when he's literally married to an Indian woman, like an Indian American woman. Is that not even remotely ironic to any of you? Like, what are we talking about? Like, it's insanely racist, but it's also a little bit ironic. It's a real J.D. Vance style situation. Yeah, no, J.D. Vance is the same exact nonsense. J.D. Vance does the same exact nonsense. When, like, there was one of those dudes, Big Balls or whatever, one of those fucking weirdos on Doge who was like, we must continue the Indian hate. We have to do everything we can to hate Indians more. And J.D. Vance was like, yes, I, as the Vice President of the United States of America, who is married to an Indian American woman by the name of Usha Vance, who has Indian kids, okay, kids of Indian descent, think that this guy, this racist asshole, is perfectly valid. That's what he said. It's insane. Fun fact, Dinesh D'Souza also Lauren Ingram's former humiliation gimp. Oh, no, I know that. Fun fact, Laura Ingraham and Dinesh D'Souza fucked in college when they both went to, was it Cornell? No, Dartmouth? Was it Dartmouth or Cornell? One of the two. And they were both writing for the fucking newspaper there. Laura Ingraham, when Dinesh D'Souza was the Dartmouth, thank you. When Dinesh D'Souza was the editor of the newspaper, the school newspaper, the right-wing one, Laura Ingraham famously wrote an article about like one of the secret like gay campus clubs outing a bunch of queer students at Dartmouth. None of these facts are fun. Fun fact, yes, Laura Ingraham has an adopted daughter from Guatemala. Laura Ingraham has a bunch of adopted children, as a matter of fact. Many of which from the global south. There's something wrong with your concept of fun. Yeah, Laura Ingraham outed gay students in Dartmouth at a time when like this actually put them in significant harm. Damn, I know too much about these fucking losers. Holy shit. Yeah, the more you know. All right. He hit it from the Ingram angle. Yeah, Laura has a gay brother. Oh yeah, I think that's correct. I think Dinesh D'Souza might have dated Ann Coulter as well, but Ann Coulter famously also, for a long period of time, exclusively dated black men, despite being an out and about white supremacist. Also, another fun fact. Fun fact, Ann Coulter also refused to look me in the eyes when we debated one another for like a 30-minute period, and refused to even turn in my direction. It was just me and her debating one another on Fox, the local affiliate. And she did not look or even turn in my direction the entire time. Very strange. I also called her old in that debate, but as a debate point. Anyway. Let's continue.
And what a great panel we have this.
Oh, yeah, 1.2 million views. Dude, what the fuck? Look at this shit, dude. God damn. October 27th, 2018. God damn, 7 years ago, brother. Almost 7 years ago at this point. Fuck, I'm old, dude. I'm old as fuck. Yeah, see?
One of the most important issues to both of you. We now have this.
She refused to look at me.
Absolutely not. Also, what difference does it make whether we build a wall or not? These are legal asylum seekers coming in the caravan. It's not like these people are coming to cross the border or jump over the Mexican border. I feel like if they were trying to sneak into the country, they'd probably be doing a better job and not come in such high numbers coming in after escaping violence in their countries. And then on top of that, this notion that Anne is snuck in, they have welfare checks waiting for them at the border is also preposterous. It's proven over and over again that immigrants contribute far more than they take to the U.S. economy. And I think there was 1,436 economists from all different backgrounds that wrote an open letter to Donald Trump advising him that immigration is a net benefit. It's virtually every single economist agrees on this.
And
well, none of these are asylum cases, or they'd stop.
Dude, I never stopped saying the same shit for years. That's why it's so funny when motherfuckers are like, Hasan, you changed. It's like, bitch, you can say many things about me, but you can't say I changed, okay? I'm a goddamn broken record, dude. I am a fucking broken record. Oh, baby Hasan, being a leftist has aged you 100 years. My God. No, I just have a beard. If I shaved my beard and put on makeup as they put on my face there, I'd probably look not that much older than I am there.
Stop in the first country they get to. The idea
Also,
of asylum
you're talking about
is something
almost fucking 10 years ago, dude.
like there's a Holocaust, there's a potato famine. No, this is how these people always live, which is why all of different countries want to come to, the biggest welfare state in the world. That is the United States, and get welfare checks. And yeah, okay, you got economists to sign a letter. Dumping poor people on America is not making us better. They are far more likely to be receiving welfare, and that's just your average illegal immigrant and immigrant are way higher to be accepting government assistance than American.
How would they accept government assistance?
Applicants don't have to wait at all. They instantly get given food, housing, everything, but they aren't asylum cases. These aren't people fleeing one corrupt, I'm trying to kill you. Otherwise, they'd get to Mexico and say, phew, home free, I'm in Mexico. No, they want to come to the biggest welfare state in the world.
I mean, the American welfare state might be big in totality as far as our population goes, but it's definitely not as encompassing as plenty of other European nations. But that's besides the point. You mentioned welfare. Can you describe to me specifically how undocumented citizens take advantage of our robust welfare state?
They can't walk to Sweden. They can walk to this country.
No, but you're not answering my question.
They can also walk to Mexico, and they're not stopping there.
Okay, but you're not answering my question.
Well, you
if they're
say
coming
asylum.
to the U.S. welfare.
What's up, bitch? Okay, good. I'm heavy. I've gained weight. Mirage just got back from flight training. Doesn't have enough hobbies that are devastating and deadly that he started learning how to fly a plane and land one.
Lees are
Okay, he says he's not the best at landing yet. All right, I'm done looking at the Ann Coulter shit. All right.
This could soon be classed as a terror gathering. The group behind the protest, Palestine Action, is set to be banned by the UK government and labelled a terrorist organisation. The decision follows this: 2 activists breaking into an Air Force base in central England, spraying red paint into military aircraft engines and damaging them with crowbars. The government says it's the latest.
No, I can't believe that. I can't believe that they did such a thing. I'm so mad. British aircraft supplying munitions to an ongoing genocide. That's cool. That's fine. Disrupting those operations. Ooh, not good. Terrorism. Hasan, they injured an aircraft. Yet another anti-Semitic hate crime, chat. You see this? Yet another deeply anti-Semitic hate crime. These were Jewish airplanes. Okay? That's right. Many of you probably thought these were Christian airplanes. They weren't. They were Jewish. So very clearly, this is an act, perhaps the most heinous act of anti-Semitism. We are all equal. Gifted 100 gifted subs. God damn. That's right. You support illegal acts. Oh, that's funny. Oh, no. Yeah, the Jewish airplanes were doing Birthright. They were about to do Birthright, and they got and they got anti-Semitically disrupted. It's really messed up. This guy got so mad he fucking couldn't even type. This is crystal knocked, but for airplanes. If you keep talking like this, your haters might start to think you don't love Israel. Bargles, thank you for the 100 gifted subs. Yeah, the paint cans were paint cans of Hamas. Eliza for the Bears. Thank you for the 10 gifted. Yeah. Anti-plane Semitism.
It's an example of the group's campaign of criminal damage, but Palestine Action calls it a symbolic protest.
Trigger warning should have been applied ahead of time. I apologize. I know many of you live in the Cars universe where airplanes are real human beings. I know that you are looking at these beautiful Jewish airplanes that are anti-Semitically attacked this way with Hamas spray paint. Yeah. It's really fucked up. Really, really fucked up stuff. I'm so glad. I hope the British government immediately jails these people permanently.
Protest, saying the proposed ban is an overreaction.
This is a really troubling move for anyone who cares about freedom of speech, for the right to protest in this country. We're seeing an evaporation of our rights as we speak.
Since 2020, the group has mostly targeted arms companies with links to Israel's military. The UK Interior Minister Yvette.
They're dope. Palestine Action is. This is like the maximum. Well, not even the maximum, but like as close as you can get to a maximalist position on like disruptive initiatives against different parts of the process of the genocidal entity continuing its ethnic cleansing campaign.
Cooper says their actions meet the legal definition of terrorism because they involve serious damage to property. but many legal experts disagree.
It sets a really worrying precedent that could impact anyone who takes part in protest or political.
Extinction Rebellion gets told to attack BP and oil companies that directly worsen climate change by the right all the time. Yet putting that sentiment into practice like Palestine Action did by attacking RAF bases makes them terrorists. Protesters can't do shit, I guess. Yeah, also, they didn't blow up the planes. They just, like, basically disrupted the flights for a little bit. Like, consider the terrorism of what they did. Who the fuck is panicking because of Palestine Action's direct initiative here? Like, who? Is there is Britain swept away with a sense of panic? Oh no. The RAF today, and then I guess what, Elbit Systems tomorrow? I am terrified. I am Elbit Systems. I'm Mr. Elbit of Elbit Systems. Okay? So when someone engages in a direct act, of disruption, I, as Mr. Elbit, am terrified because I want to keep making weapons that I send over to Israel. Like, I guess everything is terrorism. Not if it was engine. No, it was engine destroying paint. I mean, who cares? I don't give a shit. Never mind. I can't say too much, but oh no. No loss of life, very little damage. It's just material harm caused to a genocidal entity. Keir Starmer literally defended previous saboteurs that did similar things in objection to the Iraq war. Absolute effing hypocrite. The man is supposed to be a human rights lawyer. That is kind of funny. You're right. I forgot about that. That does add insult to injury. Yeah, Keir Starmer unironically did defend the anti-Iraq war protesters that did that. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Political activism. Criminal damage is already illegal. If someone breaks the law, they should be charged and tried into the normal processes. That's how the justice system works. But banning an entire group under terrorism laws, in our view, is a blunt and extreme measure. You know, if the government can ban one protest group today, it can ban others tomorrow. You know, thinking of climate activists, anti-war campaigners, or even local community groups and organizations.
He's such a piece of shit, dude. What a fucking asshole. Starmer defended protesters who sabotaged military aircraft. Prime Minister represented one of the Fairford Five who disrupted military operations at airbase in 2003 against the illegal and unjustifiable Iraq war. And the defense he used was that criminal damage is an appropriate part of civil disobedience if it's calculated to prevent a larger harm than the damage itself. I mean, that is the appropriate metric here. So yes, these kinds of disruptive actions happen all throughout history. We hear about them in the aftermath as brave heroes, as we will probably cover the Palestine Action direct engagement in a similar vein later down the line. The vote to prescribe Palestine Action as a terrorist org was thrown in with two violent Nazi groups so that anyone voting against the bill would be called a Nazi by the media. Really fucked up. Maniacs murder cult MMC and the Russia Imperial Movement RIM instead of voting on each group individually. Wait, they took Kneecap's visa too? Police launched criminal investigation into the Bob Villain and Kneecap Glastonbury sets. I thought they only took the I thought they only took the visas of Bob Villain. Did America take Did America take Kneecap's U.S. visa? Does that mean their fucking fall tour is cooked? I mean, I assumed that it was inevitable, but I thought they took kneecap after Coachella. Kneecap star unfazed about U.S. visa being revoked. There's people being starved. Irish rap group Kneecap have opened up about the prospect of future shows in the U.S. following calls to axe their Glastonbury set. Kneecap made pro-Palestine statements at Coachella in April this year, causing critics like Sharon Osbourne to slam their set for promoting terrorist organizations like or spreading hate. Soon after, resurfaced footage of a 2024 Kneecap gig in London saw a band member. No, you didn't. Liam O'Hara charged with a terror offense for allegedly displaying a flag in support of Hezbollah. Though the musician was released on bail, yes. As I've said, Irish people are the coolest white people on the planet, straight up. Straight up. They're fucking real ones, dude. I love those boys. They are real ones, okay? They're amazing. Also, let's talk about the not so cool white people in a second after we're done with this video.
Organizations, they could be next.
And the move is unprecedented.
This would be the first time that a protest group using direct action like sit-ins or damage to property is banned as a terrorist organization in the UK. It would place Palestine Action in the same category as ISIL, Al-Qaeda or Hamas, with anyone showing support for the group facing up to 14 years in prison.
Isn't there an initiative to remove the prescription of Hamas and Hezbollah as terrorist groups, by the way, in England? Wasn't that also a move that was being pushed for? Which is a smart thing to do. They should absolutely move them. They should absolutely no longer prescribe them as a terrorist group.
Prison. A decision that could have far-reaching consequences.
Hamas, yeah. Houthi, no. What do you mean? Like, are you saying don't remove the Houthis? Is that what you're saying? Listen, if you're a British Sunni Muslim who's pro-Palestine and you have this kind of energy against the Houthis, I don't think the Houthis are even prescribed, but I might be wrong. I'm just going to keep it $150 with you. Yeah, just shut your bitch ass mouth, okay? That's all I'm saying. I don't think the Houthis are a terrorist group under British law anyway. Okay, let me tell you something. Yeah, shut your bitch ass mouth, okay? Shut your bitch ass up. Sunni Muslim, how the fuck did you nail that? What do you mean? He's pro-Palestine but anti-Houthi. He's pro-Palestine to the degree of like changing the designation for Hamas as a terrorist group, but also simultaneously wants the Houthis to be designed as a terrorist group. This can mean only one thing. There's only one type of guy who feels this way. It's a fucking Salafist Englander. You're fucked up. I do stand with your shit, brother, but it's not Hamas. So everything should be removed too. What? No, everything should not be removed. I don't think ISIS should be, or Al-Qaeda should be removed. I don't think that, okay? Yeah, you just hate the Houthis because they're Shia. There's only one kind of person that will be like, yeah, I'm pro-Palestine, but also really fucked up that there's only one entity in the region that's like actively fighting for their emancipation. So does me. So Houthis do bad shit towards Islam and Saudi dead ass. First of all, they're fucking Muslim. They're just Shia Muslim. And secondly, why the fuck are they doing something towards Saudi Arabia, you think? Perhaps it might have something to do with Saudi Arabia's previous fucking famine upon the entire fucking Yemen population. Not just the Houthis either. Yeah, no shit, dude.
for how protest and dissent are policed and judged in Britain. Milena Veselinovic, Al Jazeera, London.
Don't miss out. Get the full picture. Subscribe.
Keep stuttering. You're an incel. It's not what your mom was saying last night. Stop it. Saudis are oppressed by the Houthis. Lamau, I know. The Houthis are so oppressive to Saudi Arabia, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, one of America's most valuable allies in the region, that is a participant, basically a participant in the ethnic cleansing of the Palestinians, by the way. A recipient of the Abraham Accords. Yeah. Yeah, real fucked up, these Houthis, man, what they're doing to the small bean Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Yeah, real fucked up. The Saudi still doesn't have a nuke. That's what's really fucked up. Really messed up. They need to do that immediately so they can defend themselves against Sanaa.
The Israeli military has been increasing its military pressure on the Gaza Strip for the last few days, and has moved into parts of the eastern part of Gaza City, to Khan Yunis, and into Rafah, and is clearly taking as much territory as it can under its control before maybe it's forced into a ceasefire next week. And the idea of a ceasefire next week, being driven from Washington, as we know, is being pushed by President Trump. So next week, Netanyahu, Israeli Prime Minister, goes to Washington, and a lot is clearly going on behind the scenes, both with the Israelis and through Qatar and Egypt with Hamas. And President Trump now thinks that he has a...
I like that we're just fantasizing about this when there's no hard lines. And the only thing we know about the ceasefire, the quote-unquote ceasefire that Israel agreed to, is that it's only 60 days, which directly goes against Hamas's very reasonable position, which is a permanent ceasefire. Isn't the whole defense against labeling Israel and America terrorists that they're state actors? So in that sense, shouldn't no governments be labeled terrorists? Not a moral argument. I think that Israel and U.S. are terrorists. No, you can do a state sponsor of terrorism designation. Iran has one. Cuba, ironically enough, has one. What is this? Brianna finding out she sold her soul to the people who despise her. How sad. We'd love to have you. I just found out I can't convert because I'm trans. So yeah. Oh, womp womp. Wait, she was gonna fucking convert to Judaism? That is crazy. First of all, there are literally trans rabbis. God, she's so fucking stupid. She's so goddamn stupid. There are literally rabbis who are trans in the Reconstruction, in the Reconstructionist form of Judaism. Okay. So not only is she wrong, she's just stupid. She's so fucking stupid. Not in Reform, maybe even in Reform. I don't know, but I know I know literally for a fact that there are Reconstructionist rabbis that are trans. I wouldn't be surprised if even in Reform there are trans rabbis too. Not just trans Jews, okay? Rabbis. So Brianna Wu is so fucking stupid. This is the same thing as those British girls who converted to Salafist Islam and tried to join ISIS. Literally. Wait, what? Motherfucker tried to convert to Orthodox? Wait. Fielding an entire inbox of anti-Semitic death threats this morning. I get so much social blowback for being pro-Israel. I genuinely might as well convert at this point. I mean, I get all the downsides of being Jewish already. Might as well get the upsides. Yo, this is awesome. This is sick. This is the most anti-Semitic thing that could have ever happened. Okay? I'm sorry to all the Jewish HasanAbi heads. This is basically a nuclear bomb of anti-Semitism. Brianna Wu coming out and being like, the zealotry of a convert is going to be spectacular. Oh my God. I cannot I cannot imagine. Oh my God. I think the big thing is I just genuinely vibe with Jews. I totally assumed you're Jewish, lol. That's because I have no filter. Honestly, I think we need to take a look at your DNA. I am adopted. Israel only accepts Orthodox converts. She wants to make Aliyah. Yeah, unless they're Russian or South African. I don't think many of the Russians were Orthodox converts or even Jewish. Even with like any sort of like matrilineal association, but just like straightforwardly no association with Judaism at all. Someone spoiled it for her in the comments. You just need one Jewish grandparent? Yes, but sometimes if you're Russian and you just simply say you're Jewish, since you're in the white variety, that is definitely at least like an Ashkenazi need in the country, they just go, all right, that's fine. I guess you're Jewish now. Also, I'm pretty sure, like I said, the South Africans that left South Africa after the end of the South African apartheid, pretty sure they were not Jewish, let alone Orthodox Jewish. She accidentally joins Satmar and learns their views on Israel. Okay, I don't think Satmar is going to be accepting of Brianna Wu, and it's not because of Brianna Wu's opinions on Israel. Okay, that's not. What is this? I would bet a lot of money I get called a dirty Jew more than most Jews do. What the fuck? Short TikTok on South African converts.
The Ugandan Jew.
No, this is different. This is not even. Oh, this is the Jews that live in Uganda that Israel did not accept. This is a totally separate. This is a totally separate group of people. Because initially there was an attempt to potentially make Israel in Uganda, as well as Argentina. I wonder why Israel doesn't accept these guys as Jewish.
Known as the Bayudaya. These are a small community in eastern Uganda who converted to Judaism when Jews came to Uganda, as the British government made the historical proposal to give Uganda to Jews. Yeah? I sometimes wonder why anyone would have such an idea if it is not anti-Semitism, where the British didn't want any Jews in Europe anymore and sent them here. Anyway, when Israel started implementing its policy of granting any Jew in the world free Israeli citizenship, the Bayudai of Uganda filed their request to move to Israel, but were all denied Israeli citizenship for not practicing Judaism enough.
What? That's crazy. What? That's so strange to me. I thought it was the one singular Jewish nation state. What? What's next? What are you going to tell me, that Ethiopian Jews receive kind of a similar treatment? No.
However, the white South Africans who converted to Judaism as their racist apartheid regime collapsed in 1994, barely practicing their new faith even once, were quickly granted Israeli citizenship and fled to Israel. I wonder why.
Speaking of Brianna, Who? Another one? No, I saw that. That's how we started talking about this. To those wondering why Judaism has express rules against being trans, Deuteronomy 22:5, a woman must not put it on a man's apparel, nor shall a man wear a woman's clothing, for whoever does these things is abhorrent to God. So trans people cannot convert to most streams of Judaism. Just another reason we should not be living in accordance with a 2,500-year-old text. Then there's Deuteronomy 23:1. No one whose testicles are crushed or whose male organ is cut off shall enter the assembly of the Lord. What the fuck? That is straightforward. I didn't know it was like that. In my cousin's Orthodox shul in New York, the assistant rabbi's wife transitioned to male. It was accepted. Haredim in Israel do not determine what is Jewish. That's why we have a reform movement. Judaism contains multitude. Israel only recognizes Orthodox, so no, Israel would not accept her. I didn't know that. I thought if you were... Wait, there's no way. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think the fucking South African quote-unquote converts were Orthodox. I think they just kind of pick and choose depending on how white you are. That law likely has something to do with eunuchs or those who work within the royal courts of empires of that era. Homeland Security Council meets to discuss the threat of Zoran. What? Trump's Homeland Security Council sets its sights on Zoran Mamdani. Okay. The fact that this was like a meme 2 days ago and it's becoming like a real proposition is crazy. President Donald Trump's Homeland Security Advisory Council, a group that includes Rudy Giuliani, cop-turned-actor Bo Dietl, and the founder of Bikers for Trump, held its first meeting on Wednesday to discuss the top threats facing the nation. The conversation quickly turned to New York City mayoral candidate Zoran Mamdani. After hearing Giuliani deliver a speech against asylum-seeking immigrants, Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem chimed in. I want to ask you, do you want to run for mayor of New York again, she asked, drawing cheers and applause from around the conference room. Bo and I have been talking about putting together some kind of strategy. It's doable if it's one candidate. It's a suicide mission if you're three, Giuliani said. Longtime GOP politician, by the way, Rudy Giuliani would get fucking destroyed. Rudy Giuliani has a harder chance of winning the New York mayoral race than fucking Eric Adams does at this point. That's so funny that he thinks he could just like run. He has a harder chance of winning the New York mayoral race than fucking Curtis Sliwa does. It would be so funny if he ran, though. Oh my God, I hope he runs. I have a better chance of winning the fucking New York mayoral race right now if I decided to join than Rudolph motherfucking Giuliani. Are you kidding me? He would get a collective total of 8 votes. I don't even think he is eligible to run, but that's besides the point. Let's say he is. He has a better chance of splitting the Red Sea, which, according to Rudolph, is not that big of a deal. It's happened numerous times, which is my funniest, forever the funniest way to talk about anything related to Judaism is like, it's not a big deal. It happens all the time. That's what he said. Oh man. Okay. Where were we? Democratic Congressman Tom Suozzi slams Zoran Mamdani as a bad example who made lofty utopian promises: free public transit, free college tuition, more public housing. Ugh, gross. Lawsuit claims Giuliani said, "Get over the Passover. It was like 3,000 years ago." He also, Jews want to go through their freaking Passover all the time. Man, oh man, Giuliani once said, according to the complaint, which was filed on Monday in the New York Supreme Court, and indicates that the comments were recorded. Get over the Passover. It was like 3,000 years ago. The Red Sea parted. Big deal. It's not the first time that happened. So many things in this statement are hilarious because it's like, this implies that the Red Sea literally parted, and not once, but on numerous occasions, okay? Which didn't happen even one time in actual history. So what the fuck is he saying? What does Rudolph Giuliani know? How many times has the Red Sea parted? Get over it. It's not a big deal. It's not the first time that the Red Sea parted is the funniest fucking thing to say. It's just one of the funniest ways to talk about Passover or anything related to Judaism. I am unimpressed by Moses' activity in parting the Red Sea. Many other people have also done the same thing. Breaking, U.S. contractors say colleagues fired live rounds at starving Palestinians in Gaza. American contractors working at Gaza, 8 sites run by the U.S.-backed Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, told the Associated Press that their colleagues have been firing live ammunition, stun grenades, and pepper spray at the desperate Palestinians seeking food. Videos and internal reports reviewed by the Associated Press backed their claim, revealing chaos, injuries, and unqualified contractors operating with little oversight. Something that, again, we have been warning about for months at this point. Here's a video of the event.
Heavily armed American security contractors at one of the sites discuss how to disperse Palestinians nearby.
Hey, got IDF tank posted on the northwest corner now. I brought him in and talked to him. Let's do the show first. I told him to hold there. I don't want this to be too aggressive.
At that moment, bursts of
There's literally gunfire in the background, by the way.
Fire erupt close by. At least 15 shots. The camera's view is obscured by a large dirt mound. The contractor who took the video told AP that he saw other contractors shooting in the direction of Palestinians who had just collected their food and were departing.
Yep. Hell yeah, boy, he says, after shooting a starving Palestinian. Yes, I did hear the yee ass motherfucker in the background. How many more incidents like this do we need to see directly with our own 2 fucking eyes, even being now reported in Western media as well, for people to realize that the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation was literally from the jump supposed to do exactly this? The ones that did not want to participate in this literally were like, I don't want to do this. I am a fucking mercenary and I don't want to participate in this. I'm leaving. That's what Jake Wood said. Or what was his name? Yeah, Jake Wood, the Marine sniper turned mercenary who was in charge of the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, very quickly quit. This isn't being covered much, but this guy's literally in prison for crucifying a priest for Israel, actual domestic pro-Israel terrorist. I think that guy is he's like a psycho. I don't think he's not Jewish. Adam Schiff, an extremist Zionist with Hebrew tattoos around his neck, compared to the I've seen this psycho confessed to the gruesome murder and crucifixion of a 76-year-old pastor, Bill Shoneman, in April 2025 in Arizona, the first of 14 pastors he allegedly planned to kill. He did convert to Judaism? I thought he was evangelical. The IDF denied the Haaretz report on the orders to shoot aid workers, but then changed the rules of engagement to make it harder for soldiers to get permission to do so. And now here's a soldier whining that he can't shoot into crowds as easily anymore. Read message to Israel's Channel 14 correspondent from an Israeli soldier frustrated that new orders limit when troops can open fire on Palestinian civilians approaching aid sites. Full English translation. How's it going? Hillel, I'm writing to you from Rafah, near the Humanitarian Aid Center. Listen, we woke up to a morning with new directives. Until now, it was allowed to use deterrent fire on Gazans approaching the secure distribution sites. I'm in the tank, watching them arrive there at a time they're not allowed, and we're just dropping tear gas over them and ending the event. This is just insane. Now, even to get approval for deterrent fire, you have to go up the company commander. Not even fire to kill, just deterrent. Sad face. Crying face. The soldiers refer to deterrent fire, the military's term for live ammunition fired at Palestinians to push them back from aid sites. The policy, he says, has now been restricted and requires higher level approval. So if the Haaretz reporting was untrue, why did the IDF issue a new directive, I wonder? One of the replies to the post by Channel 14 correspondent. What a bunch of morons. Do you realize that your tweet confirms the Haaretz investigation? Soldiers could shoot at will, including artillery, at people looking for food. After that, you'll scream that the investigation is false. In the earlier translation, slight correction, of the Israeli soldier message, we said troops were dropping tear gas. A more accurate rendering is, now I'm in the tank, watching them arrive there at a time they're not allowed, and we're just flying a drone over them and contain the event, not a tear gas. Also, company commander is better translated to battalion commander.
Hi, Mr.
So, wait, that was a horny face, not a sad face in the screenshot? Oh, what the fuck? He's not even crying. Not even fire to kill, just deterrent? Wait, what? Is that... Oh, this is the other side, by the way. Shouts out to all the girl bosses that were flying those girl boss planes over Iran. Israeli pilots finished bombing Iran, had leftover missiles, so they dumped them on Gaza to avoid waste. Hundreds of airstrikes, hundreds of massacres, not for strategy, but to save resources, to save fuel. Gaza as a dump site for war crimes. Full dehumanization. This is an article from Israeli media, from Ma'ariv, that says, Air Force reveals for the first time, this is what the planes that intercepted the Iranian threat in Gaza did. Pilots who were busy intercepting aircraft heading towards Israel from Iran found their planes full of weapons after the operation. Thus, the planes turned to drop the remaining weapons on Gaza. Israeli pilots asked, can we dump leftover bombs on Gaza? Command replied, do it. What began as a local initiative became a mass bombing policy. Gaza wasn't a battlefield. It was a dump site. Casual cruelty, calculated carnage. But yeah, keep crying about fucking people saying death to the IDF, by the way. Keep crying about that as though that's the most pressing issue. Keep wondering why people are even fucking saying death to the IDF, for the record. Why so many people actually agree with the increasingly more radical language coming out of the anti-Israel crowd. How much more resentment the average person has towards Israel. Keep deluding yourself. You know? There was a conversation I saw. I rarely watch Piers Morgan videos at this point because I don't want to fucking rage bait myself and develop an aneurysm. But there was one I saw with a very kind Palestinian man. He had a British accent. It was a short clip where Piers Morgan was like, well, one can also fucking be considerate, repugnant to say death to the IDF, while also calling out the Israel's crimes as well. And the dude was like, The dude was like, I'm the worst person to I'm the worst person to ask about this death to the IDF thing. And then he explained exactly why he's the worst person. He's the Australian British doctor. That's a Palestinian doctor. Where does anyone have the clip? I want to watch it. Injuries nearly in 1 in 3 distributions, biometrics and surveillance. GHF and the Israeli army claim troops are not deployed at 8 sites, but the contractors described Israeli tanks being used to intimidate crowds. They literally openly stated in the video that we watched. He's from Gaza and he has the nickname Beast from the Middle East. I mean, he seems dope. Shut the fuck up. We are all, chat, we are all going to be blamed. Shut up, chat. We will get in trouble. I mean, yeah, don't say anything extra crazy in the chat.
Death to the IDF! Death to the IDF! Death to the IDF!
Didn't say death to Israelis. They said death to the IDF again.
Who are Israelis?
When people say death to America.
This is the, oh my God, this is the guy I yelled to. I said, shut the fuck up. Talking about Palestine. Wait, where's the doctor, bro? No, not this guy. This isn't the guy. He was in the studio. The person that Piers Morgan was talking to was in the studio. This is why I hate watching this fucking guy's channel, dude. It just like pisses me off.
I remember when I was in
Gaza,
Gaza,
this is the guy,
and I've
yeah.
watched some of your debates, and you were saying that you were having a moral quandary over what was going on. It's not a.
But first, I'm joined by British doctor Mohammed Mustafa, known to many of his followers as the Beast from the Middle East, who has first-hand experience in Gaza. Welcome to you.
Thank you. Thank you.
You were grimacing when I read your nickname there, the Beast from the Middle East.
Yeah.
But that is your unofficial title, right?
Yeah. I've been called a few names in my time, but that's one that seems to have stuck around.
Why that? What's that about?
Well, I used to play like a lot of sports. I used to play professional rugby and
Professional rugby. Is at 21, 28. This guy's a beautiful soul, okay?
It has passed, but for millions of Americans, yeah, and
she's like a Black Mirror episode. Look.
Oh, this is it, yeah.
I mean, she's the equality minister, isn't she? Look.
Why are you laughing when you say that?
Because it's kind of like a Black Mirror episode, you know? Sometimes it's parody, you know? It's a parody. I think like everyone was watching what's, in Glastonbury, just then what's happened in Glastonbury, the chants, right? Death to the IDF, right?
What did you think of that?
Well, what I thought of that is just like, they are more concerned and more outraged by a chant than the actual crimes of the IDF.
Can't you be outraged by both? Because I was.
Look, you can be outraged by both.
Watching thousands of people at an English music festival chanting death to the IDF.
Yep.
I found that very unsettling. And I'm not Jewish.
Yeah.
If I was a British Jew watching that, I would feel very, very unnerved that a British audience like that. And the irony that, of course, Hamas had obliterated young people at a music festival on October the 7th. I didn't like that. And I think it's perfectly possible to think that is outrageous. But it's also perfectly possible to criticise the Israeli government for what they're doing in Gaza.
I mean, look, you're asking the wrong person about that, because I've had family members killed for generations by the IDF. I've had my home destroyed, my village burnt down by the IDF. I've held children who were riddled in bullets by the IDF. I've had to have children in a corner while their mother bled out to them on the floor and covered their own children in her blood as she died because of IDF bullets and IDF bombs. So, when you ask these questions, like, why are you asking a Palestinian who's been...
Well, I'll tell you why, because, for example, when the Iraq War happened, my brother was a serving officer, for example. My issue was not with him. My issue, I campaigned against it, as editor of Daily Mirror. My issue is with Tony Blair and the...
He loves using this.
Labour government that ordered him and his colleagues into battle. So I think blaming soldiers in war is...
Bro, who's killing the kids? It's the fucking soldiers. Get the fuck out of here, dude. Like, this just following orders narrative doesn't work for the Nazis. Why the fuck should it work for the Israeli occupying force? Yeah, I called him out on this. First time I went on a show, I said, you're using the fact that you were on the right side of history with Iraq to justify this ongoing ethnic cleansing operation. It's ridiculous, man. It is fucking utterly ridiculous. If you believe truly in your heart that this is a genocide, then you can't fucking get mad at people saying death to the entity that is doing the genocide. It's like a very strange position that some of these people now arrive at, where they turn around and they say like, oh, well, sure, it's a genocide. Sure, there are war crimes taking place every single day. But also at the same time, like, you, should also criticize the groups that are fighting against this genocide, Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis. Okay. And simultaneously, you shouldn't even criticize the fucking force that is conducting the genocide. It's ridiculous. Also, the narrative that UK Jews are afraid because someone said they didn't like a whole ass foreign military is insane. If I say down with the Chinese army, Chinese Americans aren't going to suddenly start quivering in fear. Yeah. It's ridiculous. There's no world in which like Piers Morgan would have this kind of attitude towards ISIS. If someone was saying death to ISIS, no one would be, Piers Morgan would be championing it. He'd probably say death to ISIS himself. Anyway, are you saying there shouldn't be any criticism of the axis of resistance? Pretty much. Yeah, in the process of them resisting against Israel's genocide, yeah. Because most of the criticisms directed towards the axis of resistance are completely cynical, oftentimes exaggerated claims, or completely cynical claims to just like somehow justify striking the fucking axis of resistance instead of striking the entity that is doing the genocide. So yeah, I agree, but they do more than just fight Israel. Okay. Once that stuff is over, we can have a conversation about that because it's utterly irrelevant. The reason why the Houthis, or the reason why Sanaa was being bombed, is not because they were homophobic. The reason why Sanaa was being bombed is because they were striking Israel. They were punishing Israel by implementing a blockade on the Red Sea. The reason why Hassan Nasrallah was assassinated alongside thousands of Lebanese civilians by the Israeli state was not because of his opinion on gay people. He was assassinated because he was playing a formative role in resisting against Israel's genocide. So it doesn't fucking matter what their perspective is on their domestic policies or any number of different things that people try to criticize people over. I am aware of these issues, but that plays zero role in this argument, just as this would be akin to saying that Easy Company was comprised entirely of segregationist, homophobic women beaters. Okay? Don't you think that that would be a stupid assessment to make about the Allied forces during World War II? If you can understand that America was, as a matter of fact, a segregationist, homophobic, queerphobic, woman-beating country at the time of World War II, when World War II was happening, okay, I would agree if the Houthis were as successful as Easy Company, Yeah, it's a little harder when you're the poorest nation on the planet and not a fucking industrial hub like the United States of America was that had the capacity to literally shut off oil to one of the fucking Axis countries that literally bombed Pearl Harbor, occupied Pearl Harbor, which was a military island at that point. You know, clearly very different set of circumstances, don't you think? You're about to get clipped and taken out of context by pro-Israel magats? No, there is no out of context in this situation. I've said this time and time again. The American military was fighting a righteous war against the Nazis and against the Axis powers in general. It does not matter what the internal domestic policies of America was at the time. Do you see what I mean? That's it.
It's
anyway.
Realistic prospect of producing a 60-day ceasefire, the terms of which we've seen before. Basically, the release of all hostages, the withdrawal of Israeli forces substantially from Gaza, and the beginnings of some sort of political process to talk about what comes next in Gaza. Well, there are a lot of details to work out. Would all the Israeli hostages be released? Would all Israeli troops withdraw from Gaza? When we think about Gaza, the Israelis have always said we have to keep some troops in the two vital corridors in Gaza. So the Philadelphia corridor in the south is really important to us because that's the border with Egypt, and we have to have control of that in order to make sure that stuff...
This clip was making the rounds? Oh, yeah.
I'm really glad that this has happened because it's giving us an opportunity to expose the IDF and say, what is the IDF? The IDF is a monstrous imperialist army that has killed over 100,000 Palestinians on behalf of Israel, and it is committing barbaric acts every single day. And the way that the media has reported on this has been astounding, but it actually makes people feel sick because, yeah, there was horrific violence over the weekend, but it wasn't at Glastonbury. It was in Palestine. It was soldiers from the IDF consciously shooting Palestinians who are queuing up for aid. And they do that on purpose.
Okay, so
in fact, they are instructed to do that.
So
they are instructed to do that.
You are aware.
That's disgusting.
You are aware that Hamas have instructed.
No,
is that saying death to the IDF when that army is currently committing a genocide, when there are recorded and verified instances of them firing on unarmed civilians while they're waiting for aid to be distributed, recorded instances of gang rape, children being admitted to hospital with sniper wounds to the skull, I think it is an appropriate expression of rage and disgust.
Oh, yeah.
So in this particular instance, you say, because of what the IDF has done in Gaza, you would say shouting or leading a chorus, death to the IDF is legit. That's what you're saying.
Absolutely. The same way.
This chatter is exactly echoing the sentiment. People want to discuss the bad things these groups have done and point to them not being morally great, but then completely don't do the same when you have to look at conflicts like World War II. The Allies were the good guys. We were fighting fucking Nazis, but even then the Allies committed many war crimes and heinous acts, but people don't focus on those. It's completely hypocritical to then look at groups that oppose the IDF as evil. It's pure hypocrisy, and that is precisely what it is. That is why I say the domestic affairs of the Ansar Allah movement or the domestic affairs of Hezbollah as an active political entity within the Lebanese parliament, or the domestic affairs of Iran, or the domestic affairs of Hamas are not pertinent to this conversation. Every single criticism that people make about these groups, they are making cynically to justify their cleansing, to justify their ethnic cleansing, to justify their death and destruction. And I don't play this cynical, stupid fucking game. So people lose their minds and they go, oh, you were defending them. Their actions against Israel, I am defending. No, they didn't get banned for that. It was too long. That's why they got auto-modded. That's it. That's it. And these people don't get fucking killed because of their homophobia or whatever. They get killed because of their resistance against Israel. Using an example of U.S. in World War II, it is fair to criticize their behavior in the process despite their righteous goal. The right side can still commit war crimes, firebombing, mass rape, nuclear weapons, etc. Would it be wrong to focus on that over the Nazis? Yeah, once the fucking war is done, yeah. Also, you're once again talking about a straight up state. You're not talking about a fucking incredibly limited gang of people that are armed, comprised entirely of like the orphaned soldiers that are using bathtub-made rocket fire against one of the most well-equipped military forces on the planet that is supposedly, quote-unquote, defending a nation with nuclear arms. It's ridiculous. There is no comparison between these two parties. You're talking about the American military during World War II, a state actor, versus fucking Hezbollah or Hamas or the Houthis. But even then, the criticisms of these actions come after the treaties are signed. That's why I've never said that like they shouldn't prosecute potential war crimes conducted by Hamas either. There should be a prosecution of war crimes that were committed by Hamas, but the punishment should also be adjusted to the much, much more severe, much larger crime of apartheid and genocide. You understand? And that is how it happens historically. That's precisely the reason why, like, if I recall correctly, in the aftermath of the apartheid, the end of the apartheid in South Africa, were there people that had engaged in ruthless practices such as necklacing? Yes, there were. Their punishments varied. And ultimately, I don't even think that many of the people who participated in the ruthless practice of necklacing got punished at all. Why did they not get punished, even though what they were doing was unacceptable? The reason why they didn't get punished is because their actions are always judged by the harshness, the severity of the actions of the oppressive entity here, the oppressive force. Necklacing is a practice that the ANC's militant wing utilized against collaborators who were working with the apartheid government, where they would take tires filled with gasoline and put the tires around the necks of the collaborators and then light the tires on fire. It was a horrifying method of execution. And the reason for why it was so brutal, which is, by the way, Hamas also still executes collaborators with regular frequency, with whatever limits that they may have. Sometimes those collaborators are the ISIS-affiliated wing that is now known as the Popular Forces, so they just like engage with them in gun battle and kill them. But in other instances, they will literally take collaborators and hang them. This is in some ways, this is no different than the IRA used to do kneecapping, for example. The name kneecap comes from literally shooting collaborators of the British state in the knees. Ruthless and brutal practice. Every single successful and unsuccessful resistance group has utilized similar horrible practice in times of war in emancipatory battle. This is an unfortunate byproduct of existing under military occupation. That happens all the time. But then also, once again, when the dust is settled, oftentimes the people that participated in these actions don't always get punished because their actions and the brutality of said actions are oftentimes matched against the systematized form of violence coming from a colonial entity. But if you think that like the United States of America or numerous other countries that were engaging in war during World War II, if they didn't also have a practice of like jailing dissidents and even sometimes assassinating them on the fucking spot, you'd be wrong. It's war shit. I have a delay, so I can't really talk. That wasn't a question. Sorry. I was saying it's not wrong to criticize it in the process as long as you're not focusing on it over main perpetrators. A fair, non-cynical, and relevant criticism of Hamas, for instance, is the attacks on journalists. I think my delay is like a minute. Is he bending over backwards to justify war crimes? Are you talking about me? No. There's never been a moment where I have bent over backwards to justify war crimes. What I'm talking about is the time and place to make accurate assessments. Because there is, like, the way I see it is this is equivalent to this is always equivalent to like a kid in the park slapping you in the face after you've shot their fucking parents with a Desert Eagle. You know what I mean? It's like, which one is the far more severe issue to deal with here? Like, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous to hyper focus on the kid fucking slapping you in the face. Do you condemn the child? You literally just said, I think Hamas should be charged with war crimes, shaking my head. No, I said when the dust is settled, there are certainly war crimes that were committed, even on October 7, especially during October 7. And if there are any remaining militants that actually contributed to that, it is understandable to prosecute them, but it's also additionally understandable to prosecute them while matching their crimes against 77 years of apartheid. Do you understand? So it's not just about October 7, it's about the events that triggered October 7 that must be considered when talking about the actions taking place on October 7. And this is not, this is normal. This is how it happens. This is exactly how, once the dust settles, this is exactly how things have gone down. This is what happened in the aftermath of the dissolution of the apartheid. French partisans perform some summary executions on suspected collaborators, sometimes without solid evidence as well. But you don't see anyone condemning the French resistance. Yeah, or even the Jewish partisans. That's it. You're literally modeling this after Truth and Reconciliation in South Africa, and people are crying, Lamont actually insane. Yes. By that logic, though, Jews in the Warsaw Ghetto should have been prosecuted. Not sure I agree with that. I mean, that is a totally separate issue at that point. But once again, there was no prosecution that you could commit in this circumstance because they died. They were executed, which is most likely what happened with many of the militants of Al-Qassam that participated in October 7. Not only were they executed, but their whole families were executed as well. Also, this doesn't mean that these people get imprisoned anyway.
it is completely legitimate to say destroy ISIS. These are organizations founded on violence, terrorizing innocent civilians, and it is always appropriate to express one's opposition to that. I don't think that it was anti-Semitic, and nor do I think it was inappropriate for a punk band, when this is a genre associated with pushing the boundaries, to lead a chant at what's effectively a concert.
Okay.
Yeah, Hamas themselves recognize that some fighters didn't respect the orders and thus committed war crimes. I think even them wouldn't be against prosecuting those fighters. But once again, it needs to be matched with the severity of the crime committed against all Palestinians, including those who are in the Al-Qassam brigades, who are a part of the Palestinian resistance. There is no equivalence between Hamas and Israel. None. None whatsoever. One is an emancipatory nationalist movement born out of being orphaned by an apartheid entity that was designed as a settler colonial, ethno-religious supremacist, fascist movement. Okay? There is no comparison. One is an understandable militancy born out of the violence, the unjustifiable violence of ethnic cleansing that the other committed towards the indigenous population on the land. Also, my assessment is not when I say I'm certain that there would be some kind of truth and reconciliation, and would be and that truth and reconciliation would be met with like the injustices that the Palestinian population has faced. My opinion is not unique to this. Hamas itself has said this. That's it. But once again, the reason why I don't care about having these conversations is because it is not only unproductive, but it's oftentimes cynically being deployed specifically to tar and feather the only armed group that is engaging in the morally righteous act that is legally afforded to them by defending the Palestinian population against a belligerent occupier doing an ethnic cleansing. That is a crime that contains multitudes. Genocide is a crime in and of itself. Ethnic cleansing is a crime in and of itself. But a belligerent occupier even attacking the Gaza Strip as the belligerent occupier is also a crime, even if ethnic cleansing wasn't the primary focus, the primary goal here. It is, which makes it even worse, which makes it even more unjustifiable. And this is before we get to the litany of other war crimes that they're engaging in the process of ethnically cleansing the Strip of all Palestinians. But none of that matters at this point. None of that matters. The Hamas militancy, the Al-Qassam brigades, the Palestinian Islamic Jihad, PFLP, DFLP, and numerous other groups that have taken up arms against the Israeli occupying force in the Gaza Strip that go out and actively kill Israeli occupying force soldiers in the Gaza Strip are unironically and unconditionally acting in accordance to international law. Every single Israeli occupying force terrorist that they kill in the Gaza Strip is completely legal. Every single soldier from the Israeli occupying force that is entering the Gaza Strip is illegally entering the Gaza Strip. They do not have any justification under international law to be a belligerent occupier that is forcibly invading the Gaza Strip. Do you understand? And this is not like, there is no gray area here. This is black and fucking white. Okay? It is black and white. Every single Palestinian that takes up arms against the Israeli occupying force in the Gaza Strip post October 7 has a moral and legal obligation to do so. It is not only legal, it is the moral thing to do. You can get mad at me for saying this, but it is just the truth. Okay? And there has never been a moment throughout history where we have treated, in the aftermath, when the dust is settled, we have treated people who have engaged in the legal right to resist against a belligerent occupier conducting an ethnic cleansing campaign with these indecent terms. That's it. Yeah. It does not matter what their political perspective or what their background is. There is no complication here. None whatsoever. The language is very clear. The legal language surrounding this is very clear. It's called a spontaneous militia, okay? They don't need to wear the proper garb of a militancy. They do not need to declare themselves as enemy combatants. They can use whatever method they can. It is literally legal, okay? The term for it is a spontaneous militia, which under international law gives them the legal right to straight up look like civilians with weapons while they fight against a belligerent occupying force. Okay? It's literally written in the law. This is not, again, not, a gray area. This is not, there is no like moral gray area here. This is straightforwardly a legal act. It is the appropriate thing to do. It is the legal thing to do. It is the righteous thing to do, morally speaking. Palestinian people have a right to defend themselves. Ironically, Israel does not have a right to defend itself against the fucking Gaza Strip. That's what's so crazy. Israel had a legal right to defend itself on October 7. If we're talking international law, we're not talking about like the morality of 77 years of apartheid. If we're just simply looking at cold, hard legal analysis, Israel had a right to defend itself, despite the fact that October 7 is conducted technically under occupied territory, regardless of the fact that it's internationally recognized as Israeli territory. Okay? Israel did have a right to defend itself on October 7 inside of the boundaries of what is known as Israel proper. If we're looking at it simply without, calm down, without factoring 75 years of apartheid at that time, which I think is obviously stupid not to factor in. But I'm saying just within the current legal standards that exist, I'm not wrong. Israel did not have a right to blow up the Gaza Strip. Israel did not have a right to invade the Gaza Strip. Israel had no right to do anything to the Gaza Strip because the Gaza Strip is also under military occupation by Israel. Okay? Israel is a belligerent occupier of the entirety of the Gaza Strip. Israel controls all entry points into the Gaza Strip. There is a de facto siege upon the Gaza Strip. Therefore, everything Israel does to the Gaza Strip militarily is illegal. Even if you did not factor 75 years of apartheid, the only legal thing that Israel could have done during October 7, the military operation Al-Aqsa Flood, was to defend Israel proper. Anything past that point is completely and utterly illegal. It's that simple. Not that laws matter at all. Yes, under international law, Israel does, in fact, have a legal responsibility to protect the people in the territory that they occupy. They do. They don't do that because they're fucking pieces of shit, and they're also a monstrous entity that is tasked with ethnically cleansing the fucking Palestinian population. So obviously they don't do that. That is at direct odds with Zionism and its primary purpose. I'm just simply saying, even from a legal framework, what Israel has done is completely unjustifiable, immoral, and also outright illegal. Okay? It's pretty crazy, though, because, I mean, what Israel did after October 7, or even during October 7, is pretty, it was pretty obvious what they were going to do after. Their first act wasn't to actually secure Israel proper. It was to start bombing Gaza. Literally. And in the security operations, they also bombed their own citizens, their own civilians. We don't know the exact number. We will never know the exact number. But that was their goal on October 7, was to apply the Hannibal Directive, which Yoav Gallant, war criminal, former defense minister, who was defense minister at the time, has openly admitted Israel did apply the Hannibal Directive and killed their own citizens. What is this? Iconic podcast Wine About It announces Gen Z Jen Goodall, Maya Ohiga, will leave the show as co-host to focus on conservation work only 2 episodes after Hasan Piker appears. The hosts both blame Hasan, as does our editorial board. What the fuck? The end of an era, Wine About It. Hasan is the most insufferable person on earth. Streamer Valkyrie is revealed to be the new co-host of Wine About It. She will co-host alongside Cutie Cinderella to continue the show, as former co-host Maya Higa focuses on her conservation work with Alvea Sanctuary. Hasan Piker should make no further appearances. What? Scott Jennings on CNN says Cutie Cinderella should be arrested. What did I do? How am I blamed for this? How am I catching strays? Why you ruin my favorite podcast? I mean, it's not going away. Cutie Cinderella went from one Asian co-host to the next. Why are you getting mad at me? I didn't do anything. Yeah, my episode did fantastic. 290,000 views. I mean, I say that's a success. Cutie said she wanted to be replaced on Fear End. Maya could do the funniest thing. It says it's your fault, though. Yeah, it's Dick Sertonox is saying it's my fault. Yes. Because of these, listen, now that this news is out there, my beef with Gen Z Goodall, Maya Higa, is now officially over. Now, depending on how much Cutie Cinderella talks about how she loves Wine About It more than Fear And, I could start a new beef, potentially, with 100 Thieves Valkyrie. in her stead. This will be difficult for me as I am a supporter of all Swagapinos. See, it doesn't it feel good to be a parasocial drama pervert? No. Dog, respectfully, who gives a fuck about this? Our country is literally falling apart. I don't know. I do. It's 6 hours and 13 minutes in. I think it's fine to sometimes have a little bit of fun. These are my friends, you know?
Okay,
Maya is
Kaya,
grossed out
sit.
by you, though.
Good girl.
Ew, that's gonna be an
Enough. Come on, baby. Get down. It's not even here. Where the fuck is Kaya? Kaya! Kaya! Come here. Come here. Who's your good girl? Who's your... Oh, God. You are so big. Jesus Christ. She literally, like, when she runs over, she pushes my chair. It's crazy. She's so fat. That was a good...
Okay, Kaya.
That was a good one. We're going to repost that.
Sit.
Hi. Okay. Kaya, please. She's the princess of grace and the queen of our hearts, you mutt. She is a princess. Have you seen this yet? What is this?
I'll tell you what, guys, I'm not going to fight for
Oh, yeah. Of course I've seen this. Are you kidding me? The fucking Trent twins are awesome.
I'll tell you what, guys, I'm not going to fight for fucking Israel.
Airborne 3, whatever, bullshit.
Today's Tel Aviv, tomorrow it's New York. Nah, motherfucker, tomorrow it's chest day.
Today's Tel Aviv, tomorrow's New York. Nah, motherfucker, tomorrow is chest day. God, New Jersey.
I'll tell you what, guys, I'm not going to fight for fucking Israel.
Airborne 3, whatever, bullshit.
Today's Tel Aviv, tomorrow it's New York. Nah, motherfucker, tomorrow it's chest day.
I think one of the craziest parts about this is that these fucking dudes they look like they're 37. They're like 22. Okay? They are literally like 22 years old or some shit. Yeah. Yeah. They're fucking 22 years old. That's what trend does to the body. They're pre-ordered being, they pre-ordered being 30. Yeah, no, it's just like the incredible amount of testosterone that they fucking took. Yeah, this is what steroids does to people. They called you a part of the film crew in this video of Phineas. I've seen that already. Your fans are crazy fast. Fear Am, but it's always sunny.
Oh shit. The stakes are here. Give it to me. I'm trying to get it. Gimme. Why aren't the brakes working? Because I cut the brakes. Wild card, bitches. Yeah! What? Get out, read it.
Dear Chase. Oh, shit, there's stickers.
Yeah.
My God. Oh,
Well, you
this
gotta
is
jazz
good.
it up, you
Yeah,
know?
you sure do.
I wanna make it
You
pop.
sure do. What's he doing?
Just shut up and let him work. What are some of your likes? Ghouls. Son of a bitch. What are you talking about now?
Funny little green ghouls.
What? Like in movies and cartoons? What?
Little green ghouls, buddy.
Don't write ghouls. I'm not. I'm putting
Ah.
travel. Jesus Christ. What are your dislikes?
People's knees.
Oh, come on, Bro, dude. you Come gotta be on. kidding.
Oh, Jesus. Just eat it with the skin
I
on
do
it.
not like it with the skin, D. I'm not allowed.
Step by
But
step.
how come you don't have it?
Because we don't. The reasons I said.
You have no
There's a
snapper.
sequence of events.
It says right here,
Do you have
snapper
fish or do you
before.
not? Can I get you a non-fish entree?
You can get lost. Okay, I'm gonna rise up, gonna kick a little ass, gonna kick some ass in the USA, gonna climb a mountain, gonna soar a flag, gonna fly on an eagle, I'm gonna kick some butt, I'm gonna drive a big truck, I'm gonna rule this world, I'm gonna kick some ass, I'm gonna rise up, I'm gonna kick a little ass, rock, flag, and eagle. Are you two seeing this? Boys are out tonight, huh?
Most men find me to be an 8 or 9 out of 10. And I am available to any interested men who'd like to get my number after the show.
I think what we've learned from this is that we all the boys, take on numerous different roles that's interchangeable. Sometimes a bit of Max, sometimes a bit of Dennis, sometimes a bit of Charlie, sometimes a bit of Frank. But Cutie is always D. She is always sweet D, okay? Always and forever.
Well, I don't know how many years on this earth I got left. I'm gonna get real weird with it.
Cutie is always D. Fire, fear, and edit you'll love.
Once upon a time, a few mistakes ago, I was in your sights.
You got me alone.
You found me. You found me. You found me. I guess you didn't care. And I guess
I liked that.
And when I fell apart, you took a step back. Without me. Without me. Me. And he's long gone.
Next to me. And I
realized that the blame is on
Me.
I knew you were trouble when you walked in. So shame.
Me.
Now, put me in the places I've never been.
Kelly.
Put me in down.
I knew your
Trouble when you walked in. So shame.
Me.
Now, put me in the places I've never been. Now I'm lying on the cold hard ground. Trouble.
that was crazy. That was wild. Your rage bait blew up.
I'm so sorry. My dad fell, so I had to get him his food.
Hey!
What?
We have something in common.
Oh yeah, your dad fell.
Our dad's fault.
Wait, my dad fell too.
Shut up. Did he hurt himself badly?
I got home and he was screaming in the backyard because he ripped his knee in half.
Really?
Wait, my dad also fell though.
Did he hurt himself badly?
Yeah, he fell out of a tree.
Oh.
What is
18
happening?
feet on
Why
his
are all of
head.
us
Wait,
why?
when did yours?
It was like 2016.
No,
2016?
Remove your hand from his hand.
Get out.
Wait, it had to be
2016, my dad just fell today, this morning.
Oh, I'm sorry, my dad still.
His dad fell recently, like last week.
Shattered his
But it's
sternum.
still-
Oh my god.
BRB gonna check on my dad. Remove your hand. Funny TikTok about you? What is this? Me in 2030 tuning into the new Nuremberg trials on Twitch hosted by Hasan Piker. Oh, I wish. If only. If there was real justice in the world. Can't wait to type caught. This was a banger too.
I'm so sorry. My dad fell, so I...
Boom. Inshallah, one day. Okay, I'm gonna. Oh wait, not this one. Where is the other one? Where was the other fear end? Always Sunny at it. I gotta find that one. Oh, here it is. Okay, I'm gonna show this to the. I'm gonna show this to them on the podcast. This is
so
good.
sorry.
What is this? This 41% is the biggest and most uncovered, excluding yours truly. Story in politics today. It is completely a grassroots phenomenon, being pushed by zero institutions and politicians, and is radically reshaping the way liberals understand the world. Did Biden legitimately win in 2020? Biden legitimately won by 64%. Among Trump voters was 30-70. Biden did not legitimately win. Did Trump legitimately win in 2024? Trump legitimately won 77%. Trump did not legitimately win 23%. Among Harris voters, 59% believe Trump legitimately won. 41% of Harris voters do not believe that Trump actually legitimately won the election. There is a growing movement, and I will give credit to Ed Ingramentum here. There is a growing movement amongst liberals that are election deniers. Blue Anon. And it's really interesting because there's not really a lot of attention. There's not really a lot of attention being placed on these Blue Anon voters. And I don't know where they go with this movement. Like the Elon did Starlink metas, vote counting machines, that kind of thing. What is this? Trump confirmed HasanAbi head?
And it's very cool.
Oh my gosh.
Isn't that great? Just what? up yesterday. Wow.
Wow. It's true. That's real. This 41% is going to be the constituency that wins Jasmine Crockett 3 states in the 2028 primary. No other elected has unleashed the amount of venal, uncouth rage that Trump like she has. And if I recall correctly, she's never apologized for it. She's one of the only reaching these voters, and they have power. Oh, God. Okay. Everyone needs to dial it back. My partner gets more normie lip stuff in their feed, and I see a lot of those Blue and On style posts being pushed on Facebook mostly. I like that. What is this?
Sorry, because I put it in my mouth.
Old stream, new edit, because everything is bleak and Hasan's doing deco with the girls felt spiritually necessary right now. Full video on my YouTube linked below.
Welcome to my store. I'm a white woman who runs a Japanese store. Everything is from China.
A phone
in my
case?
Japanese store with Korean drinks That's ran right.
Oh,
by a white woman.
A phone
We're diverse.
stand?
I gotta
What do you
pee,
do
hold
with a
on.
phone stand? What color should I get?
I think they're also pretty.
You were supposed to help me.
I just work Why are here. you already freaking out? I'm a landscaper's daughter, doing my best.
And I also want a Polaroid. Do you take Polaroid pictures here?
We do charge $3.
I'll give you one.
That's not how it works.
Nintendo is going to take your
That
ass.
guy's name is Mauricio. It's $30, and
$30, I'll give you 10.
It includes 2.
Yeah, that one.
So you get 2.
Oh, I can. Oh my God.
You do not listen to women. Getting inspo.
Don't look at my.
No, not from you. So wherever the glue's gonna be, you're gonna sand it. We do construction.
Piping?
So it's like cake frosting.
I don't need it. It's a real
my God.
piping.
Oh my God. This is really hard to be around you most of the time.
That's what she said.
That one didn't even.
Why does everything look so edible?
What? You're holding it wrong. It just feels like you didn't listen.
No, I do listen to you. These gnomes represent society, and the satanic summoning circle represents.
I found my true calling. I'm so proud of my work.
Oh, it's cute. It's like a wedding cake.
That's nice, Hasan.
The cameras represent.
This very special cookie that I bit, I'm gonna put back in there, letting y'all know.
Hasan, which one was it?
Oh, I forgot. You can say it's fire.
Here.
What do we think? Rate it out of 10.
We did sanitize all of these.
I'll bite all 7 right now. Give it
No,
to
he's
me.
not
Give it
gonna
to
bite.
me.
No, Hasan, it's a health issue.
This is Pikachu.
You like them? Okay.
The little baby loves the kitten. What, you don't kiss your pets?
You got this, Caroline. I think I should just start all over.
All right, so we're going
$10.
Dutch, right? We're all splitting it, guys? Oh, I didn't bring my wallet.
There's a current federal court case scheduled for September in Northeast counties on unposted public ballots. Is true.
We do Apple Pay.
I don't have Apple
welcome.
Pay. That's awkward. What do I do?
He did not tip. I would like to make that.
There was no tipping option.
Sans pet potato. I think about this parasocial hour at the end of the broadcast is like Gutfeld and friends chatting. The real HasanAbi Rage Baits
I have a
cutie
question
link.
for
My
you.
bad.
What is the obligation that you have tonight that you had to move the podcast to 4 p.m.?
What obligation do I have tonight?
Mm-hmm.
Prom. YouTube prom. I told you about it last week.
Okay. I guess my invite got lost in the mail. Okay.
Oh my God.
Okay.
You guys act like you would go to something.
you like
You
YouTube
get
more
invited to
than-
stuff all the time.
No, I don't. I get invited to nothing. I did not get invited to YouTube prom, and I'm a YouTuber.
I'm a bigger YouTuber.
Why was I not invited to YouTube prom?
Don't ask me. Ask your YouTube manager.
Wait, you got invited to YouTube prom, or Ludwig got invited to YouTube prom?
Oh, the comment section is gonna look spicy this week.
You know what? You don't have to listen to him or tolerate him.
Who got invited to YouTube prom?
I did, you mother. I did. Ludwig is my date. Ludwig wasn't invited to YouTube prom because him, just like you guys, turned down all these invitations. You always get to cool things, and so you don't get invited again. You only get a few chances in life, okay? It's not a Nintendo game. You can't just restart it, you. That's why you say yes to things and you appreciate your invites.
Yes.
Just after this, you got invited to
I have a
play
question
basketball with NBA ball players and didn't go. Yeah, because I didn't fucking realize that it was playing basketball. It's crazy that the Ludwig's girlfriend Rage Base still works on her. Yeah. Have you seen the rare gold Labubu?
I have the one and only 24 karat gold Labubu. I have the one and only 24 karat gold Labubu. The one and
Labubu. That's a different thing, I think, at that point. I have the only, one and only 24 karat gold Labubu.
only 24 karat gold Labubu. This is the only 24 karat gold Labubu. My 24 karat gold Labubu. Now, I am now going to prove to you all that my 24 karat gold Labubu. So, my 24 karat gold Labubu.
Wait.
So, as you...
It's increasingly oxidizing. It's literally no longer gold. It's getting increasingly less gold.
No, I am the proud owner of the 24 karat gold Labubu. My 24 karat gold Labubu. My 24 karat Labubu. I am the only person in the world to have a 24 karat gold Labubu. I own the only 24 karat gold.
I own the only 24 karat gold Labubu.
Labubu. I can't believe it. I've been out today and someone's stolen my 24 karat gold Labubu. Get ready with me while I get ready to go to the news station about my 24 karat gold Labubu.
Someone in the chat say, God, I really hate British people. This is the worst of the worst. I own the only 24 karat gold Labubu. Labubu. Oh my God. What is this? Is he a HasanAbi head confirmed? White Boy Jihad Summer?
Did y'all know he is this fine in person? What the world? My God. Ah, Jesus Christ. You
Oh, he
look
said, Alhamdulillah. What the?
God fine in person. What the world? My God. Ah, Jesus Christ. You look good. God bless you.
God bless you too.
You look good. Tell your daddy I said hey.
Tell your daddy I said, hey. Eric Adams, man, he's not real. What did he say now?
Eric is your mayor. We getting double.
Oh, I know. I saw this on TikTok and I actually saved it because I wanted to show it to you guys. This is literally on my TikTok lineup. Hold on, I'm just gonna pull it off of my TikTok because I also watched this video already. Hold on, I'll show you the OG. Where the fuck is it? God, I repost so much. Mostly just my own clips. Where the fuck did it go? Eric is your mayor. We're getting W's now. Where the fuck? Okay, well, I can't find it now. Jesus Christ. All right, I don't know where the OG is.
W's now. We need a mayor of swagger. I'm the Biden of Brooklyn. You know, I wake up in the morning at some time and look at myself and I give myself the finger. I'm Gandhi-like. I think like Gandhi. I act like Gandhi. I want to be like Gandhi. This is life.
The Cara Delevingne one was so fucking stupid. Like,
everyone that knows me, they know one thing. I hate rats. Some of the same folks that criticizing us now called me a murderer because I was killing rats. Well, you know what? We're going to kill rats. New York City is the Islamabad of America. We've gone through so many crises in our lifetime, from 9/11 to the Great Depression. This is a place where every day you wake up, you could experience everything from a plane crashing into our trade center to a person who's celebrating a new business that's open. You know, bring your boo to a restaurant. You know, somebody you're trying to, keep your marriage together. A little outdoors will help you. But I think rain also increases our population. People stay home and they reignite their love affair. Does Eric eat fish? Does he eat a hamburger? Does he do this? Does he do that? The problem.
That was because there was not even speculation, but like he has presented himself as a pescatarian and a vegan at times, and it came out that he was like eating meat. God, he's such a fascinating figure. This one doesn't even talk about how he had the crumpled up photo of a slain New York Police Department officer that he claimed to have in his wallet. And in order to, because he lied about it, he made his staffers go out, print out this paper, crumple it up, and then put coffee stains on it so that it looked like it had wear and tear. Like it had lived inside of his fucking, like it lived inside of his wallet for an extended period of time. It was fucking awesome. He is such, do you guys understand why I love Eric Adams? Like he is such a phenomenal character. Like
Eric is your man.
Like if only he was a real person, you know what I mean?
Wasn't the molded pizza. The problem was the pizza. Vegans eat Oreos and they drink Coca-Cola. I don't. I am the pilot, folks, and you are all passengers. Stop praying for me to crash the plane. Pray for me to land the plane, because there's no parachutes on this plane. We're all going down together.
He makes far too many 9/11 references. He tweeted this one night. You up, New York City? Eyeball emoji. What do you mean one night? This was only a couple nights ago. Says you. No, that's part of the reason why that plays into his charm. Chat, that's what I'm saying. Have you seen this one where he teaches parents how to check on their kids? Of course, like a million times. I think constantly about the time Eric Adams said the best concert he ever attended was one where Curtis Mayfield was permanently paralyzed by falling light equipment. Curtis Mayfield at the Wingate concert series. At that concert, there was a rainstorm and the lights fell on Curtis Mayfield and they actually paralyzed him at that concert. He died a few years ago, but it was an amazing concert before that happened. Just so unfortunate. What's even funnier is that the accident happened when he was being introduced and he didn't perform at all prior to it. Rats don't have swag. Rats don't have swag. New Yorkers have swag. If you don't have swag, get the fuck out of our city. We run these streets, not the rats. Dude, he's so awesome. He's fucking so dope, dude. He is the legend. He is a legendary figure. Down to like the type of corruption that he engaged in. Like is the funniest. It is the funniest thing for a bald man to do. The funniest thing for a bald man to do is to be openly and nakedly corrupt by doing a side deal with the Turkish government and never actually getting hair plugs. It's just, and the corruption was so funny because it's Turkey and like, you know, no disrespect to my people, but we deal in small affairs. You know what I mean? Like, it lives in my mind permanently that what he got out of it was like free Turkish Airlines tickets and sometimes like a hotel stay paid for. And in exchange for that, there was a promise that he wouldn't acknowledge the Armenian genocide officially as the mayor of New York, and also allowing the Turkish consulate to expedite the fire, like to override the also corrupt New York Fire Department's fire safety protocols, whatever it was called. I forget what it, fire safety permits. Kaçak kat. Amazing. Small affairs of the big Anatolian table. I know. He's very Trumpian, specifically in the sense that his brain works in a way that nobody else's works. Completely unique individual. Yeah. Not only is he a completely unique individual, but he's also... There's also another funny thing about the Eric Adams thing, but there is decent suspicion that he's also polyamorous, and no one ever covered it. But he's most likely polyamorous as well.
Hey, man, Adams, what are you listening to?
Fireworks by Katy Perry. Love this song. And you know what? If you text me fireworks, I'm going to say the first 2,500 people, you and 3 of your loved ones, should come see the Macy Fireworks Show. Let's keep the fireworks going. 4th of July fireworks.
Mayor Adams is running a sweepstakes to collect phone numbers and offer winners access to Macy's 4th of July fireworks show, which is free. In fact, Macy's makes it sure there are no VIP tickets, no fees. So what is Mayor Adams offering? And what will he do with these phone numbers? Oh, yeah, this was an incredibly racist wake-up moment.
Scared. And I'm hearing from, various people here in New York, and they're concerned about their safety living here with a Muslim mayor. And that's the problem.
Highly probable.
Hold
on. Even Phil's was like, hold on. The fuck? You're concerned? You're hearing from voters that are concerned about their safety living under a Muslim mayor?
Because of
hold on. We talked about this yesterday, and since you brought it up, might as well bring it up again. The idea that because he is Muslim, he is a threat to Jewish New Yorkers, is that really what you're saying?
No, it's because of his anti-Israel rhetoric that he's been putting out.
But what does that have to do with him being Muslim? I think this is where things, you can go after his policies, but what does that have to do with his faith?
It's not about his faith. It's because he is perpetuating this anti-Israeli rhetoric. And New Yorkers...
How could she say that so bluntly? It was a unique moment of honesty. She forgot a word. I think she wanted to say Muslim socialist or Muslim anti-Semite, but she forgot the second word. So she just said Muslim, which is the truth. That is the real reason why people are scared, because they're fucking racist. Hasan, stop farming views and talk about Medicaid. Hasan, save Medicaid. Help. Talk about Medicaid, Hasan. Hasan, stop farming views. First of all, I spent the first 4 hours of this broadcast literally talking about Medicaid. And secondly, while I was talking about Medicaid, I had more views than I do now. This is not me farming views. It's the exact opposite, as a matter of fact. I missed it. My bad. Sorry. I couldn't save it, I guess. I guess I could not save Medicaid.
Are hearing it and they're scared. That's what I'm hearing back from friends.
He's aimed at Bibi.
He's aimed at that beat.
He's aimed at a lot at Bibi. But he did the interview with Mehdi Hasan, and he aimed at Bibi, not necessarily.
But Abby, he's Muslim. Who cares? That's not the point here. His policies are the problem.
Yeah, I can't get over how wild it is that you can call someone an anti-Semite while saying I'm scared because I'm scared of him because he's Muslim. Like, you are literally the bigot you're pretending Zoran is. Yeah. Lefties bringing out the reverse racism argument. Another notch on the horseshoe theory's belt. What does that even mean? This woman is quite literally being racist. Debunking all the bullshit about Zoran Mamdani. Mamdani is not in the country illegally. He does not have any connection to 9/11 or jihadist terrorism. Mamdani hasn't actually said or done anything anti-Semitic. He did not call to globalize the Intifada. He is not a communist. Also, so what if he was a communist? Or even if he said globalize the Intifada? Like, neither of those things should be illegal, okay? I mean, it's especially stupid that he hasn't done these things and people are fantasizing about a reality where he has. But the things that they're fantasizing about are not even like wrong things. Anyway. All right, I'm gonna go hang out with my brother. I'm actually gonna do a short day today. Only a 6-hour and 48-minute broadcast because my brother's back. So I'm gonna spend time with him. But tomorrow I have a very special guest. That's right. I have a very special guest. District 36, New York City Council. His name is Chi Ose. The White Chinese, Black Chinese Coalition will be live and alive here in Los Angeles, California. That's right. I'm going to have him on tomorrow. One of the most swole HasanAbi heads out there. I will be going to New York this weekend. So I'm gonna be going to the 4th of July phase party on the 4th of July. I'll probably stream before then and then go to the 4th of July party. And then I am going to fly out to New York. I'll be in New York next week, the whole week. Working on some shit, but, you know, phase up. Working on phasing up with Uncle Sam Cedar. Anyway, love you guys, and I will see you tomorrow. Peace in the Middle East. Bye-bye.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction on mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again.